Welcome to Tyla Walker Romance. You're about to dive into one of Miss Tyla's free full audiobooks. She always knows how to make you forget your life with handsome alpha male billionaire heroes and sassy strong heroines who grab love with both hands. In order for this content to be free, we have to take out the dirty details. Otherwise, we risk disrupting this platform's rules and guidelines. Buy the unabridged version of any Tyla Walker audiobook from TylaWalker.com, and with code SAVE40, you can get 40% off any digital product at checkout. Take this moment to subscribe to the channel, and remember that liking and commenting is what makes these free full audiobooks possible. Thank you for choosing to treat yourself with Miss Tyla. Chapter 1. Lisa. The steam from my hot cocoa curls upward like delicate brushstrokes against the morning light filtering through my studio windows. I cradle the mug between my palms, letting the warmth seep into my fingers as I survey the canvases lining the walls of my sanctuary. 23 pieces. Each one a fragment of my soul laid bare in vibrant acrylics and bold oils. The centerpiece, a massive abstract titled Breaking Free, dominates the far wall with its fierce swirls of crimson and gold bleeding into deep purples. I painted that one during my worst nights, when sleep felt like a luxury I couldn't afford and my heart felt like it might crack open completely. Look at you now, I whispered to the empty studio, taking a slow sip of the cocoa. The sweetness hits my tongue, rich and comforting. 3 years ago, I was a struggling artist, waiting tables at that pretentious gallery cafe in the Loop, serving overpriced lattes to art collectors who wouldn't give my work a second glance. Now, Lakeside Haven's premier gallery wants to feature my collection as their first solo exhibition by a Black woman artist. The irony isn't lost on me. I had to leave the big city to finally be seen. My phone buzzes on the paint-splattered table beside my easel. Another congratulatory text from my cousin Amelia in Detroit. "Girl, I'm so proud. You're about to kill it at this exhibition." The words should fill me with confidence. But that familiar knot of doubt twists in my stomach. Do I really deserve this? The question has been following me around like a shadow for weeks, whispering in the quiet moments when I'm alone with my thoughts. I set down my mug and walked closer to Breaking Free, studying the violent brushstrokes that somehow managed to create something beautiful. The painting captures everything I felt during those first months in Lakeside Haven, the raw anger at being dismissed, the fierce determination to prove myself, the overwhelming loneliness that came with starting over. But there's something else in those swirls of color, something I've been trying not to acknowledge. The way the gold bleeds into the crimson reminds me of late afternoon sunlight streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows of Ben's massive home. How many evenings did we spend there, wrapped around each other on his ridiculously expensive couch, talking about everything and nothing? "Stop it," I mutter, backing away from the painting. "Just stop." But my traitorous mind doesn't listen. It never does when it comes to Benjamin Sinclair. I move to another piece, a smaller canvas titled Midnight Conversations. The deep blues and silvers dance together in patterns that feel like whispered secrets. I painted this one 6 months ago during a restless night, when I couldn't shake the memory of lying in Ben's arms, our voices soft in the darkness, as we shared pieces of ourselves we'd never shown anyone else. "What's the craziest thing you've ever wanted to do?" he'd asked, his fingers tracing lazy patterns on my bare shoulder. "Run away to Paris and paint in a tiny studio overlooking the Seine," I'd answered without hesitation. "Live on wine and cheese and pretend I'm the next Basquiat." His laugh had rumbled through his chest, vibrating against my cheek. "Why don't you?" "Because some of us can't just buy a plane ticket on a whim, Benjamin." The words had come out sharper than I'd intended, and I'd felt him stiffen beneath me. Even then, The differences between us were a constant undercurrent, threatening to pull us apart. His world of private jets and charity galas felt like a foreign country where I didn't speak the language. No matter how much he tried to include me, I always felt like I was playing dress-up in someone else's life. I shake my head, trying to dislodge the memory, but it clings like paint under my fingernails. 3 years, and I still can't think about those moments without feeling that familiar ache in my chest. The cocoa has gone lukewarm while I've been lost in thought. I take another sip anyway, needing something to anchor me to the present moment. Tomorrow night, this studio will be empty except for the nail holes in the walls and where my life's work used to hang. By Sunday, those paintings will be displayed in the gallery of downtown Lakeside Haven, ready for the world to judge. The thought should terrify me, but instead, I feel a surge of pride. I did this. Me, the girl who used to steal art supplies from the school storage closet because her family couldn't afford them. The woman who left everything behind to chase a dream that everyone said was impossible. I walked to the window overlooking Main Street, watching the early morning bustle of Lakeside Haven. Mrs. Cornelia is opening her flower shop, arranging bright bouquets in the window display. The barista at Corner Cafe is flipping the sign from closed to open. This little town has become home in ways I never expected. No one here knows about my past with Ben, about the messy, complicated love affair that nearly destroyed me. Here I'm just Lisa Morgan, the artist who rented the old pottery studio and turned it into something magical. But even as I watch the familiar rhythms of small-town life, my mind drifts back to Chicago, to the man who once promised me forever, but couldn't commit to next weekend, to the way his eyes would light up when I showed him a new piece, like he was seeing something miraculous, to the way he'd kiss me goodbye in the mornings, slow and thorough, like he was trying to memorize the taste of my lips. "You're going to be incredible," he'd whispered against my mouth one morning after I'd landed my first group show. "The whole world is going to fall in love with your art." But not you, I thought even then. You'll never fall in love with anything that might require you to change. I was right, of course. When the gallery owner approached me about a solo exhibition in New York, Ben had been supportive in that careful, measured way of his. He'd helped me research venues and even offered to pay for professional photographs of my work. But when I'd asked him to come with me, to take a chance on us, his face had shuttered closed like a gallery after hours. "It's complicated, Lisa. The business, my family's expectations. I can't just walk away from everything I've built here." "I'm not asking you to walk away from everything. I'm asking you to walk towards something, toward us." But there was no us. Not really. There was Benjamin Sinclair, heir to a fortune and prisoner of his own success. And there was Lisa Morgan, dreamer and fool, who thought love could bridge any gap. The memory of that fight still stings. The way his jaw had tightened, the careful distance he'd put between us even as we stood in the same room. The way he looked at me like I was asking for something impossible instead of something as simple as choosing love over fear. So I'd chosen for both of us. I'd packed my paints and my broken heart and driven until I found this place, this haven where I could rebuild myself one brushstroke at a time. My phone buzzes again. This time it's a text from an unknown Chicago number, and my heart stutters in my chest before logic kicks in. It's probably just a spam message or someone who got the wrong number. Ben doesn't have my new phone number. I made sure of that when I left, but my fingers hover over the notification anyway, and I hate myself for the flutter of hope in my chest. What would I even say to him if he reached out? That I've missed him every single day for 3 years? That I've painted him into a dozen canvases without meaning to? His laugh echoing in warm yellows and his eyes captured in the deepest blues? That despite everything, despite the hurt and the anger, in the years of rebuilding myself, there's still a part of me that wonders what might have been. Pathetic, I mutter, setting the phone down without checking the message. I finish my cocoa and rinse the mug in the small sink I installed in the corner of the studio. The familiar ritual of cleaning my brushes and organizing my supplies usually calms me, but today, restlessness buzzes under my skin like caffeine. Tomorrow night, I'll stand in that gallery surrounded by my work, watching strangers examine the pieces of my soul I've chosen to share. The local newspaper is sending a photographer. The Arts Council president will give a speech about supporting emerging talent. It should be the culmination of everything I've worked for. So why do I feel like something's missing? I know the answer, even if I don't want to admit it. For all my success, for all the distance I've put between myself and that life in Chicago, there's still a bin-shaped hole in my happiness. Not because I need him to complete me. I've proven I can thrive on my own. But because love, real love, doesn't just disappear because it's inconvenient or complicated or doomed from the start. The afternoon light shifts, casting long shadows across my paintings. In a few hours, I'll load them into my beat-up Honda and drive them to the gallery for final installation. By tomorrow evening, they'll be surrounded by wine-sipping art lovers and small-town socialites, all eager to discover the next big thing. I should feel ready. I should feel proud and confident and completely present in this moment I've worked so hard to reach. Instead, I feel like I'm standing at the edge of something vast and uncertain, with my heart still tangled up in memories of a man who chose safety over love, and the terrible, wonderful possibility that some feelings never really fade. They just learn to hide in the shadows, waiting for quiet moments to whisper their presence.
Chapter 2. Ben. The afternoon sun streams through the windows of my penthouse, casting geometric shadows across the polished concrete floors. I lean back in my leather chair, watching Chloe spread her latest designs across my dining table like she's laying out battle plans for Fashion Week. This one's my favorite. She holds up a sketch of a flowing dress with intricate beadwork along the neckline. Her green eyes practically sparkle with excitement. I was thinking we could do it in emerald silk. Maybe debut it in the spring collection. I study the design, noting the clean lines and sophisticated detailing. Chloe has talent, no question about it. Her work has that fresh perspective the brand needs, even if her presentation skills could use some refinement. It's strong, I tell her, accepting the sketch. The silhouette works well with our current aesthetic. Have you considered how this would translate to production? The beadwork might be cost-prohibitive for ready-to-wear. She bites her lower lip, a habit I've noticed when she's thinking hard about something. What if we simplified it? Maybe just along the collar instead of the full neckline. Better. Work up a revised version and we'll run it by the design team next week. The promise I made to help get her designs into the pipeline weighs on me sometimes. Our friendship goes back to university, and she's always been there when I needed someone uncomplicated in my life. No heavy conversations about the future, no demands for emotional availability, just easy companionship and genuine enthusiasm for her craft. I shut down that train of thought before it can gain momentum. Lisa is in the past. Has been for 3 years. Ben, you're amazing. Chloe's voice pulls me back to the present. She's moved closer, her hand resting lightly on my arm. I don't know how I'll ever repay you for this opportunity. Just make sure the designs are worth it. I've got a reputation to maintain. She laughs, the sound bright and uncomplicated. Always so serious. When's the last time you actually relaxed? Before I can answer, my phone starts ringing. Mom's contact photo fills the screen, her and Dad at some charity function last month, both of them beaming at the camera. I should take this. I gesture toward the living room. Feel free to keep working on those sketches. Chloe nods, already turning her attention back to her designs as I swipe to answer. Benjamin, darling, Mom's voice practically sings through the speaker. How are you? We've been trying to reach you for days. I've been busy with the holiday campaign launch. You know how it is this time of year. That's exactly why we're calling. Dad's voice joins the conversation, and I realize they've got me on speaker. We want you to spend Christmas with us this year. Real Christmas, not just that quick dinner we managed last year. I settle into my favorite chair, the one that faces the windows overlooking the city. Mom, you know the holidays are our biggest sales period. I can't just disappear for... We've moved, Mom interrupts, her excitement palpable even through the phone. Oh, Benjamin, you should see this place. It's called Lakeside Haven, and it's the most charming little town. Nothing like Chicago. You moved? When? Why didn't you tell me you were house hunting? It all happened so quickly, Dad explains. We fell in love with this Victorian home right on Main Street. The whole town has this incredible Christmas spirit. Lights everywhere, carolers. Even a tree lighting ceremony in the town square. Mom jumps back in, her words tumbling over each other in her enthusiasm. There's a lovely gallery district and the most adorable shops. Mrs. Cornelia runs the flower shop and she's already invited us to her book club. Everyone's been so welcoming. We want you to experience it with us, Dad adds. This might be our new Christmas tradition, son. What do you say? I find myself actually considering it. My parents have spent the last decade throwing themselves into charity work and travel since Dad retired from the firm. Seeing them this excited about something domestic, something that feels like home, stirs something unexpected in my chest. How long are we talking? Just a few weeks, Mom says quickly, sensing my wavering. Drive up next week. Stay through the month. We've already prepared the guest room. I don't know if I can get away from... Benjamin. Dad's tone shifts, taking on that gentle authority that always cut through my nonsense when I was younger. You work too damn much. When's the last time you took a real break? The honest answer is that I don't remember. Work has been my salvation for the past 3 years, the thing that keeps my mind occupied and my calendar full. Every spare moment is another chance for memories to creep in, for regret to take root. We just want to spend time with our son, Mom says softly. And honestly, we're hoping you found someone special to bring along. It's been too long since you've settled down with anyone. The words hit me like cold water. Here it comes, the inevitable interrogation about my love life, or lack thereof. They haven't brought up my dating situation directly since the disaster that was my relationship with Lisa, but I can hear the hope in Mom's voice. I'm focused on the business right now, I start, but she cuts me off. Darling, you're 30 years old. The business will survive if you let yourself be happy. If only it were that simple. If only happiness weren't tied up with memories of paint-stained fingers and late-night conversations about dreams too big for reality. If only I hadn't messed up the one thing that actually mattered. But my parents don't need to know about any of that. They've been hoping I'd settle down since the day I graduated college, and my track record of brief, meaningless relationships hasn't exactly reassured them. An idea starts forming, one that could solve multiple problems at once. Actually, I say slowly, glancing toward the dining room where Chloe is still bent over her sketches. I might have someone to bring along. The silence on the other end is deafening before Mom practically shrieks with excitement. Benjamin! You didn't tell us you were seeing someone! It's still pretty new, I lie smoothly. I didn't want to say anything until I was sure it was serious. Dad clears his throat. Well, we'd love to meet her. What's her name? Chloe Bennett. I watch her through the doorway, noting the way the afternoon light catches in her blonde hair. She's a designer. Oh, how perfect. You two must have so much in common with the fashion world. If they only knew. Chloe and I have friendship, mutual respect, and easy compatibility. What we don't have is the kind of consuming, complicated connection that once made me consider changing everything about my carefully ordered life. But my parents don't need those details. So you'll come? Mom presses. Both of you? I think about spending the month pretending to be in a relationship, playing the part of the settled, successful son my parents want me to be. It's not exactly honest, but it's simpler than explaining why I haven't been able to move on from someone who left 3 years ago. Yeah, I hear myself saying. We'll be there. The celebration on the other end of the line is immediate and overwhelming. Mom starts rattling off plans for meals and activities, while Dad mentions something about introducing us to their new neighbors. I half listen, my attention drifting to Chloe. This could work. She's beautiful, accomplished, and genuinely sweet. My parents will love her, and she'll enjoy the small-town Christmas experience. It's a win-win situation that doesn't require me to dig into emotional territory I've spent 3 years avoiding. When I finally end the call, promising to text them our arrival time, Chloe looks up from her designs with curiosity. "Everything okay? You look like you're plotting something." I walk back to the dining room, considering how to approach this. Chloe has always been straightforward about her feelings for me, but she's also practical enough to understand boundaries. This arrangement could give her what she wants while solving my immediate problem. "How do you feel about Christmas in a small town?" Her eyebrows rise. "That's oddly specific. Are you asking hypothetically, or—" "My parents just moved to some place called Lakeside Haven. They want me to visit for Christmas, and they're expecting me to bring someone." Understanding dawns in her expression, followed by something that looks like hope. "Someone?" "They think I should be settled down by now. Bringing a date would get them off my back about my love life." "And you want me to be that date?" Her voice is carefully neutral, but I can see the excitement she's trying to hide. "It would just be for the month. Separate rooms, obviously. Just a favor between friends." She sets down her pencil and leans against the table, studying my face. "What's the catch?" "No catch. Free holiday, small-town Christmas experience. And you'd be helping me avoid the third degree from my parents about why I'm still single." "Why are you still single, Ben?" The question catches me off guard, even though I should have seen it coming. Chloe's always been more perceptive than people give her credit for. "Work," I say automatically. "The business takes up most of my time." "Nonsense." She crosses her arms, and for a moment I see the steel beneath her bubbly exterior. "You could have any woman in Chicago if you wanted. So either you're incredibly picky, or you're still hung up on someone." Lisa's face flashes through my mind unbidden. Those expressive dark eyes, the way she'd challenged me on everything, the passion she brought to every conversation, the way she'd looked at me the night she left, like I was breaking her heart and mind simultaneously. It's complicated. Everything's complicated with you. Chloe's expression softens. "But I'll do it. The fake girlfriend thing, I mean." Relief floods through me, followed immediately by guilt. "Are you sure? I don't want you to think this means—" "I know what it means." She waves a hand dismissively. "You need a pretty accessory for your parents' Christmas fantasy, and I get to spend a romantic month with Chicago's most eligible bachelor, even if it's just pretend." "Chloe, relax, Ben. I'm not expecting you to fall madly in love with me over hot chocolate and tree lightings, but maybe you'll see that settling down doesn't have to be terrifying." If only she knew that my fear of settling down had nothing to do with commitment itself, and everything to do with the fact that I'd already found the person I wanted to build a life with. I'd just been too much of a coward to actually do it when it mattered. "So we're doing this?" I ask. "We're doing this." She grins, already looking excited about the prospect. "But I get to pick my own outfits. I'm not wearing some corporate-approved costume." "Deal." She starts gathering her sketches, her movements animated with new energy. "When do we leave?" "Tomorrow, I guess. Looks like it's about a 3-hour drive." She pauses, glancing at me sideways. "Should I pack anything special? For appearances?" The implication in her tone is clear, and I feel another stab of guilt. "Separate rooms, Chloe. This is just to keep my parents happy." "Right. Just friends helping friends." But there's something in her expression that suggests she's hoping for more than friendship, even if she's not saying it outright. After she leaves, sketches tucked under her arm and a promise to text me her packing list, I stand in my empty penthouse and wonder what the hell I've just agreed to. Spending a month pretending to be in love with someone who isn't Lisa feels like another betrayal in a long list of ways I've failed both of us. But maybe that's exactly what I need. Maybe playing happy couple with someone safe and uncomplicated, will finally help me move past the memory of what I lost. Maybe in some quaint small town where no one knows my history, I can figure out how to be the man my parents think I am, instead of the one who let the best thing in his life walk away. The city lights are starting to twinkle outside my windows as evening approaches. Somewhere out there, people are living their lives, falling in love, taking chances I was too afraid to take. In 3 days, I'll be playing pretend in some Christmas card town, hoping my parents buy the performance and ignoring the voice in my head that keeps asking what Lisa would think if she could see me now. But Lisa's not here. She made that choice 3 years ago, and I'm finally ready to make mine, even if it's just pretend.
Chapter 3. Lisa. The gallery buzzes with an energy that makes my skin tingle. I watch from across the room as a woman in a burgundy dress studies my latest piece, a canvas dominated by deep blues and gold that I've titled Breaking Surface. She's been standing there for 10 minutes, and I can see the exact moment the painting speaks to her. Her shoulders soften, her head tilts slightly to the right. That one's been getting a lot of attention tonight. Marcus appears beside me with 2 glasses of champagne, his dark suit impeccable as always. 3 people have asked about the price. I accept the glass but don't drink. It's not for sale. Lisa. His tone carries that gentle exasperation I've come to know well over the past year. You can't keep every piece that means something to you. That's not how this business works. That one stays with me. Marcus sighs but doesn't push. He's learned when to back down, which is part of why our working relationship functions so well. The other part is that he genuinely believes in my work, even when I'm being difficult about selling it. Breaking Surface represents too much for me to let it go. I painted it 6 months ago during one of those nights when sleep felt impossible and the only solution was to lose myself in color and movement. The blues started dark, almost black, but gradually lightened as they rose toward the top of the canvas. The gold breaks through in unexpected places, catching light and throwing it back like sun on water. It's about surviving, about finding moments of brilliance even when you're drowning. The woman in burgundy looks serious about it, Marcus murmurs. Then she'll have to settle for something else. He shakes his head, but moves away to charm potential buyers, leaving me to observe my own opening from the sidelines. The collection spans 3 years of my life. The earlier pieces, painted in those first raw months after I left Ben, pulse with anger and hurt. Deep reds slash across canvases. Black paint applied so thick it creates actual texture, mountains and valleys of grief you could run your fingers over. Those paintings sell well since people are drawn to that kind of raw emotion, even when they don't understand where it comes from. But it's the newer work that I'm most proud of. The pieces where color begins to sing instead of scream, where light finds its way back into my compositions, where hope creeps in around the edges, subtle at first, then bolder with each painting. "Excuse me, are you the artist?" I turn to find a young couple, probably in their mid-20s, standing behind me. The woman clutches her partner's arm with excitement. "I am Lisa Morgan." "Your work is incredible." She gestures toward a piece called Phoenix Rising, a canvas where orange and yellow flames give birth to a figure with outstretched wings. That one especially. It's like you painted exactly how I felt after my divorce. Her partner squeezes her hand, and I see the story there without needing the details. Pain, transformation, emerging stronger on the other side. "Thank you. That means more than you know." "Is it available?" the man asks, pulling out his phone like he's ready to transfer money immediately. "Check with Marcus, the man in the navy suit over there. He handles all the sales." They hurry off, and I allow myself a moment of satisfaction. This is why I do this work. Not for the money, though financial independence has been a revelation after years of depending on others. Not even for the recognition, though seeing my name on gallery walls still gives me a thrill. I paint because these emotions need somewhere to go, because turning pain into beauty feels like the closest thing to magic I've ever experienced. Lisa Morgan, you magnificent creature. Kendra's voice cuts through the gallery chatter. She approaches with her arms spread wide, her silver jewelry catching the track lighting. Her dress tonight is a flowing creation in deep purple that makes her look like some kind of mystical art patron. This collection is your best work yet, she continues, pulling me into a hug that smells like expensive perfume and patchouli. I'm so proud of you. Thanks for making this happen. I gesture around the gallery space. This venue is perfect. When I saw these pieces, I knew they needed the right setting, somewhere that could handle their emotional weight. She steps back, studying my face. You look good, peaceful. Do I? Sometimes I feel like I'm still fighting to find solid ground, even 3 years later. But maybe that's what growth looks like. Not a destination, but a continuous process of becoming. I feel different, stronger, I think. Heartbreak will do that. Break you down completely, then rebuild you into something that can't be shattered the same way twice. Kendra has a way of cutting straight to the truth. She's been in the art world for 30 years, has seen countless artists channel their personal struggles into their work. She knows the patterns. Sometimes I wonder if I should thank him, I admit, for showing me what I was capable of surviving. Honey, you can thank whoever you want, but don't give anyone else credit for your strength. That came from you. Before I can respond, Marcus approaches with his phone in hand and a satisfied expression. Phoenix Rising just sold, he announces, and we've got serious interest in 3 other pieces. This night is turning into a very good one. The next 2 hours pass in a blur of conversations with collectors, art enthusiasts, and curious locals who wandered in off the street. I find myself explaining my techniques, my inspiration, the stories behind certain pieces. Each conversation feels like sharing a small piece of my journey. By the time the last visitor leaves, my feet ache in my heels and my cheeks hurt from smiling. But it's the good kind of exhaustion, the kind that comes from doing something that matters. Go home, Marcus says, already directing the gallery staff on how to handle the sold pieces. I'll take care of the cleanup and paperwork. You sure? Positive? You've earned a celebration? Bottle of wine, hot bath, whatever makes you happy. What would make me happy is getting back to my studio and starting something new while tonight's energy still flows through my veins. But Marcus is right. I should let myself enjoy this moment. I gather my purse and the portfolio of photographs Marcus insists I keep for my records, then head toward the exit. The December air hits me like a slap, sharp and clean after the warmth of the gallery. My car sits at the far end of the parking lot, and I'm grateful I chose to wear my leather jacket over the black dress. The lot is mostly empty now, just a few scattered vehicles belonging to the gallery staff and what looks like an older sedan near the street. As I walk toward my car, keys already in hand, I notice 2 figures standing beside the sedan. An elderly couple, the woman's silver hair catching the streetlight. They're clearly having car trouble. The man has the hood up and is peering into the engine compartment while the woman stands nearby, her arms wrapped around herself against the cold. I could keep walking. It's late, I'm tired, and I don't know these people. But something about the woman's posture, the way she's trying to stay warm while her husband struggles with their car, tugs at something in my chest. My father raised me better than to walk past people who need help. Excuse me, I call out as I approach. Car trouble? They both turn toward me, and I get my first clear look at them under the streetlight. The man is tall with distinguished silver hair and kind blue eyes behind wire-rimmed glasses. The woman is elegant, even in her obvious distress. with perfectly styled hair and a coat that probably costs more than my monthly rent. "Oh, thank goodness," the woman says. "We've been standing here for 20 minutes trying to figure out what's wrong." "I'm afraid I'm not much help with mechanical issues," the man admits with a self-deprecating smile. "Never was good with cars." I set my portfolio on the ground and approach the open hood. The engine looks clean and well-maintained, but when I lean closer, I catch the unmistakable smell of electrical burning. "When did it stop working?" I ask. "Right after we parked," the woman explains. "We were just leaving the gallery. Wonderful exhibition, by the way. And when Robert turned the key, nothing happened." They were at my exhibition. Something warm spreads through my chest at the thought. "Did you smell anything when you tried to start it? Any unusual sounds?" Robert shakes his head. "Just silence when I turned the key, not even a click." I peer closer at the battery connections, noting some corrosion around the terminals. "Might be your battery. These connections look pretty corroded." I straighten up and pull my phone from my purse. "I can call AAA for you. Or there's a 24-hour auto shop about 10 minutes from here." "You're very kind," the woman says, her relief evident. "I'm Eleanor and this is my husband Robert." "Lisa." I smile at them both. "And don't worry, we'll get you sorted out." Eleanor studies my face in the streetlight. "You look familiar. Were you inside the gallery tonight?" "I was. Actually, it was my exhibition." Her eyes widen. "Oh my goodness. Robert, this is the artist, the one whose work we were just admiring." Robert's face lights up with recognition and genuine enthusiasm. "Your paintings are extraordinary. Truly moving work." "Thank you. That means a lot." "We were particularly drawn to a piece called Sanctuary," Eleanor continues. "The way you used light, it reminded me of hope after a difficult period." Sanctuary is one of my newer pieces, painted this past summer when I finally felt like I was building something stable and beautiful in my life. A small house surrounded by golden light, protected but not isolated. I'm glad it spoke to you. While I dial the auto shop, I listen to Robert and Eleanor discuss their move here to Lakeside Haven and their excitement about spending Christmas in a new place. They have the kind of comfortable partnership that comes from decades together, finishing each other's sentences and sharing private smiles. The auto shop dispatcher promises to send someone within 30 minutes. When I relay this information, Eleanor looks like she might cry with relief. "How can we ever thank you?" she asks. "No thanks necessary. Just pay it forward when you get the chance." We stand together in the cold, and I find myself genuinely enjoying their company. They ask thoughtful questions about my work, about my process, about how I develop my style. Their interest feels authentic, not the polite small talk I sometimes encounter at gallery events. "We're hoping to find some local artists to support in our new town," Robert mentions. "Lakeside Haven has a lovely gallery district, from what we've seen so far." The tow truck arrives exactly when promised, and I watch as the driver confirms my diagnosis about the battery connections. Within minutes, he has their car running again. "You were absolutely right," Robert says as the tow truck drives away. "Just needed new connections." "Lucky guess." Eleanor approaches me with something that looks like determination. "Lisa, I know this might sound presumptuous, but would you consider visiting us sometime? Perhaps we can connect you with people we know, people who can help your career." The invitation surprises me. I barely know these people, but something about them feels trustworthy, safe even. "That's very generous of you." "Think about it," Robert adds. "You may be surprised on who you meet." They exchange contact information with me, and I find myself genuinely considering their invitation as they drive away. Their taillights disappear around the corner, leaving me alone in the parking lot with my thoughts and the lingering warmth of unexpected human connection.
Chapter 4. Ben. The familiar crunch of gravel under the rental car's tires announces our arrival at my parents' lakeside haven estate. Even in December's muted light, the Tudor-style mansion commands attention with its perfectly manicured grounds and warm glow spilling from every window. Christmas wreaths hang on each door, and garland wraps around the front pillars like something out of a holiday catalog. Damn, Ben. Chloe's voice carries genuine awe as she peers through the passenger window. You said your parents had a place here, not a goddamn castle. I cut the engine and lean back in my seat, suddenly reluctant to go inside. It's just a house, Chloe. Just a house? This thing has more square footage than my entire apartment building. The weight of returning here settles on my shoulders like a familiar coat. Every Christmas for the past 3 years, I've made excuses to avoid this particular family tradition. Business trips, client emergencies, anything to keep me in Chicago during the holidays. But this year, my mother's voice on the phone carried that particular note of disappointment that I couldn't ignore any longer. Remember what we discussed, I tell Chloe as we gather our bags from the trunk. We're dating, we're happy, and we're thinking about moving in together. She adjusts her oversized sunglasses despite the cloudy afternoon. Got it. How long have we been together again? 6 months. We met at that charity gala for children's literacy. Right. And I work in fashion design. Which is true. Which makes this easier. She shoulders her designer bag and smooths down her cashmere coat. Ready to convince your parents that you're a reformed commitment phobe? The front door opens before we reach it, and my mother appears in a cloud of expensive perfume and holiday cheer. Eleanor Sinclair at 68 still carries herself like the debutante she once was, every silver hair perfectly in place, her smile warm enough to melt the December chill. Benjamin. She pulls me into a hug that smells like her signature Chanel and something baking in the kitchen. Oh, sweetheart, it's been too long. Hi, Mom. She holds me at arm's length, studying my face with those sharp blue eyes that miss nothing. You look tired. Are you eating enough? Working too much? I'm fine. I step aside and gesture toward Chloe. Mom, I'd like you to meet Chloe Bennett. Chloe, this is my mother, Eleanor. My mother's attention shifts to Chloe with the intensity of a laser. I watch as she takes in every detail. The expensive coat, the carefully styled blonde hair, the nervous but genuine smile. Chloe, how wonderful to finally meet you. Mom's voice carries that particular warmth she reserves for people she wants to like. Benjamin has told us so much about you. All good things, I hope. Chloe's laugh sounds natural, relaxed. She's better at this than I expected. Come inside before you both freeze to death. Mom ushers us through the front door into the marble-floored foyer. Your father's in his study, but he'll be out shortly. I've made hot chocolate, and dinner will be ready in an hour. The house looks exactly as I remember. Cream walls adorned with tasteful artwork, fresh flowers in crystal vases, every surface polished to perfection. The Christmas tree in the living room stands at least 12 feet tall, decorated with ornaments collected over decades of family holidays. This is gorgeous, Mrs. Sinclair, Chloe says, and her appreciation sounds genuine. Your home is like something from a magazine. Please call me Eleanor. And thank you, dear. Robert and I fell in love with this place the moment we saw it. Dad emerges from his study, wire-rimmed glasses perched on his nose, a book still in his hand. Robert Sinclair moves with the unhurried confidence of a man who's never doubted his place in the world. Ben. His handshake is firm, his smile genuine. Good to see you, son. Dad. I accept his embrace, noting how he seems more relaxed than I've seen him in years. How's retirement treating you? Better than I expected. Turns out I enjoy having time to read something other than financial reports. I introduce Chloe and watch as my father turns on the charm that made him successful in business for 40 years. Within minutes, he's asking about her work, her family, her impressions of Lakeside Haven. "We just moved here ourselves a few months ago," he explains as we settle into the living room. "Still getting to know the area." "It seems lovely," Chloe says, accepting a mug of hot chocolate from my mother. "Very picturesque." "Oh, you should see it in the spring," Mom chimes in, settling into her favorite armchair. "The whole town comes alive with flowers and festivals. And the art scene here is remarkable." Something in her tone catches my attention. There's an excitement there, a particular enthusiasm that suggests a story. "Speaking of art," Dad says, his eyes lighting up, "we had the most wonderful experience tonight. Car trouble, of all things, but it led to meeting the most extraordinary young woman." My mother nods enthusiastically. "A local artist. She was so kind, so helpful. Our car wouldn't start after we left her gallery exhibition, and she stopped to help us." "Really?" Chloe's voice seems to come from very far away. "What kind of art?" "Paintings," Mom says. "The most beautiful, emotional paintings I've ever seen. They tell stories, if that makes sense. Stories about pain and healing and finding hope again." The room tilts slightly around the edges. I set my mug down carefully on the coffee table, focusing on the simple action to keep my hand steady. "What was her name?" The question leaves my mouth before I can stop it. "Lisa Morgan," Dad says with obvious admiration. "Lovely young woman, very talented, very genuine. She diagnosed our car trouble correctly and stayed with us until help arrived." "Lisa. Here, in Lakeside Haven." The room goes absolutely silent in my head, even though I can hear my parents continuing to talk about their evening, about the gallery, about how impressed they were with both Lisa's art and her character. Chloe responds at appropriate intervals, asking questions, making interested sounds, but her voice sounds like it's coming through water. "Lisa lives here. Has been living here, presumably for some time, long enough to have gallery exhibitions and be known as a local artist. Lisa, who I haven't seen or spoken to in 3 years. Lisa, who walked out of my apartment and my life on a cold February morning, telling me she couldn't waste any more time waiting for me to figure out what I wanted. Her work deals with themes of transformation," Mom continues, her voice animated with genuine appreciation. "There was one piece in particular that just spoke to me, called Sanctuary. It showed this small house surrounded by the most beautiful golden light." My chest tightens. Lisa always painted houses when she was processing emotions. Small houses, big houses, houses that looked like homes, houses that looked like prisons. The house in Sanctuary probably represents the life she's built for herself here, without me. "We're hoping to commission a piece from her," Dad adds. "Maybe something for the dining room. Eleanor thinks it would be perfect for that wall opposite the windows." "That sounds like a wonderful idea," Chloe says, and I realize she's looking at me with concern, probably because I haven't said a word in several minutes. "Are you all right, sweetheart?" Mom's attention focuses on me with that maternal intensity that used to drive me crazy as a teenager. "You look pale." "Just tired from the drive." I force what I hope is a convincing smile. "It's been a long day." "Of course. Why don't you both get settled in your rooms? Dinner won't be ready for another hour, and you can freshen up." I stand too quickly, my legs unsteady beneath me. "That sounds perfect." As we head upstairs with our bags, I can hear my parents discussing Lisa's exhibition, the pieces they saw, the other artists they met. Their voices fade as we reach the second floor, but the conversation continues in my head like an endless loop. Lisa is here. Lisa has been here, building a life, creating art, helping stranded strangers in parking lots. She's found success, found her place in the world, found her sanctuary. And I'm here with another woman, pretending to be in love, hiding behind a fake relationship because I still can't figure out how to be honest about what I want. "Ben," Chloe's voice cuts through my spiral. We've stopped in the hallway between 2 guest rooms, our bags at our feet. You want to tell me what just happened down there? I stare at the cream-colored walls, at the family photos lining the hallway, at anything except Chloe's face. I know her, I finally admit. Lisa. I know her. Know her how? The words stick in my throat like broken glass. She's my ex. From 3 years ago. Chloe sets down her bag with deliberate care. Your ex, the one you've never told me about. We never talked about exes. No, but we talked about why you needed a fake girlfriend for Christmas. You said you wanted to avoid your parents' matchmaking attempts. You didn't say anything about avoiding an actual person. Her voice isn't accusatory exactly, but there's a sharpness there that wasn't present before. Like she's recalibrating everything she thought she understood about this arrangement. I didn't know she lived here. The admission sounds pathetic even to me. I had no idea. But you knew she existed. Of course I knew she existed. And your parents just spent 20 minutes raving about how wonderful she is. I lean against the wall, suddenly exhausted. Yeah. Chloe studies my face with an expression I can't quite read. This complicates things. It doesn't have to. Ben, your parents want to commission art from your ex-girlfriend. They're clearly smitten with her. And you just turned white as a sheet when they mentioned her name. She crosses her arms over her chest. How exactly does this not complicate things? Before I can answer, my mother's voice drifts up from the kitchen, cheerful and oblivious to the disaster unfolding on the second floor. Benjamin, Chloe, dinner in 30 minutes. I look at Chloe, at this woman who agreed to help me avoid exactly this kind of emotional complication, and realize I've dragged her into something much more complex than either of us bargained for.
Chapter 5. Lisa. The art supply store smells like turpentine and possibility, a combination that usually soothes my nerves better than any meditation app. I run my fingers along tubes of oil paint, mentally cataloging what I need to replenish after last night's burst of creativity inspired by Eleanor and Robert. Cadmium yellow, burnt sienna, titanium white. I murmur the names like a prayer, dropping each tube into my basket. The familiar ritual of shopping for supplies grounds me in the present moment, away from the lingering high of last night's successful exhibition. Mrs. Chen, the shop owner, waves from behind the counter where she's organizing brushes by size. Lisa, how did the show go? Better than expected. Sold 3 pieces and got several commission requests? Wonderful. You deserve every bit of success. I smile and continue browsing, picking up a set of paletted knives I've been eyeing for weeks. The winter light filters through the shop's front windows, casting everything in that particular December glow that makes even mundane objects look like they belong in a still life painting. Movement outside catches my peripheral vision. A couple walking past the window, close enough together that their shoulders brush with each step. The woman laughs at something the man says, tilting her head back in that carefree way that suggests complete comfort with her companion. Something about the man's profile makes me look twice. My breath catches in my throat. The palette knives clatter to the floor. Benjamin Sinclair stands not 10 feet away, separated from me only by a sheet of glass and 3 years of carefully constructed emotional distance. He looks exactly the same. Tall, confident, that perfectly styled light brown hair, those blue eyes that used to make me forget my own name. He's wearing a charcoal wool coat, and his arm rests casually around the waist of a stunning blonde woman who looks like she stepped off the pages of a fashion magazine. They pause directly in front of the window, and for one terrifying moment, I think he might see me. His gaze sweeps past the display of canvases and easels, but his attention focuses on his companion, not the interior of the shop. She says something that makes him smile, that slow, devastating smile that used to be reserved for me, and my heart performs an acrobatic routine that leaves me dizzy. The blonde woman is beautiful in that effortless way that money and good genes provide. Designer everything, perfect posture, The kind of confidence that comes from never doubting your place in the world. She fits beside Ben like they were made for each other. Two people who belong in the same glossy magazine spread. They look happy, content, like a couple who's moved beyond the uncertain early stages of dating into something solid and real. I crouch down to collect the scattered palette knives, using the movement to hide behind a display rack. My hands shake as I gather the metal tools, and I have to concentrate on breathing normally. Ben is here, in Lakeside Haven, with someone else. Of course he has someone else. It's been 3 years since I walked out of his apartment and his life. 3 years since I finally accepted that Benjamin Sinclair would never be ready for the kind of love I needed. 3 years since I stopped waiting for him to choose me over his fear of commitment. I should be over this. I am over this. So why does seeing him with another woman feel like someone squeezing my ribcage with both hands? Through the window, I watch him gesture towards something down the street. The woman nods, and they continue walking, her heels clicking against the sidewalk in a rhythm that matches his longer stride. They move like people who've done this before, who know each other's pace and preferences. They disappear from view, but I remain crouched behind the display rack like I'm hiding from enemy fire instead of an ex-boyfriend who doesn't even know I exist anymore. "Lisa?" Mrs. Chen's voice carries concern. "Are you all right, dear?" I force myself to stand, clutching the palette knives like talismans. "Fine, just drop something." "You look like you've seen a ghost." In a way, I have. The ghost of a relationship that never quite materialized into what I needed it to be. The ghost of all the conversations we never had, all the promises he never made, all the future plans that remained perpetually theoretical. I should go. I place the palette knives in my basket along with the paints, my movements mechanical. "Charge everything to my account?" "Of course." Mrs. Chen's worried expression follows me to the door. "Are you sure you're okay?" "Perfect. Just remembered something I need to do." I push through the door into the crisp December air, half expecting to see Ben and his girlfriend still on the sidewalk. But they vanished into the afternoon crowd of holiday shoppers and tourists, leaving only the faint impression of expensive perfume and my own rapidly beating heart. The walk back to my studio feels longer than usual, every step weighted with memories I thought I'd successfully buried. Ben laughing at my terrible jokes. Ben bringing me coffee in bed on Sunday mornings. Ben pulling away every time our relationship threatened to become something more than casual dating. Ben introducing me to his business associates as his friend. Ben changing the subject whenever I mentioned meeting his parents. Ben finding excuses to avoid spending holidays together. Ben looking panicked whenever I used words like future or commitment or love. My home welcomes me with its familiar chaos of canvases, easels, and paint-stained drop cloths. The space smells like coffee from downstairs and the lingering turpentine from last night's work session. Usually, stepping into this sanctuary immediately calms my nerves. Today it feels too small, too quiet, too full of my own restless energy. I dump my supplies on the kitchen counter and stare at the half-finished painting on my easel. It's a landscape piece commissioned by a local couple, rolling hills dotted with wildflowers. The kind of peaceful scene that's supposed to evoke serenity and joy. Right now it looks insipid and fake, like something designed to match someone's throw pillows. My hands itch for a brush, not to finish the commission piece, but to create something real. Something that captures the churning emotions, currently making my chest feel too tight and my thoughts too scattered. I pull out a fresh canvas and set it on my secondary easel, large enough for bold strokes, small enough to finish in one furious session. The afternoon light streaming through my north-facing windows provides perfect illumination for what I have in mind. Cadmium red, the color of anger, of passion, of wounds that never quite heal properly. I squeeze paint directly onto the canvas, abandoning my usual careful palette preparation. The red spreads like blood, like the remnants of something beautiful that's been destroyed. Prussian blue comes next. The color of deep water, of midnight thoughts, of the space between what is and what might have been. My brush moves without conscious direction, creating shapes that might be figures or might be abstract expressions of feeling. The red and blue swirl together, creating purples so dark they're almost black, colors that speak to the part of my heart I thought I'd locked away. Ben with his arm around another woman. Ben smiling at someone else the way he used to smile at me. Ben moving through the world like our 3 years together never happened, like I never happened. The painting evolves under my hands, becoming less about recognizable forms and more about pure emotion. Jagged lines that could be heartbreak or branches stripped bare by winter wind. Soft curves that might represent healing or might just be wishful thinking. I work until my shoulders ache and my fingers cramp around the brush handle. The light outside shifts from afternoon brightness to the golden glow of early evening, and still I paint. Layer upon layer of color and texture, building up a surface that's as complex and contradictory as the feelings I'm trying to exercise. When I finally step back, the canvas shows a storm. Not a literal storm with clouds and rain, but an emotional tempest rendered in paint. There's violence in the brushstrokes, but also beauty. Chaos, but also a strange kind of order. At the center of it all, barely visible unless you know what to look for, is the suggestion of two figures, one walking away, one left behind. The colors around them shift from the angry reds and blues of the outer edges to something softer, more nuanced. Not quite forgiveness, but not quite condemnation either. It's the most honest thing I've painted in months. My phone buzzes on the counter, breaking the spell of creative absorption. A text from my friend Maya, who helped me hang pieces for last night's exhibition. How are you feeling after last night? Still riding the high of artistic success? I stare at the message for a long moment, then at the painting I've just created. How am I feeling? Like I've been turned inside out and reassembled incorrectly. Like seeing Ben has ripped open a door I thought I'd permanently sealed shut, but also strangely cleansed. Like I've purged something toxic that's been quietly poisoning my system for 3 years. Inspired, I text back. Started a new piece this afternoon. Ooh, what kind? Commission or personal work? I look at the canvas again, at the storm of emotions I've just translated into paint. This isn't the kind of piece I'd ever sell or display publicly. It's too raw, too revealing, too much like emotional archaeology. Very personal, I reply. You know that feeling when a book pulls you in, wraps around you, and refuses to let go? When the tension is so thick, you swear you can feel it?
Welcome to 30 sinfully addictive romance audiobooks that will ruin your sleep.
Wow, I wasn't ready for this. 1 chapter in, and I'm already hooked.
Oh, you thought this was just another audiobook collection. No, sweetheart. This is the Dirty 30. Forbidden love, dangerous desires, billionaires with secrets, bad boys who bite back. And every last word is dripped in temptation.
I thought I could just listen to 1 chapter before bed. Now it's 2 a.m. and I need answers. Need.
So what are you waiting for? Click the link. Start listening. Let the Dirty 30 ruin you in the best way possible.
Escape your life with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 6. Ben. The ladder wobbles under my weight as I stretch to hang the final string of lights across the mantel. December in the Sinclair household means my mother transforms into Martha Stewart on steroids, and this year she's enlisted both Chloe and me as her unwilling decorating assistants. A little to the left, Benjamin, Mom calls from below, hands on her hips as she surveys my handiwork with the critical eye of someone who's never met a Christmas decoration she couldn't improve upon. "It's perfect where it is," I mutter, securing the last hook. The lights cast a warm glow across the living room, which already looks like a Christmas store exploded in it. Garland drapes every available surface, ornaments hang from strategically placed branches, and enough candles flicker throughout the room to constitute a fire hazard. Chloe emerges from the kitchen carrying a tray of hot chocolate, her blonde hair catching the light as she moves. She's been a good sport about helping today, chattering cheerfully while untangling lights and arranging ornaments with the enthusiasm of someone who genuinely enjoys this kind of domestic theater. "Your mom has incredible taste," she says, setting the tray on the coffee table. "This place looks like it belongs in a magazine." Every year, I climb down from the ladder, accepting the mug she offers. She starts planning Christmas decorations sometime around July. "I heard that," Mom's voice carries from the dining room where she's doing something elaborate with centerpieces. "And I'll have you know that proper holiday planning requires advanced preparation." Dad emerges from his study, reading glasses perched on his nose, and a slight frown creasing his forehead. "Eleanor, what time did you say our appointment was?" "What appointment?" I ask, though I'm only half listening. Chloe has moved to adjust an ornament on the tree, and I'm struck by how naturally she fits into this scene. Like she belongs here, helping my family prepare for the holidays. "We're having an artist come by to discuss a commission," Mom says, appearing in the doorway with her arms full of silver ribbon. "You remember Lisa Morgan, the lovely young woman who helped us with the car trouble the other night?" My mug slips from my fingers. Time slows as the ceramic shatters against the hardwood floor, hot chocolate splashing across my shoes and the carefully arranged rug beneath the Christmas tree. The sound echoes through the suddenly too quiet room. "Benjamin!" Mom rushes forward with a dish towel. "Are you all right?" "Lisa. Here. In 20 minutes or an hour or however long it takes for my entire world to tilt off its axis." "I'm fine." My voice sounds strange, like it's coming from underwater. "Just clumsy." Chloe kneels beside me, helping gather the larger pieces of broken ceramic. "No worries. Happens to everyone." But my focus is narrowed to a single point of panic. Lisa is coming here, to my parents' house, where Chloe is currently picking up pieces of my emotional breakdown, disguised as a dropped mug. "Lisa specializes in landscapes and portraits," Dad adds, settling into his favorite chair. "We thought it might be nice to commission a piece for the study, something with local scenery. My parents have no idea. They met Lisa, enjoyed her company, and decided to hire her services without any clue that she's the woman who walked out of my life 3 years ago. The woman I'm still not entirely sure I'm over, despite my best efforts to convince myself otherwise." "That sounds lovely," Chloe says, and her genuine enthusiasm makes this somehow worse. "I'd love to meet her. I don't know many artists." The irony isn't lost on me. The woman I'm fake dating wants to meet the woman I'm not sure I ever stopped loving. If someone wrote this scenario as fiction, I'd call it heavy-handed. "Benjamin, you've gone quite pale." Mom touches my forehead with the back of her hand. "Are you feeling well?" "Just tired." I force myself to straighten up, to adopt the casual demeanor that served me well in countless business meetings. Long week at the office. 3 years. 3 years of telling myself I made the right choice, that I wasn't ready for the kind of commitment Lisa needed. 3 years of casual dating and careful emotional distance, convinced I was protecting both of us from the inevitable disappointment of my inability to be the man she deserved. And now she's coming here, into this space filled with Christmas decorations and family warmth and Chloe, like a ghost from a past I thought I'd successfully buried. "Maybe I should clean up properly before she arrives," I say, gesturing to the remaining traces of hot chocolate on the floor. "Don't be silly." Mom waves me off. "It's just a small spill. Besides, artists understand that life is messy. If only she knew how messy." The doorbell rings. My heart stops, restarts, and begins beating so fast I wonder if cardiac arrest is a real possibility for healthy 30-year-olds experiencing acute emotional stress. "That must be her," Dad says, rising from his chair. Right on time. I want to run. I want to claim sudden illness and lock myself in the upstairs bathroom until Lisa finishes whatever business she has with my parents and leaves. I want to rewind the last 10 minutes and somehow prevent this collision of worlds that I'm completely unprepared to handle. Instead, I stand frozen in the living room, listening to my father's footsteps cross the marble foyer toward the front door. Lisa, so wonderful to see you again. Her voice, when she responds, hits me like a physical blow. Rich and warm, with that slight huskiness that always made me think of jazz singers and late-night conversations. Thank you for inviting me, Robert. I brought some portfolio pieces to show you. Excellent. Come in, come in. Eleanor's in the living room with our son and his girlfriend. Girlfriend. The word hangs in the air like a sword waiting to fall. Footsteps approach. Multiple sets, my father's familiar heavy tread accompanied by the lighter tap of heels against marble. Chloe smooths her hair and checks her reflection in the mirror above the mantel, clearly wanting to make a good impression on this artist my parents have been praising. Mom arranges herself near the tree, probably planning to launch into another detailed description of her decorating process. And I stand in the center of it all, feeling like I'm about to face a firing squad. They appear in the doorway together, Dad gesturing grandly as he makes introductions that I desperately want to prevent, but have no way to stop. Lisa, I'd like you to meet my son Benjamin and his girlfriend Chloe. Time crystallizes. Lisa steps into the living room, and every carefully constructed wall I've built around my memories of her crumbles instantly. She's exactly the same and completely different, somehow more vibrant and self-possessed than my recollections managed to capture. Her natural hair frames her face in soft coils, and she's wearing a burgundy sweater that brings out the warmth in her dark skin. She carries herself with a confidence that wasn't quite there 3 years ago, like she's grown into herself in ways that make her even more beautiful. Our eyes meet across the decorated space. Her face goes completely blank, professional mask sliding into place so quickly that anyone who didn't know her might miss the flash of shock that preceded it. But I know her. I know the way her left eyebrow twitches when she's fighting to maintain composure. I know how her hands still when she's processing unexpected information. "Hello, Benjamin," she says, and her voice gives away nothing. Cool, polite, the tone she might use with any stranger her clients happen to introduce her to. Lisa. Her name feels rusty in my mouth, like a word I haven't spoken in years, which technically is true. Chloe steps forward with her characteristic warmth, completely oblivious to the tension that's just filled the room like toxic gas. "It's so nice to meet you. Ben's parents have been raving about your work." Lisa's gaze flicks to Chloe, and I watch her take in the blonde hair, the designer clothes, the easy way Chloe moves through my family's space like she belongs here. I see the moment Lisa processes, not just that I'm with someone else, but exactly what kind of someone else. "Thank you," Lisa says to Chloe, shaking her offered hand. "I appreciate them thinking of me for this project." The politeness is killing me. This careful professional distance, like we're strangers making small talk at a networking event, instead of two people who used to know each other's bodies better than their own. "Benjamin works in fashion," Mom adds helpfully, apparently determined to facilitate conversation between her son and this artist she's decided to patronize. "Very successful. He inherited the family company after Robert retired." "That's wonderful," Lisa responds, and the careful neutrality in her voice suggests she finds this information exactly as interesting as the weather forecast. Chloe, bless her oblivious heart, continues chattering. "What kind of art do you specialize in? I saw some beautiful landscape pieces at a gallery downtown last week." "Mixed media, primarily. Landscapes, portraits, some abstract work." Lisa's training as a professional artist serves her well. She can discuss her work without betraying any personal emotion. "I understand you're interested in commissioning a landscape piece." "For the study," Dad confirms. "Something that captures the local scenery, perhaps the lakefront or the historical district." I should say something. Anything. The silence from my corner of the room is becoming noticeable, but every potential comment dies in my throat. What exactly does one say to the woman you walked away from 3 years ago when she's standing in your parents' living room discussing business while your current girlfriend makes friendly conversation? Lisa opens her portfolio case, spreading sample pieces across the coffee table with practiced efficiency. Her movements are confident, businesslike, giving no indication that she's doing anything more complicated than meeting with potential clients. But I notice the slight tremor in her hands as she arranges the photographs. I notice how carefully she avoids looking in my direction. I notice the way she's positioned herself so that Chloe stands between us, creating a buffer of blonde hair and cheerful chatter. "These are gorgeous," Chloe breathes, leaning over the portfolio pieces. "Ben, look at these. The way she captures light is incredible." I force myself to move closer, to look at Lisa's work with the appropriate level of interest expected from a dutiful son whose parents are considering a major art purchase. The photographs show landscapes that pulse with life and emotion. Rolling hills touched with morning mist. A lake at sunset, the water reflecting clouds in shades of gold and purple. A winter forest where bare branches create intricate patterns against a pearl-gray sky. But it's the portrait work that stops my breath.
Chapter 7. Lisa. The portfolio photographs blur slightly as I arrange them on the coffee table, my hands betraying none of the chaos currently raging through my nervous system. Years of building a successful career, of learning to navigate client meetings with confidence and professionalism, and Ben Sinclair manages to reduce me to a trembling mess just by existing in the same room. "These are gorgeous," Chloe breathes, leaning over my work with genuine enthusiasm. "Ben, look at these. The way she captures light is incredible." I keep my expression neutral, professional, while internally cataloging every detail of this woman who's apparently dating the man who once promised me forever, and then changed his mind. Chloe's blonde hair falls in perfect waves, the kind that requires expensive salon maintenance. Her sweater probably costs more than I spend on groceries in a month, and she moves through the Sinclair living room with the easy confidence of someone who belongs in spaces like this. She's exactly the type of woman I always imagined Ben would end up with. Someone from his world who understands the unspoken rules of wealth and privilege that I never quite mastered. "The composition in this one is particularly striking," Eleanor says, pointing to a landscape I painted last spring. "The way the morning light hits the water." "Thank you." I slide into the familiar rhythm of discussing my work, grateful for the practiced responses that don't require much thought. "That piece was inspired by Lake Michigan at sunrise. I spent several early mornings there studying how the light changes." Robert nods appreciatively. Dedication to craft. I admire that in artists. Ben finally moves closer, and I feel his presence like a physical weight. He's taller than I remember, broader through the shoulders. The expensive casual wear fits him perfectly. Success looks good on him, which is irritating for reasons I don't want to examine. "The portraits are interesting," he says, and his voice is carefully neutral, professional. I glance at the photographs he's studying, mixed media pieces where I combine painting with photography, creating layered images that reveal different stories depending on the light and angle. Personal work, not the kind of thing I typically show potential clients. "Those aren't really relevant to what your parents are looking for," I say quickly, reaching to shuffle those particular pieces back into my case. "Actually, they're fascinating." Chloe intercepts my movement, studying a portrait I created of Maya. "There's so much emotion in the subject's expression. How do you achieve that depth?" The question forces me to pause, to look at Chloe more carefully. Her interest seems genuine, not the polite attention people sometimes fake when discussing art they don't understand. Maybe there's more to Ben's girlfriend than expensive clothes and salon hair. "I spend time with my subjects," I explain. "Get to know their stories before I start creating. The technical aspects are just tools for conveying what I discover about who they are. That's beautiful, Chloe says softly, like you're capturing their souls, not just their faces. Ben shifts beside her, and I catch the subtle movement from the corner of my eye. When I glance at him, he's watching me with an intensity that makes my skin prickle. Not the casual attention of someone admiring artwork, but something deeper, more personal. Our eyes meet for a split second before I force myself to look away. For the landscape piece, Robert continues, apparently oblivious to the undercurrent swirling around his living room. We were thinking something that captures the essence of Lakeside Haven's natural beauty, perhaps the lakefront, or the botanical gardens. I could do some preliminary sketches, I offer, grateful to refocus on business. Visit the locations you're considering and create some rough concepts for you to review. Wonderful. Eleanor claps her hands together. How soon could you start? Before I can answer, Chloe speaks up. You know, Ben and I were just talking about visiting the botanical gardens this weekend. If you're planning to sketch there, maybe we could meet up. The suggestion hits me like a physical blow. Spending more time with Ben and his perfect girlfriend, watching them together, pretending everything is normal and professional, while my chest feels like it's being slowly crushed. That's not necessary, I say quickly. I prefer to work alone when I'm in the initial creative stages. Of course, Chloe agrees, but she looks slightly disappointed. I just thought it might be fun. I've never watched an artist work before. Ben's jaw tightens, almost imperceptibly. Lisa's process probably requires focus. Distractions wouldn't be helpful. The dismissive tone in his voice sparks something hot and familiar in my chest. The same frustration I felt 3 years ago when he made decisions about what I needed without bothering to ask my opinion. I'm perfectly capable of managing my own creative process, I say, the words coming out sharper than intended. Silence stretches across the room. Eleanor and Robert exchange glances, clearly sensing tension they don't understand. Chloe looks confused, her gaze darting between Ben and me like she's trying to solve a puzzle with missing pieces. Of course you are, Ben says carefully. I didn't mean to suggest otherwise. But the damage is done. The careful professional facade I've been maintaining has cracked, revealing the edges of emotions I thought I'd successfully buried. Perhaps we should discuss timeline and pricing, I say, pulling a notebook from my bag with movements that are slightly too controlled. For the commission. The next 15 minutes pass in a blur of practical details, dimensions, deadlines, deposit requirements. I quote a price that's higher than my usual rate, partly because the Sinclairs can afford it, and partly because I want to show the value of my worth in front of Ben. They agree without hesitation, which suggests I could have charged even more. Excellent, Robert says, shaking my hand to seal the agreement. We're looking forward to seeing what you create. I'll start with the preliminary sketches next week, I promise, already mentally calculating how quickly I can complete this project and extract myself from the Sinclair family orbit. Eleanor walks me to the foyer while Ben and Chloe remain in the living room. I can hear Chloe commenting on the Christmas decorations, her voice bright and animated as she compliments Eleanor's design choices. She's lovely, Eleanor says quietly, following my gaze back toward the living room. Chloe, very sweet. Yes, I agree, because what else can I say? That I've spent the last hour studying her son's relationship and finding it oddly lacking in genuine connection? That despite Chloe's obvious affection for Ben, he seems detached, going through the motions of boyfriendhood without real engagement? They make a nice couple, Eleanor continues, and there's something in her tone that suggests she's not entirely convinced of her own words. Before I can respond, Ben appears in the foyer doorway. Mom, Chloe needs your opinion on the mantle arrangement. Eleanor excuses herself, leaving Ben and me alone for the first time in 3 years. The silence stretches between us, thick with everything we're not saying. He's standing close enough that I can smell his cologne, something expensive and subtle that's different from what he used to wear. Everything about him is different, more polished, like he's been professionally upgraded since I knew him. "This is awkward," he says finally. "It doesn't have to be." I adjust my bag strap, creating busy work to avoid looking directly at him. "It's just business." "Right. Business." He steps closer and my skin prickles with awareness. "How have you been, Lisa?" The question is casual enough, but his voice carries undertones that make it feel loaded with significance, like he's asking something much more complex than my general well-being. "Good, busy. My career has really taken off in the last few years." "I heard. I saw the piece you did for the Cultural Center back in Chicago. It was..." He pauses, searching for words. "It was incredible." Heat floods my body. He's been following my work, which means he's been thinking about me, at least occasionally. The knowledge is both gratifying and infuriating. "Thank you. I wanted to reach out when I saw it, but I wasn't sure." He trails off, running a hand through his hair in a gesture I remember too well. "Wasn't sure what?" "If you'd want to hear from me." The honesty in his admission catches me off guard. For a moment, the polished businessman facade slips, and I catch a glimpse of the man I used to know. Uncertain, vulnerable, struggling with words that matter too much to get wrong. "Ben," Chloe's voice carries from the living room. "Where did you go?" The moment shatters. Ben's expression smooths back into careful neutrality, and I take a step toward the door. "I should go," I say. "I'll be in touch about the sketches." He nods, but doesn't move away from the door. "Lisa." "What? Are you happy?" The question stops me cold. There's something raw in his voice, like the answer matters more than it should for someone who walked away from me 3 years ago. "Yes," I lie smoothly. "Very." His eyes search my face like he's looking for cracks in my composure. "Good. That's good." Chloe appears beside him, slipping her arm through his with easy familiarity. "There you are. Your mom wants to show me the dining room centerpiece." She smiles at me with genuine warmth. "It was so wonderful meeting you, Lisa. I hope we'll see each other again soon." "Perhaps," I say noncommittally. Ben's gaze hasn't left my face. There's something intense in his expression, something that makes my pulse quicken despite every rational thought telling me to remain professionally detached. "I'll walk you out," he says. "That's not necessary." I insist. Chloe looks between us, and for the first time I see a flicker of something that might be awareness cross her features, like she's finally noticing the strange tension that's been crackling between Ben and me all afternoon. "Actually," she says slowly, "maybe I should come too, get some fresh air." "No need," Ben says quickly. "I'll just be a minute." He guides me toward the door with a hand that hovers near my lower back, without quite touching. The almost contact sends electricity shooting up my spine, and I hate my body for remembering how his touch used to feel. Outside, the December air is crisp, a relief after the suffocating atmosphere of the living room. Ben closes the door behind us, and suddenly we're alone on his parents' front steps with 3 years of unfinished business hanging between us. "She seems nice," I say, because someone needs to acknowledge the elephant that is his girlfriend waiting inside. "She is nice." "Are you happy?" I turn his earlier question back on him, genuinely curious about his answer. He's quiet for so long, I think he's not going to respond. When he finally speaks, his voice is careful, measured. "I'm content." "That's not the same thing." "No," he agrees. "It's not." The admission hangs in the cold air between us, loaded with implications I don't want to examine too closely. This is dangerous territory. The kind of emotional minefield that destroyed us the first time around. I should go, I repeat, but I don't move toward my car. The commission, he says suddenly. You don't have to take it if this is too weird. I can handle weird, Ben. I'm a professional. I know you are. That's not what I meant. Then what did you mean? He steps closer, close enough that I can see the fine lines around his eyes that weren't there 3 years ago, close enough to notice that his cologne doesn't quite mask the familiar scent of his skin underneath. I meant that seeing you again is harder than I expected it to be. The words hit me like a physical blow. Raw, honest. Exactly the kind of thing Ben never used to say when we were together. When emotion mattered most, he'd retreat behind careful politeness, leaving me to guess what he was really thinking. Ben, my voice comes out rougher than intended. Don't what? Don't say things like that when your girlfriend is 20 feet away. You think I don't know that? There's frustration in his voice now, the first real emotion he's shown all afternoon. You think this isn't completely messed up for me too? The profanity startles me. The Ben I knew rarely swore, especially not when he was emotional. Another change. Another way he's become someone I don't quite recognize. Then maybe you shouldn't have insisted on walking me out. Maybe not. He's standing close enough now that I have to tilt my head back to maintain eye contact. But I needed a minute, away from all of that. All of what? The pretending, the polite conversation, acting like you're just some artist my parents hired instead of... He stops himself, jaw clenching. Instead of what? Instead of the woman I was supposed to marry. The words land between us like a detonation. I actually take a step backward, my hand reaching instinctively for the porch railing to steady myself. You made your choice, I managed to say, 3 years ago. I know. You said you weren't ready for that kind of commitment. I know. You said we wanted different things. I was wrong. The admission comes out quiet, devastated. About all of it.
Chapter 8. Ben. The front door closes behind me with a soft click that feels deafeningly loud in the sudden silence. I lean against it for a moment, running both hands through my hair and trying to get my stuff together before facing Chloe and my parents again, instead of the woman I was supposed to marry. Christ, I can't believe I said that out loud. 3 years of carefully constructed distance, of convincing myself I made the right choice, and 30 minutes with Lisa Morgan reduces me to confessing truths I barely admit to myself in the dark at 3 a.m. The taste of regret sits bitter in my mouth as I push away from the door and head back toward the living room. I can hear Chloe's laughter mixing with my mother's voice, the easy sound of 2 women bonding over shared interests. It should make me happy. Chloe's been nothing but perfect since we started this arrangement, charming, understanding, and completely willing to play the role of devoted girlfriend to keep my parents from their relentless matchmaking campaigns. But standing here, listening to her genuine warmth as she discusses my mother's holiday decorating choices, all I can think about is the way Lisa's eyes flashed when I dismissed her creative process. The familiar fire that used to burn between us whenever we disagreed about anything that mattered. There you are, Chloe says as I enter the living room. She's perched on the edge of the couch, my mother beside her with fabric samples spread across the coffee table where Lisa's portfolio sat just minutes ago. Your mom was showing me the dining room renovation plans. They're gorgeous, I say automatically, though I haven't looked at a single sample. Mom has excellent taste. She really does. Chloe beams at her, who practically glows under the praise. I was telling her about the penthouse renovation I did last year. Maybe we could collaborate on something. My mother's eyes light up with possibility, and I realize I've created a monster. Chloe's enthusiasm for interior design isn't part of our arrangement. It's genuine interest that's going to make extricating ourselves from this fake relationship even more complicated when the time comes. "Anyone want coffee?" I ask, already heading toward the kitchen. "I'm going to make a fresh pot." "I'll help," Chloe offers, starting to rise from the couch. "That's okay, I've got it." The kitchen provides temporary refuge from the Lisa Morgan discussion happening in the living room. I go through the motions of preparing coffee while my mind replays every moment of the last hour, analyzing Lisa's expressions and tone like I'm studying market data. She looked good. Better than good, she looked incredible. Success suits her, adds a confidence to her posture that wasn't there when we were together. Back then, she was still finding her artistic voice, still uncertain about her place in the art world. Now she moves with the assurance of someone who knows exactly what she's worth. The irony isn't lost on me. I spent 3 years convinced I'd made the right choice, that Lisa and I wanted fundamentally different things. I wanted stability, tradition, a life that made sense within the framework I understood. She wanted passion, authenticity, a relationship built on emotional connection rather than practical compatibility. I chose safe. She chose herself. And now, watching her command a room full of people who represent everything she used to feel intimidated by, I'm starting to wonder who really knew what they wanted. "Ben?" Chloe's voice startles me out of my thoughts. She's standing in the kitchen doorway, studying me with an expression I can't quite read. "Everything okay?" "Fine. Just needed a minute." She steps into the kitchen, closing the distance between us. In public, we're comfortable with casual touches, brief kisses, the kind of physical affection that sells our relationship to observers. In private, we maintain careful boundaries that keep our arrangement professional. "That was intense," she says quietly. "The meeting with Lisa." I focus on measuring coffee grounds, avoiding her gaze. "How so?" "Come on, Ben." There's gentle amusement in her voice. "I may be playing your girlfriend, but I'm not blind. You two have a deep history." The directness of her observation catches me off guard. Chloe rarely addresses the obvious fiction of our relationship so bluntly. We've both found it easier to maintain the illusion even in private, to avoid the complications that come with acknowledging what we're really doing. The coffee maker starts its familiar gurgling, filling the silence while I consider how much to reveal. Chloe deserves honesty. She's been nothing but genuine in her part of our arrangement, charming my parents and asking for nothing in return except the financial security our contract provides. "We were engaged," I say finally. 3 years ago. Engaged. The word comes out breathless, like I've knocked the air from her lungs. "Jesus, Ben. You were engaged to her?" "For about 6 months." "What happened?" I lean against the opposite counter, creating distance between us while I figure out how to explain the most spectacular relationship failure of my life to someone who's been pretending to be in love with me. "I got scared." The admission feels rusty from disuse. I haven't talked about this with anyone, not even the therapist my mother insisted I see after the breakup. Lisa wanted everything. Marriage, kids. A life built on emotional connection rather than practical considerations. I convinced myself we were too different, that it would never work long term. "Were you right?" The question hits harder than I expected. I thought I was. For 3 years I thought I was. And now? Now I'm not sure about anything. Chloe nods slowly, processing this information with the same careful consideration she applies to everything else. It's one of the things I appreciate about her. She doesn't rush to judgment or demand emotional responses I'm not ready to give. "She's beautiful," she says eventually. "Yes." "And talented." "Yes." "And you're still in love with her." The statement hangs in the air between us, more observation than accusation. I could deny it, maintain the careful distance I've worked so hard to construct. But standing here in my parents' kitchen, with the taste of Lisa's name still on my lips and the memory of her fierce independence burning in my chest, denial feels pointless. "Yes." Chloe's expression doesn't change, but something shifts in her posture. A subtle straightening, like she's preparing for impact. "Okay," she says quietly. "What are we going to do about that?" The question catches me off guard. I expected anger, hurt feelings, demands for explanation or reassurance. Instead, Chloe's treating this like a logistical problem that requires practical solutions. "Nothing," I say quickly. "This doesn't change our arrangement." "Doesn't it?" She tilts her head, studying me with new interest. "Your parents want to commission more work from her. That means she'll be around more often. Can you handle that? Can I handle more afternoons like this one? More opportunities to watch Lisa move through my family's space with easy confidence, while I pretend she means nothing to me? More moments of catching her looking at me like she's trying to solve a puzzle she's not sure she wants to understand. I'll have to." "Ben," Chloe's voice is gentle, almost pitying. "You realize this is going to be torture for both of you, right? What's the alternative? Tell my parents they can't hire her? Explain that I can't be in the same room as my ex-fiancée without losing myself? You could tell them the truth about us." The suggestion comes out casual, but I can hear the weight behind it. End this arrangement before it gets more complicated. The thought of confessing to my parents that I've been lying to them, that Chloe and I have been performing an elaborate charade to avoid their matchmaking efforts, makes my stomach clench. They'd be hurt, disappointed, probably convinced that my inability to maintain a genuine relationship proves I'm fundamentally broken. "They love you," I say instead. "My mother's already planning your wedding shower." "She's planning a wedding shower for a woman who doesn't exist." Chloe's tone remains matter-of-fact, but there's sadness underneath. The version of me she loves is the one who's madly in love with her son. That's not the real me. "You've been perfect," I tell her honestly. "This isn't about you." "I know." She smiles, but it doesn't reach her eyes. "It's about the woman who just walked out of here looking like you'd ripped her heart out all over again." The observation stings because it's probably accurate. I saw the way Lisa's face changed when I confessed I was wrong about everything, the careful mask slipping to reveal something raw and wounded underneath. 3 years later, and I'm still capable of hurting her without even trying. "She hates me," I say, more to myself than to Chloe. "Does she?" Because from where I was sitting, hate wasn't the primary emotion I was picking up on. "What do you mean?" Chloe considers her words carefully, and I can see her debating how honest to be. "There's still something there, Ben. Between you two. Something intense and unresolved." The coffee maker beeps, signaling the end of its cycle, but neither of us moves toward it. We're standing in this kitchen, two people pretending to be in love while discussing my feelings for another woman, and somehow it feels like the most honest conversation I've had in months. "It doesn't matter what's still there," I say finally. "I had my chance with Lisa. I chose to walk away. People are allowed to make mistakes, you know, even you. Some mistakes don't get second chances. Maybe not." Chloe straightens, smoothing down her sweater in a gesture that signals she's returning to her role as my girlfriend. "But your parents are about to commission enough artwork to keep Lisa around for months, so you might want to figure out how you're planning to handle that." The sound of footsteps in the hallway announces my parents' approach, ending our private conversation. Chloe immediately shifts back into character, moving closer to me and placing a casual hand on my arm. "Coffee ready?" my mother asks as she enters the kitchen. "Just finished," Chloe answers brightly. "Ben was telling me about his week. So busy lately." The lie flows smoothly, and I'm reminded again of how good Chloe is at this performance. "I was thinking," Eleanor continues, pulling mugs from the cabinet, "we should invite Lisa to Christmas dinner." The suggestion makes my stomach clench. Christmas dinner with my family, Chloe playing the devoted girlfriend while Lisa sits across the table, probably making polite conversation about art and current events while I slowly lose my mind. "Mom," I start, but she waves off my objection. "It's the neighborly thing to do." "She might have other plans." "Then we'll ask. What's the harm in asking?" The harm is that I'm barely holding myself together after one afternoon in Lisa's presence. The harm is that Chloe's already noticed the cracks in my composure, and my parents aren't far behind. The harm is that every additional moment I spend around Lisa makes it harder to remember why I convinced myself letting her go was the right choice. "It's a lovely idea," Chloe says, and her voice is so genuinely warm that I almost believe she means it. "I'd love to get to know her better." My mother beams, already planning seating arrangements and menu modifications in her head. My father nods approvingly, probably thinking about the impression it will make on his colleagues to have a rising artist at his Christmas table. And I stand here, trapped between the woman I'm supposed to be with and the memory of the one I let slip away, wondering how I'm going to survive the holidays.
Chapter 9. Lisa. The Lakeside Diner's Christmas decorations assault my senses the moment Maya and I slide into the red vinyl booth. Twinkling lights frame every window. Plastic holly garlands drape from the ceiling, and someone's decided that playing Jingle Bell Rock on repeat constitutes holiday ambiance. The whole place screams forced cheer, which matches my mood perfectly. "Okay, spill." Maya slides her menu aside without even glancing at it. She's been my best friend since art school, which means she can read my emotional state like a children's book. "You've been vibrating with anxiety since you texted me." I wrap my hands around the ceramic coffee mug our waitress just delivered, using the warmth to ground myself. The meeting at the Sinclair house ended 3 hours ago, but my nerves still feel like exposed electrical wires. "I saw Ben today." "Ben Sinclair?" Maya's eyebrows shoot up. "Your Ben?" "He's not my Ben." The correction comes out sharper than I intended. He's definitely not my Ben anymore. Right. What happened? Where do I even start? With the way my stomach dropped when I realized whose parents had commissioned my work? With the careful politeness Ben maintained while introducing me to his gorgeous girlfriend? With that moment near the end when his mask slipped and I saw something raw and desperate in his eyes? His parents hired me for a major commission. Holiday pieces for their home. That's amazing. The Sinclairs have serious money and connections. This could really... He was there, Maya, with his girlfriend. Understanding dawns across Maya's face. She knows the whole story. Every painful detail of how Ben and I fell apart 3 years ago. She's the one who held me while I cried for weeks after our engagement ended, who convinced me to channel my heartbreak into my art instead of disappearing entirely. Damn, how are you handling that? I'm not. I take a sip of coffee and immediately regret it. The bitter brew tastes like disappointment. I thought I was over him. I really thought I'd moved past all that emotional baggage. And seeing him again made me realize I haven't moved past anything. I've just been really good at avoiding it. The admission sits heavy between us. For 3 years, I've built my life around the absence of Ben Sinclair. I chose projects that would take me out of Chicago, dated men who were nothing like him, created art that expressed everything I couldn't say about losing the person I thought I'd spend my life with. Tell me about the girlfriend. I close my eyes, summoning the image of Chloe Bennett perched elegantly on the Sinclair couch like she belonged there. She's perfect. Blonde, beautiful, charming. His mother clearly adores her. Ugh. The worst kind of ex-replacement. Right? She's everything I'm not. Polite where I'm direct, diplomatic where I'm passionate. She probably never challenges him or makes him question his choices. Sounds boring. Sounds safe. The word tastes bitter. Which is exactly what Ben wanted. What he chose over me. Maya reaches across the table and covers my hand with hers. Honey, you know that's not what happened. Isn't it? I pull my hand away, needing the space to think clearly. He told me I was too much. Too intense, too demanding, too willing to fight for what I wanted, instead of just accepting what I was given. He was scared. He was a coward. Sometimes those are the same thing. I want to argue, but the fight goes out of me. Maya's right, and we both know it. Ben wasn't cruel when he ended our engagement. He was terrified. Terrified of the depth of feeling between us. Terrified of building a life that didn't fit the neat expectations his world had for him. He looked good, I admit quietly. Really good. Success suits him. How did he react to seeing you? That's the question I've been avoiding, even in my own head. Ben's reaction was complicated, layered with 3 years of careful distance and whatever he's built with Chloe. But underneath the polished exterior, I caught glimpses of something that looked like regret. He was shocked, definitely didn't know his parents had hired me. And there was a moment. I paused, trying to put the feeling into words. Near the end, when we were talking about my work, he said something about making the wrong choice. Maya leans forward, interested. About what? I'm not sure. It could have been about the art, but the way he said it, I trail off, remembering the intensity in Ben's blue eyes. It felt like he was talking about something bigger, like choosing safety over love. The words hit too close to home. That's exactly what it felt like, and I hate that 3 years later, I'm still analyzing Ben's expressions like they hold the key to my emotional well-being. It doesn't matter what he meant, I say firmly. He's with someone else now, someone who clearly makes him happy. Does she? What do you mean? Maya tilts her head, studying me with the same intensity she brings to her photography. You're an artist, Lisa. You notice details other people miss. Did Ben look happy to you? The question forces me to really think about Ben's demeanor during the meeting. He was charming with his parents, professional with me, affectionate with Chloe in all the right moments. But there was something underneath, a tension that reminded me of how he used to get when he was trying to convince himself he wanted something he didn't. I don't know, I answer honestly. He looked careful, like he was managing the situation instead of enjoying it. Interesting. Maya, don't what? Don't start spinning romantic fantasies about Ben realizing he made a mistake. That's not what's happening here. How do you know? Because I've spent 3 years getting over him. Because he made his choice and I've made mine. Because even if there's still something between us, which there isn't, he's committed to someone else. Are you trying to convince me or yourself? The question stops me cold. I open my mouth to insist I'm stating facts, but the words won't come. Instead, I'm remembering the way Ben's voice changed when he talked about my art, the careful distance he maintained when Chloe wasn't looking, the flash of something almost desperate when he said he'd made the wrong choice. People change, Lisa. People grow. Some people do. Others just find more comfortable ways to avoid what scares them. Which category do you think Ben falls into? I consider the question seriously. The Ben I saw today was more confident than the man I was engaged to, more self-assured in his professional success. But the fundamental tension was still there, the sense that he was performing a version of himself, rather than living authentically. I think he's gotten better at playing the part expected of him, I say finally. That doesn't mean he's actually changed. Maya nods, but I can see she's not entirely convinced. What about you? Have you changed? What do you mean? 3 years ago, you would have confronted him directly about whatever was happening between you two. Today, you're sitting here analyzing subtext instead of asking direct questions. The observation stings because it's accurate. The Lisa who fell in love with Ben Sinclair didn't hesitate to demand honesty, even when it was uncomfortable. That woman would have cornered him after the meeting and forced a real conversation about whatever was crackling in the space between them. Maybe I've learned to pick my battles. Or maybe you've learned to protect yourself. Is that such a bad thing? Not bad, no. But not necessarily growth either. Our waitress appears with plates of food I don't remember ordering. Maya must have handled it while I was lost in my own head. The diner's holiday special apparently involves red and green peppers, arranged to look festive, which seems like more effort than anyone should put into vegetables. I'm scared, I admit, once we're alone again. I'm scared that seeing him again is going to undo all the progress I've made. What kind of progress? Learning to be happy on my own, building a career that doesn't depend on anyone else's approval. Creating art that comes from my own vision instead of my emotional reaction to some man. Lisa, Maya's voice is patient but firm. Your art has always come from your emotional reactions. That's what makes it powerful. But it's not just about Ben anymore. It hasn't been about Ben for a while now. Your recent work is about identity, community, belonging. It's some of the strongest stuff you've ever created. She's right, and I know it. The pieces I've completed over the last year represent an evolution in my artistic voice, a confidence that comes from understanding my own perspective, rather than defining myself in opposition to someone else's expectations. Then why does seeing him again feel like such a threat? Because you're afraid you're not as over him as you thought you were.
Chapter 10. Ben. The Lakeside Haven Community Center buzzes with the kind of forced Christmas cheer that makes my teeth ache. Red and green streamers hang from every available surface. A 6-foot artificial tree dominates one corner, and someone's rigged speakers to play an endless loop of holiday classics that sound like they were recorded in someone's basement. Chloe bounces on her toes beside me, practically vibrating with excitement as she surveys the crowd. She's dressed for the occasion in a cream-colored sweater with actual jingle bells sewn into the pattern and boots that probably cost more than most people here make in a week. The contrast between her polished appearance and the community center's humble decorations couldn't be more stark. "Oh, this is so charming." She grips my arm with both hands, her enthusiasm genuine. "Look at those handmade ornaments on the tree. And is that a hot chocolate station?" I follow her gaze to a folding table where 2 teenagers are ladling steaming liquid from a slow cooker into paper cups. Everything about this event screams small-town wholesome, which explains why my mother insisted we attend. Eleanor Sinclair has been pushing the community involvement angle hard since Chloe and I arrived. "This is exactly what we needed," she says, her voice bright with satisfaction. "Your parents are going to love hearing about how we participated in local traditions." The reminder of why we're here sits heavy in my chest. This whole charade, the fake relationship, the Christmas visit, the careful performance of being the perfect couple, feels more exhausting with each passing hour. "Ben?" Chloe's voice pulls me back to the present. "You seem distracted. Everything okay?" "Fine, just thinking about work. Oh look, they have carols singing." Chloe points toward a small stage where a group of bundled-up locals are setting up music stands. "Should we join?" "You go ahead. I need some air." "Are you sure? It might be fun." "I'm sure." Chloe studies my face for a moment, and I catch a flicker of something that might be disappointment. She's trying so hard to make this work, to create the perfect fake relationship that will convince my parents we're serious. The least I can do is not ruin her efforts with my mood. "Actually, on second thought, maybe we should stick together. You know how people talk in small towns?" She's right, and I know it. Disappearing alone at a community event would definitely generate the kind of gossip my parents would hear about, but the walls of the community center feel like they're closing in, and I need space to think. "I'll just step outside for a few minutes. You enjoy the caroling." Before she can protest further, I make my way toward the exit, nodding politely at the various locals who try to catch my attention. The community center sits right on the edge of Lakeside Haven's main attraction, a pristine lake that's probably frozen solid by now, but still manages to look picturesque under the string lights someone strung along the shore. The December air hits my face like a slap, clearing my head instantly. I take a deep breath, letting the cold fill my lungs and chase away the claustrophobic feeling that's been building all evening. Out here, I can think clearly without Chloe's well-meaning chatter or the weight of performing happiness for strangers. That's when I see her. Lisa sits on a bench near the water's edge, maybe 50 yards from the community center. She's bundled in a dark coat, her breath visible in small puffs as she works on something in her lap. Even from this distance, I recognize the focused intensity of her posture when she's sketching. How many times did I watch her work like this during our years together? How many times did I sit quietly nearby, content just to witness the creative process that seemed to consume her completely? My feet start moving before my brain catches up, carrying me down the gravel path toward the lake. I should go back inside, should find Chloe and pretend to enjoy the caroling. I should maintain the careful distance I've spent 3 years constructing. Instead, I walk toward the woman who still owns pieces of my heart I thought I'd successfully buried. She doesn't look up when I approach, too absorbed in whatever she's capturing on paper. The sketch pad rests against her knees, her gloved hand moving in quick, confident strokes. I can see enough to tell she's drawing the lake, the way the moonlight catches the ice and reflects off the snow-covered shore. You always did your best work outside. Lisa's hand stills, but she doesn't look up immediately. Ben, I was wondering when you'd show up. Were you? You never could resist checking out what I was working on. She finally raises her head, meeting my eyes directly. Some things don't change. The moonlight catches her features, highlighting the strong line of her jaw and the intelligent dark eyes that used to see right through every defense I tried to build. She looks older, more self-possessed, but still fundamentally Lisa. Still the woman who could make me forget every careful plan with nothing more than a smile. Mind if I sit? She gestures to the empty space beside her on the bench. It's a free country. I settle next to her, leaving enough space to be respectful but close enough to see the details of her sketch. She's captured the scene perfectly. The way the bare tree branches create intricate shadows on the snow, the gentle curve of the shoreline, the distant lights from houses scattered around the lake's perimeter. This is beautiful. Thanks. She turns the page, starting a new sketch of the same scene from a slightly different angle. Your girlfriend seems nice. The comment hangs between us, loaded with subtext I'm not sure how to navigate. Chloe's great. Very polite. Very appropriate. Lisa. What? I'm making conversation. But there's an edge to her voice that tells me she's not just making conversation. She's probing, testing, trying to understand something about my relationship with Chloe. The same way she used to when she suspected I wasn't being entirely honest about something. How long have you two been together? A few months. The lie comes easily, smoothly, the way all the best lies do. I've been practicing this story since Chloe and I agreed to this arrangement. Lisa's pencil moves across the paper in bold strokes, capturing the reflection of lights on the ice. You know, your mother mentioned you're thinking about moving here permanently. It's a possibility. That's new. You used to say you'd rather die than live in a small town full-time. The observation hits uncomfortably close to home. I did used to say that, usually when Lisa would fantasize about finding a place outside the city where we could build something together. She wanted a studio with natural light and enough space for her larger pieces. I wanted the energy and opportunity that only came from staying plugged into Chicago's business community. People change. Do they? She glances at me sideways, her expression skeptical. Or do they just find new ways to avoid dealing with the same old issues? That's not fair, isn't it? Lisa sets down her pencil and turns to face me fully. Ben, you spent our entire relationship trying to fit yourself into boxes that didn't actually suit you. Your parents' expectations, your business colleagues' approval, society's definition of success. What makes you think moving to Lakeside Haven is any different? The question cuts deeper than I want to admit, because she's right, at least partially. The idea of relocating to this town isn't really about embracing small-town life. It's about finding a place where the pressures feel more manageable, where I can play a role that demands less of my authentic self. Maybe I like the boxes now. Nonsense. The single word carries all the force of Lisa's personality, the directness that used to both thrill and terrify me. She never let me get away with surface-level answers, never accepted the polished explanations I offered everyone else. You don't know me anymore, Lisa. 3 years is a long time. Long enough for you to fall in love with someone who's basically the anti-me? What's that supposed to mean? Come on, Ben. Chloe's lovely, but she's not exactly going to challenge you to examine your life choices. She's not going to push you to take risks or demand that you show up as your authentic self. She's safe. The word lands like a physical blow. Safe. That's exactly what Chloe is, what this whole arrangement represents. A way to maintain the status quo while avoiding the kind of emotional vulnerability that destroyed me when Lisa and I fell apart. Maybe I want safe. Do you? Lisa's voice drops to something almost gentle. Because the Ben I knew wanted adventure. He wanted to build something meaningful even if it scared him. The Ben you knew was a mess. The Ben I knew was real. The silence stretches between us, filled with the sound of wind moving through bare branches and distant laughter from the community center. I can feel the weight of everything we're not saying. All the history and hurt and unfinished business that 3 years haven't managed to resolve. I miss this, I say finally. What? Talking to someone who actually knows me. Lisa's expression softens slightly, some of the defensive edge leaving her posture. You could have that with anyone, Ben. You just have to be willing to let them see past the surface. It's not that simple. Why not? The question hangs in the cold air between us, demanding an honesty I'm not sure I'm capable of giving. Because admitting why it's not simple means acknowledging that I've spent 3 years constructing a life that protects me from the kind of emotional intensity Lisa represents. It means facing the fact that I chose comfort over growth, safety over love. It means admitting that losing her was the biggest mistake I've ever made.
Chapter 11. Lisa. The question hangs between us like a challenge I'm not equipped to handle. The weight of his gaze, the familiar intensity that used to make me feel like the only person in his world. It's all too much. Too familiar. Too dangerous. I snap my sketchbook shut and stand abruptly, brushing snow off my coat. I should head home. Lisa, wait. But I'm already walking, my boots crunching through the thin layer of snow as I make my way back toward the community center's parking lot. I need distance, space to think without those blue eyes, watching my every reaction, cataloging the ways I'm failing to maintain my composure around him. Footsteps follow behind me, matching my pace despite my deliberate attempt to outrun this conversation. You don't have to leave because of me. I'm not. I keep walking, focusing on the parked cars ahead, rather than the man whose presence seems to fill all the space around me. I have work to do tomorrow. On a Sunday, Art doesn't follow a traditional schedule. He catches up easily, his longer stride bringing him alongside me as we reach the small parking lot behind the community center. Most of the spots are filled with pickup trucks and modest sedans, the kind of practical vehicles that make sense in a town like this. My beat-up Honda Civic fits right in, which is exactly why I chose it when I moved here. Which one's yours? I point toward my car, a faded blue compact that's seen better decades. Ben's eyebrows raise slightly, and I can practically see him calculating the difference between my ride and whatever luxury vehicle he's probably driving these days. Don't say it. Say what? Whatever comment you're formulating about my car choice. He holds up his hands in mock surrender. I wasn't going to say anything. Right. I dig through my purse for my keys, eager to end this encounter before it goes any further down memory lane. Well, this has been fun, but I slide the key into the ignition and turn. Nothing. Not even the pathetic clicking sound that usually indicates a dying battery. Just complete, absolute silence. You've got to be kidding me. I try again. Still nothing. Jerk. I slam my palm against the steering wheel, which accomplishes nothing except making my hand sting. Of all the damn nights, Ben appears at my driver's side window, his expression mixing concern with what might be amusement. I roll down the window manually, because of course the electronic windows don't work either when the battery's dead. Battery? Obviously. I try the ignition one more time, as if the third attempt might magically solve the problem. Perfect timing. Absolutely perfect. Pop the hood. I'll take a look. You don't need to. Lisa, pop the hood. Something in his tone, authoritative but not condescending, makes me comply before I can think better of it. I pull the hood release and climb out of the car, watching as Ben lifts the hood and peers into the engine compartment. When's the last time you had the battery checked? I don't know. When you're supposed to. I'm an artist, not a mechanic. He pulls out his phone and turns on the flashlight, illuminating the engine bay. These terminals are completely corroded. When did you start having trouble starting it? It's been a little sluggish lately, but I figured it was just the cold. I crossed my arms, annoyed at myself for not paying better attention to the warning signs. Can you fix it? Not without jumper cables and another car. He closes the hood and wipes his hands on a handkerchief that probably cost more than my last grocery bill. I can give you a ride home. I'll call someone. Who? It's 9 o'clock on a Saturday night in Lakeside Haven. Most of the town's either at that community event or are already in bed. I hate that he's right. I hate that I'm stranded in a parking lot with my ex-boyfriend while his girlfriend is probably inside wondering where he disappeared to. Most of all, I hate that part of me, a significant part, isn't actually that upset about the situation. Fine, but just to my place. Then you go back to Chloe. Deal. He leads me toward a sleek black SUV that looks like it belongs in a luxury car commercial rather than a small-town parking lot. The contrast between his vehicle and mine pretty much sums up the fundamental differences that helped destroy our relationship 3 years ago. Nice ride, I say as he unlocks the doors. Very substantial. It's practical for winter driving, and it's a rental. Right. I climb into the passenger seat, immediately enveloped by leather that probably costs more per square foot than my monthly rent. Nothing says practical like heated seats and a sound system that could power a small concert. Ben starts the engine, and classical music fills the cabin at a volume that suggests good speakers rather than showing off. You always did have strong opinions about my car choices. I don't have opinions about your car choices. I have observations about the statements they make. Which are? That you still think image matters more than substance. He backs out of the parking space with the kind of smooth precision that suggests expensive driving lessons or natural talent. Maybe I just like comfortable transportation. Maybe. I settle back against the seat, trying not to notice how the heated leather feels against my back, or how the familiar scent of his cologne mingles with the new car smell. Or maybe you're still trying to prove something to people whose opinions shouldn't matter. You don't pull any punches, do you? Why would I? We're not together anymore. I don't have to pretend your choices make sense to me. Ben turns onto Main Street, passing the few businesses that stay open late on weekends. The town looks different from inside his SUV. Smaller, quainter, like something from a Christmas movie, rather than the real place where real people live and work and struggle with things, like dead car batteries. Turn left at the next corner, I tell him. It's the third house on the right. The blue one with the wraparound porch? That's it. I watch his expression as he takes in my rental house, a modest 2-story Victorian that's seen better decades but has good light and enough space for my studio. Not exactly what you expected. I didn't have expectations. Liar, you're wondering how I went from our downtown loft to a small town rental. He pulls into my driveway and puts the car in park, but doesn't turn off the engine. I'm wondering if you're happy. The question catches me off guard. Not because it's unexpected, but because of the way he asks it, like the answer actually matters to him. Like he's genuinely concerned about my well-being, rather than just making conversation. Most of the time. That's more than a lot of people get. I reach for the door handle, ready to escape this increasingly intimate conversation. Thanks for the ride. Lisa. Something in his voice makes me pause. What? I meant what I said earlier, about missing this, missing you. The words hit me like a physical blow, knocking loose feelings I've spent 3 years learning to ignore, because I've missed him too. Not just the good parts, but the way he used to watch me work. The intellectual conversations that could last for hours. The feeling that someone truly understood the person I was beneath all the surface details. I've missed all of it, even the parts that drove me crazy. Ben, I turned to face him fully, noting the way the dashboard lights highlight the sharp line of his jaw and the familiar intensity in his eyes. You have a girlfriend. I know. A girlfriend who's probably wondering where you are right now. I know that too. So what exactly are you saying? He's quiet for a long moment, his hand still gripping the steering wheel like he's anchoring himself against something. I'm saying I made a mistake. 3 years ago. I let fear make my decisions, and I lost the best thing that ever happened to me. My heart does something complicated in my chest, a flutter of hope mixed with frustration and self-preservation. You can't just say things like that. Why not? Because it's not fair. To me, to Chloe, to anyone. I fumble with the door handle again, desperate to get out of this confined space where his presence feels overwhelming. You made your choice, Ben. You chose safety over risk, comfort over growth. You chose a life without me in it. Maybe I want to choose differently now. Well, maybe it's too late. I manage to get the door open and climb out before he can respond, but he's already turning off the engine and following me up the front walk. The porch light casts everything in amber shadows, making the ordinary moment feel strangely intimate. You don't have to walk me to the door. Yes, I do. Why? Because some things don't change. I was raised to see women safely to their door, regardless of our history. I fish my house keys out of my purse, hyper aware of his presence behind me as I unlock the front door. This is dangerous territory, standing on my front porch with the man who used to know every inch of my body, every dream I harbored, every fear that kept me awake at night. There, safe and sound, I turn to face him, keeping my back to the door. Now go back to your girlfriend. But he doesn't move. Instead, he steps closer, close enough that I can see the flecks of darker blue in his eyes, close enough to feel the warmth radiating from his body in the cold night air. What if I don't want to? Ben, what if I want to stand here and remember what it felt like when you used to invite me in, when we used to talk until 3 a.m. about everything and nothing, when I didn't have to perform or pretend, or worry about meeting someone else's expectations? His voice drops to something low and intimate, the tone he used to use when we were alone and all the walls came down. It's unfair how well he remembers exactly what buttons to push, exactly how to make me remember why I fell for him in the first place. That was a long time ago. Was it? He reaches up, his fingers barely grazing my cheek. Because standing here with you, it feels like yesterday. I should step back. Should remind him about Chloe, about the reasons we broke up, about all the very practical concerns that make this moment a terrible idea. Instead, I find myself leaning into his touch, my body betraying every rational thought in my head. This is crazy. Maybe. But it doesn't feel crazy. It feels right. You have a girlfriend, I repeat, but the words come out weaker this time, like I'm trying to convince myself rather than him. Chloe and I aren't. He stops, shakes his head. It's complicated. Relationships usually are. Not like this. His thumb traces along my jawline, and I have to close my eyes against the familiar sensation. Lisa, there are things you don't understand about my situation. Then explain them. But instead of explaining, he moves closer, close enough that I can feel his breath against my lips, close enough that one small movement would close the distance between us entirely. I can't. Not yet. Then you need to leave. I know, Ben. I know. But he still doesn't move, and neither do I. We stand frozen in this moment, caught between past and present, between what we used to have and what we might still want. The smart thing would be to step back, to wish him a polite goodnight, and close the door between us. Instead, I find myself studying his face in the porch light, memorizing the small changes 3 years have brought. The slight lines around his eyes, the way his hair is a little longer than he used to wear it, the confidence in his posture that speaks to professional success and personal growth. You look good, I whisper before I can stop myself. So do you, more than good. You look, he searches for the right word. Vibrant, like you're exactly where you're supposed to be. Most days I am. And the other days? The question hangs between us, loaded with implications I'm not ready to explore. Because the truth is, the other days are when I miss what we used to have. When I remember what it felt like to have someone who understood my artistic process. Who could discuss everything from politics to philosophy, to the way light changes throughout the day. Someone who saw me as more than just the girl who painted pretty pictures. The other days don't matter. They do to me.
You think you can catch me? You think you can tame me?
Oh, I know I can. And you know it too, baby.
I gotta tell you, you're not the first to try.
But don't worry, baby. I'll be the last.
With sass like that, maybe I'll be the one that needs to tame you.
Let's cut to the chase, big boy. What you selling me?
Your appetite is big AF. I have just the thing that'll satisfy you.
Oh, really? And what's that?
Over 120 hours of romance audiobooks. Brought to you by Tyla Walker Romances in the Big AF Audio Bundle.
120 hours? That sounds amazing.
Your knees won't work afterwards if I do my job right.
Don't make promises you can't keep.
Well, I can keep this promise. Because these audiobooks are unabridged with all the spicy scenes that will make you put your earbuds on. You know, Tyla can get freaky because she marked the bundle down by 69% for a limited time.
I can't wait to take this bundle for a ride.
Visit TylaWalker.com and get this audio bundle. Just don't start listening if you're going to be cooking dinner. Because you might just forget to feed your family.
TylaWalker.com. Escape your life with Tyla.
Chapter 12. Ben. The words hang between us and I can't take it anymore. 3 years of pretending I don't think about her every damn day. 3 years of trying to convince myself that what we had wasn't worth fighting for. All of it crumbles as I look into those dark eyes that used to see straight through every defense I'd built. Damn it. I close the distance between us, my mouth finding hers with a desperation that borders on madness. She tastes exactly the same, like coffee and mint, and something uniquely Lisa that I've never found anywhere else. Her lips part under mine, and the small sound she makes in the back of her throat nearly undoes me completely. This is wrong. I know it's wrong. Chloe's back at the community center, probably wondering where I disappeared to, and here I am kissing another woman on her front porch like a teenager who can't control himself. But when Lisa's hands fist in my coat, pulling me closer instead of pushing me away, every rational thought evacuates my brain. Ben. My name comes out breathless against my lips, and the way she says it, like a prayer, like a curse, like something she's been holding back for too long, makes my chest tighten with want. I know this is crazy. Completely insane. But even as she says it, her mouth finds mine again, hungrier this time, with an urgency that matches my own. Her tongue slides against mine, and I groan into her mouth, my hands finding her waist and pulling her against me. The kiss deepens, becomes something raw and desperate that has nothing to do with tenderness and everything to do with 3 years of suppressed need. I back her against the front door, my body caging her in, and she arches against me with a soft gasp that makes my blood run hot. We should stop. But her hands are already working at the buttons of my coat, her fingers deft and sure as she pushes the fabric off my shoulders. Yeah, we should. I don't stop, though. Instead, I trail my mouth down the column of her throat, tasting the salt on her skin, breathing in the familiar scent that's haunted me for years. She shivers under my touch, her head falling back against the door. God, I missed this! The admission tears out of me, raw and honest. I missed you. Don't. Her voice breaks on the word. Don't say things like that. Why not? It's the truth. She fumbles with her keys behind her back, trying to unlock the door while my mouth works against her neck. The lock finally gives, and we stumble inside, still tangled together, the door slamming shut behind us. Her living room is dimly lit by a single lamp, casting everything in warm shadows. I get a quick impression of colorful paintings on the walls, a couch covered in paint-stained throws, easels set up near the windows. It's unmistakably Lisa's space, creative, lived in, real in a way that makes my chest ache. This is a terrible idea. But she's already reaching for the hem of my sweater, pulling it over my head with practiced efficiency. Her palms flatten against my chest, and I hiss at the contact. The worst. I capture her mouth again, walking her backward toward the couch. We're both going to regret this. Probably. She tugs at my belt, her fingers working the leather free with an urgency that makes my pulse spike. But I don't care right now. Neither do I. All I care about is the feel of her hands on my skin, the way she's looking at me like I'm something she wants to devour. When the backs of her knees hit the couch, I lift her easily, settling her on the cushions before following her down. She grabs me by the collar of my shirt, pulling me down for another kiss that's all teeth and tongue and barely controlled desperation. Her legs wrap around my waist, and I can feel the heat of her even through our clothes. Lisa. Her name comes out strangled, and she responds by grinding against me, making me see stars. Shut up. She pushes at my shirt, and I help her get it off, tossing it somewhere behind me. Her hands explore my chest, her touch both familiar and electric. Just shut up and touch me.
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylawalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
This is perfect. This moment, right here, with her warm and sated in my arms. It's everything I've been missing without even realizing it. The contentment that settles over me is so complete, so right, that I want to hold on to it forever. Well, she says finally, her voice muffled against my chest. That happened. Yeah, it did. She lifts her head to look at me, and I can see the confusion and uncertainty already creeping back into her eyes. The real world is about to intrude on this perfect bubble we've created. I'm not ready for it.
Chapter 13. Lisa. The soft glow from my phone screen reads 2:17 a.m. and reality crashes into me like a freight train. I'm naked. Ben's naked. We're tangled together on my couch like we have every right to be here, like the last 3 years never happened, like he doesn't have a girlfriend waiting for him somewhere. Oh God, what did I do? My heart hammers against my ribs as I carefully extract myself from Ben's arms, trying not to wake him. He murmurs something in his sleep, his arm tightening around the empty air where I was just lying, and the sound makes my chest ache with a guilt so sharp it nearly doubles me over. Chloe, sweet, bubbly Chloe, with her bright smile and her obvious adoration for the man currently sprawled naked across my furniture. The woman who's probably lying awake right now, wondering where her boyfriend disappeared to. The woman whose trust I just obliterated without a second thought. I grab the throw blanket from the back of the couch, wrapping it around myself as I tiptoe toward the kitchen. My legs feel unsteady, whether from what we just did or the magnitude of my betrayal, I can't tell. Probably both. The hardwood floor is cold under my bare feet, and I welcome the discomfort. I deserve it. I deserve so much worse than cold floors and guilty consciences for what I've done. What kind of person am I? The question follows me into the kitchen, where I fumble for the light switch with shaking hands. The sudden brightness makes me squint, and I catch my reflection in the window over the sink. My hair is a mess. My lips are swollen, and there are marks on my neck that definitely weren't there this morning. Evidence of my complete and utter moral failure written all over my body. I fill the kettle with water, my movements mechanical and precise. Tea. I need tea. Something warm and soothing to counteract the sick feeling churning in my stomach. Something normal and mundane to ground me in reality instead of this nightmare I've created. The kettle seems to take forever to boil, and in the silence I can hear Ben's steady breathing from the living room. Deep and even. The rhythm I used to fall asleep 2 years ago. The sound that once meant safety and love and home. Now it just sounds like accusation. How could you do this? How could you be so selfish? I select a chamomile tea bag from the box on the counter, my hand still trembling slightly. The familiar ritual of making tea should be comforting, but instead it feels like I'm just going through the motions, playing at normalcy while my world crumbles around me. When the kettle finally whistles, I pour the water over the tea bag and watch the pale golden color seep through the liquid. Steam rises from the mug, carrying the gentle scent of chamomile and honey, but it does nothing to ease the knot of self-loathing in my chest. I lean against the counter, wrapping my hands around the warm ceramic, and force myself to really think about what happened tonight. Not the physical part. That was incredible, if I'm being honest. Better than I remembered. More intense than anything I've experienced in the 3 years since we broke up. But that's exactly the problem, isn't it? I enjoyed it. God help me. I enjoyed every single second of being with him again. The way he looked at me like I was the only woman in the world. The way he touched me like he was memorizing every inch of my skin. The way he said my name like it was something sacred. I felt alive in a way I haven't in years. Complete. Like all the broken pieces of myself suddenly clicked back into place the moment his mouth touched mine. And that makes me the worst kind of person imaginable. Because while I was losing myself in the feel of his hands on my body, while I was letting myself believe for just a few hours that we could go back to what we used to be, Chloe was somewhere else. Probably worrying about him, maybe even looking for him. Trusting that the man she cares about would never betray her the way he just did, the way we just did. I take a sip of tea, but it tastes like ash in my mouth. Everything tastes like ash now, tainted by the knowledge of what I've become. I've turned into the kind of woman I used to despise, The other woman. The homewrecker, the selfish brat who destroys relationships because she can't control herself. The worst part is how easy it was. How natural it felt to fall back into his arms, to let him strip away my clothes and my defenses like no time had passed at all. I didn't even put up a real fight. One kiss, and I crumbled completely. Pathetic. I glanced toward the living room, where I can just make out Ben's form on the couch. Even from here, even knowing what we've done, he looks beautiful. His hair is mussed from my fingers, his face relaxed in sleep, his broad shoulders rising and falling with each breath. There's something vulnerable about the way he's lying there, completely unguarded, that makes my heart clench with longing I have no right to feel. This is exactly how he used to look in the mornings when we were together. Sleep-tousled and gorgeous and utterly mine. I used to love watching him wake up. The slow progression from unconsciousness to that sleepy smile that was just for me. But he's not mine anymore. He belongs to someone else now. Someone sweet and kind who doesn't deserve to have her relationship destroyed by a woman, too weak to resist her own selfish desires. I take another sip of tea, forcing myself to really taste it this time. The chamomile is soothing, earthy, and warm, and gradually the sick feeling in my stomach begins to ease, not disappear. I don't think that's possible, but at least it's not threatening to overwhelm me completely. This cannot continue. The thought comes to me with crystalline clarity, cutting through all the guilt and confusion and residual desire. Whatever this was tonight, whatever weakness led me to fall into bed with a taken man, it ends here, now, before anyone else gets hurt. I need to wake him up. I need to send him home to his girlfriend, back to the life he's built without me. I need to pretend that tonight never happened, that we didn't just recreate every fantasy I've had for the past 3 years with devastating accuracy. But God, the thought of doing that, of watching him leave again, makes me want to curl up on this kitchen floor and never move. The rational part of my brain knows this is for the best. Ben and I had our chance, and we blew it. He's moved on, found someone new, someone better suited to the life he wants, someone who probably doesn't challenge him, or push him, or make him question everything the way I always did. Someone who fits into his world instead of constantly fighting against it. I should be happy for him. I should want him to be with someone who makes him smile the way Chloe clearly does. Someone uncomplicated and cheerful, and everything I could never manage to be. Instead, I want to march into that living room and wake him up with my mouth on his skin. I want to climb back onto that couch and pretend that the last 3 years never happened, that we're still the couple who used to spend entire weekends in bed, talking and laughing and discovering new ways to drive each other wild. I want things I have absolutely no right to want. The tea is getting cold in my hands, but I can't seem to make myself move. If I go back in there, if I see him lying vulnerable and beautiful on my couch, I'm not sure I'll have the strength to do what needs to be done. The strength to be the better person I should have been 3 hours ago. But I have to, for Chloe's sake, if not for my own, for the sake of whatever small shred of decency I have left. I finished the last of my tea and set the mug in the sink, steeling myself for what comes next. Time to wake up Prince Charming and send him back to his princess, where he belongs, even if it kills me to do it.
Chapter 14. Ben. Something soft touches my shoulder, and I surface from the deepest sleep I've had in months. The scent hits me first, vanilla and paint, then her voice, barely above a whisper. Ben, you need to wake up. I blink against the dim light filtering in from what I assume is the kitchen, my brain slowly piecing together where I am. Lisa's couch, Lisa's house, Lisa's hands on my bare skin just hours ago, her body moving against mine like we'd never been apart. What time is it? My voice comes out rough with sleep, and I start to reach for her, muscle memory overriding rational thought. She steps back before I can touch her, and the distance between us feels like a chasm. It's 3 a.m. You need to go. That wakes me up completely. I sit up, running a hand through my hair, and take in her appearance. She's wrapped in a throw blanket, her hair still messed from my fingers, but there's something different about her posture. Rigid, guarded, like she's built walls in the few hours since I fell asleep. Lisa, what's wrong? What's wrong? She lets out a bitter laugh that cuts through me. What's wrong is that I just slept with someone else's boyfriend. What's wrong is that I've become the kind of person I used to despise. The guilt in her voice hits me like a physical blow. This is my fault. I should have told her about Chloe the moment I walked through her door tonight. Should have explained the whole ridiculous situation instead of letting her assume the worst. It's not what you think. Don't. She holds up a hand, stopping my words. Just don't. I don't need excuses or explanations. I just need you to get dressed and leave before I do something even more stupid than I already have. I stand up, not bothering to cover myself, and watch as her eyes dart away from my body. The same body she was mapping with her hands and mouth just hours ago. The rejection stings more than it should. Lisa, listen to me. Chloe and we're not really together. That gets her attention. Her gaze snaps back to my face, dark eyes searching for lies. What do you mean? It's fake. The whole relationship. We're just pretending for the holidays to keep my parents from trying to set me up with every eligible woman in their social circle. I watch as the information processes, see the moment comprehension dawns. But instead of relief, her expression hardens even more. That doesn't change anything. Like hell it doesn't. It changes everything. No, Ben, it doesn't. She pulls the blanket tighter around herself, like armor. Real or fake, she doesn't know that. Real or fake, she has feelings for you. Real or fake, I still betrayed another woman tonight. And I hate myself for it. The self-loathing in her voice makes me want to cross the room and shake some sense into her. Or kiss her until she stops talking nonsense. Probably both. You didn't betray anyone. We're not actually... Stop! Her voice cracks on the word. Just stop. It doesn't matter what the technical details are. What matters is that I let my selfish desires override my morals, and now I have to live with that. I can see the guilt eating her alive, and it's killing me. This is exactly what I was trying to avoid by going through with this plan in the first place. Complications. Hurt feelings. Lisa thinking she's done something wrong when the only person who should feel guilty here is me. You want to talk about selfish? I'm the one who showed up at your door tonight. I'm the one who kissed you first. I'm the one who couldn't stay away, even knowing it would complicate things. And I'm the one who let you in. I'm the one who kissed you back. I'm the one who... She stops abruptly, wrapping her arms around herself. God, what kind of person does that make me? Human. The word comes out sharper than I intended. It makes you human, Lisa. It makes you someone who still has feelings for her ex-boyfriend, even after he was stupid enough to let her go. She flinches like I've slapped her. Don't! Don't do that! Don't make this about us or our past or whatever romantic nonsense you're trying to spin here. Just please get dressed and go. Every instinct I have screams at me to fight this, to stay and argue until she sees reason. But the exhaustion in her voice, the way she's holding herself like she might shatter at any moment, stops me cold. She's not ready to hear this. Not tonight, when she's drowning in guilt over a betrayal that doesn't even exist. Maybe not ever, but definitely not now. I start gathering my clothes from where they're scattered around her living room, each piece a reminder of how frantically we'd stripped each other bare. My shirt by the coffee table, my pants near the bookshelf, my boxers somehow ended up under the couch, which would be amusing under different circumstances. This isn't over, you know? I pull on my boxers, then my pants, hyper-aware of how she's deliberately not watching me dress. What happened tonight? What's been happening between us since I got back? This isn't something we can just pretend didn't happen. Watch me. The ice in her voice would be impressive if I didn't know her well enough to hear the pain underneath. She's protecting herself the only way she knows how, by building walls and pushing me away before I can hurt her again. Problem is, I'm not the same man who walked away 3 years ago. I'm not going to let her shut me out this time. Not when I finally know what I want. I won't promise that this won't happen again. I pull my shirt over my head, the cotton soft against skin that still smells like her. I won't promise to stay away or pretend I don't want you or any of the other things you're probably about to ask me to promise. Ben, I won't lie to you, Lisa. Not about this. I grab my jacket from the floor, shaking it out before sliding my arms through the sleeves. I've spent 3 years lying to myself about what I want, what I need. I'm done with that. She turns away from me, staring out the dark window like she can find answers in the empty street below. Please just go. The defeat in her voice almost breaks my resolve. Almost makes me cross the room and pull her into my arms. Consequences be damned. But she's asked me to leave, and despite everything, I still respect her enough to honor that request, even if it feels like ripping my heart out of my chest. I head toward the front door, pausing in the entryway to put on my shoes. Her house feels different now than it did when I arrived, charged with possibility then, heavy with regret now. Or at least regret on her part. I can't bring myself to regret a single moment of what we shared tonight. As I'm tying my laces, movement in the kitchen catches my eye. There's a sketch pad on the island angled so I can just make out the drawing from where I'm crouched. Curiosity gets the better of me, and I stand to get a clearer view. My breath catches in my throat. It's me. Naked, sleeping on her couch, rendered in charcoal with the kind of detail that speaks to hours of careful observation. Every line of my body is perfect, from the way my hair falls across my forehead to the relaxed curve of my shoulders. But it's more than just technical skill. There's something intimate about the drawing, something tender that makes my chest tight with emotion. She drew me while I slept. After all her guilt and self-recrimination, after deciding she needed to send me away, she still took the time to capture this moment. To create something beautiful from what she's convinced herself was a mistake. The contradiction gives me hope in a way nothing else could. I don't call attention to the sketch. She'd probably tear it up if she knew I'd seen it. Instead, I grab my keys from the small table by the door and head out into the cold December night. But I'm smiling as I walk to my car, because Lisa Morgan is many things. Stubborn, independent, fierce as hell when she thinks she's protecting someone she cares about. But she's also still the woman who falls in love through her art, who can't help but find beauty even in moments she's trying to convince herself we're wrong. And that woman drew me sleeping in her living room at 3 a.m, guilt and all.
Chapter 15. Lisa. The Lakeside Haven Botanical Gardens stretch out before me like a winter wonderland, all glass domes and crystalline pathways dusted with fresh snow. I clutch my travel mug of vanilla latte closer to my chest, using the warmth to anchor myself in the present moment instead of spiraling back to last night, which isn't working particularly well. The conservatory's tropical section steams against the December air, creating this ethereal fog that should be inspiring. Should be exactly the kind of natural beauty that usually sets my creative mind on fire. Instead, all I can think about is how Ben's skin felt under my hands, how his voice sounded when he whispered my name in the dark, how absolutely wrecked I felt watching him get dressed and leave. Stop it, Lisa. Focus on why you're here. I pull out my sketch pad and charcoal pencils, settling onto one of the wrought iron benches, positioned perfectly to capture the view Eleanor and Robert requested. A winter landscape that captures the serene beauty of nature in transition, according to Eleanor's email. The irony isn't lost on me that I'm creating art for Ben's parents while trying desperately not to think about their son. Their son, who apparently isn't actually dating Chloe. Their son who showed up at my door looking like every fantasy I've tried to suppress for 3 years. Their son who I absolutely should not have slept with, fake relationship or not. The pencil hovers over the blank paper, as snow continues to fall outside the conservatory windows. Each flake catches the light differently, creating this shifting pattern that would be beautiful to capture if my brain wasn't completely scrambled. Fake relationship. What does that even mean? And more importantly, why does it matter? I press the charcoal to paper with more force than necessary, starting with the outline of the snow-laden pine trees, visible through the glass. The familiar motion of drawing usually calms me, centers me, but today every stroke feels charged with nervous energy. "It's not what you think," he'd said. Like that makes it better. Like the technicality of their arrangement somehow absolves me of the guilt that's been eating me alive since I watched him walk out my door. The latte tastes bitter on my tongue despite the vanilla sweetener. Even my favorite drink can't settle the nausea that's been churning in my stomach since 3 a.m. I should have asked more questions. Should have demanded he explain exactly what fake means before I let him touch me, before I touched him back, before I completely lost my mind and forgot every moral principle I thought I had. But I didn't want to know, did I? I wanted him too much to care about the details, too much to think about consequences or other people's feelings. I wanted to pretend, just for a few hours, that we could pick up where we left off 3 years ago without any of the complications that come with real life. Selfish, reckless, everything I used to judge other women for being. The charcoal snaps under the pressure of my grip, leaving a dark smudge across the pine tree I'm trying to sketch. Perfect. Even my art is suffering because I can't get my head right. I tear off the ruined page and start over, forcing myself to breathe slowly as I begin again. Eleanor and Robert are paying me good money for this piece, money I need for my rent and art supplies. They've been nothing but kind to me. They don't deserve subpar work because I'm having an emotional crisis. The snow is getting heavier now, creating this soft curtain effect against the glass walls of the conservatory. Inside, the tropical plants provide a stark contrast. Lush greens and vibrant flowers that seem almost defiant against the winter landscape beyond. It's actually perfect for what Eleanor requested. This juxtaposition of seasons, of warmth existing alongside cold. If only I could focus long enough to capture it properly. My phone buzzes against my hip, and my heart does this ridiculous stuttering thing because, for one insane moment, I think it might be Ben. But it's just Maya, texting to ask if I want to grab lunch later. Can't. Working on commission piece at the gardens. Her response is immediate. You mean hiding from your feelings? I nearly dropped my phone. Sometimes I hate how well my best friend knows me. I'm working. Some of us have actual jobs that require actual productivity. Uh-huh. And how's that productivity going? I look down at my sketch pad, where I've managed to create exactly one pine tree that looks more like a misshapen telephone pole than anything found in nature. Get off. Language, Morgan. You kiss your mother with that mouth? Despite everything, I find myself smiling. Maya's been my anchor through every storm in my life, including the Ben-shaped hurricane that blew through 3 years ago. She's also the only person who can make me laugh when I'm wallowing in self-pity. Among other things, I text back, then immediately regret it because Maya has zero filter and will absolutely ask for details. Excuse me, what? Details. Now. And there it is. Can't talk about it. Did you sleep with him? My fingers freeze over the keyboard. Maya's directness is usually refreshing, but right now it feels like a spotlight on my shame. Maya, that's not a no. Oh my God, Lisa. Finally. It's not finally anything, it's a mistake. Says who? Says the voice in my head that sounds suspiciously like my mother. The one that's been lecturing me about moral standards and self-respect since I was old enough to understand what those things meant. Says the part of me that remembers how it felt to be the other woman in someone else's relationship. Even if it was unwitting. even if it was brief. Says basic human decency. He has a girlfriend, who he apparently doesn't actually want since he was at your place instead of hers. Trust Maya to cut straight to the heart of things. But she doesn't understand the complexity of the situation, doesn't know about Chloe's feelings, or Ben's explanation about fake relationships, or any of the other complications that make this so much messier than simple attraction. It's complicated. Everything worth having is complicated. I set the phone aside without responding because Maya's optimism is the last thing I need right now. She means well, but she's never been one to overthink consequences or worry about collateral damage when it comes to matters of the heart. She follows her instincts and deals with the fallout later, which works for her, but has never been my style. Except last night it was, wasn't it? Last night I threw caution to the wind and lived in the moment, and look where it got me. The snow is really coming down now, transforming the garden into something magical. The kind of scene that would normally have me sketching frantically, trying to capture every nuance of light and shadow before the moment passes. Instead, I'm sitting here feeling sorry for myself and making zero progress on the commission that's supposed to be finished by Christmas. Get it together, Lisa. Eleanor and Robert are counting on you. I start sketching again, this time focusing on the way the snow clings to the glass dome above me. The botanical garden's architecture is stunning, all curves and elegant lines that complement rather than compete with the natural beauty it houses. Eleanor was smart to commission a winter scene here. There's something profound about the way cultivated nature persists even when the wild world outside goes dormant. Kind of like how my feelings for Ben have persisted despite 3 years of trying to cultivate something else in their place. No, not going there. Not today. The charcoal moves more smoothly now as I lose myself in the technical aspects of the drawing, shading the curve of glass, capturing the weight of snow on branches, finding the balance between the organic shapes of the plants and the geometric structure containing them. This is what I'm good at. Translating the world around me into something beautiful, something lasting, even when the world feels like it's falling apart.
Chapter 16. Ben. The Maple Leaf Diner sits at the heart of Lakeside Haven's main strip, all checkered floors and red vinyl booths that scream small-town charm. I slide into the booth across from Chloe, who's already ordered us coffee and is scrolling through her phone with that distracted look she gets when she's trying to avoid serious conversation. Can't say I blame her. This whole fake dating thing was supposed to be simple. Show up, play the part, keep my parents off my back. Instead, it's turned into an epic proportions. So, Chloe says without looking up from her phone, on a scale of 1 to completely screwed, how badly did we mess this up? Depends on your definition of we. I take a sip of coffee that tastes like it's been sitting on the burner since yesterday. I'm the one who couldn't keep it in his pants. Ben. She finally looks at me, those green eyes sharp with something that might be concern or annoyance. Hard to tell with Chloe sometimes. You're talking about the woman you've been in love with for years. This isn't some random hookup we're dealing with. The waitress appears before I can respond. Notepad ready and smile plastered on like she's auditioning for a commercial. What can I get you folks this morning? French toast, extra syrup, Chloe says without hesitation. Make it 2. I'm not particularly hungry, but sitting here empty-handed feels wrong somehow. The waitress scribbles and disappears, leaving us alone with the elephant in the room. Several elephants, actually. This whole situation is turning into a goddamn zoo. Look, I start, but Chloe holds up a hand. Before you spiral into some guilt-ridden speech about how terrible you are, can we just acknowledge that your fake girlfriend is sitting here completely fine with the fact that you slept with someone else? I study her face, looking for signs of hurt or jealousy or any of the normal reactions I'd expect. Instead, she's wearing that same expression she gets when she's working through a particularly challenging marketing campaign, focused and analytical. Are you? Fine with it, I mean. She laughs, and it sounds genuine. Ben, honey, we've been friends for years. I know you better than your own mother at this point. Did you really think I believed you'd suddenly developed romantic feelings for me just because we're pretending to date? You've been acting like I have a crush on you? She grins. Well, I did. Past tense. Hard not to when you're objectively gorgeous and successful and all that. She waves a hand in my general direction. But I'm not an idiot. You've never looked at me the way you look at her. The way I look at Lisa. Christ, am I that obvious? How do I look at her? Like she hung the moon. Chloe steals a sugar packet from the container and starts fidgeting with it. Like she's the answer to every question you didn't know you were asking. It's actually kind of beautiful in a pathetic, pining sort of way. I want to argue, but the words stick in my throat because she's not wrong. Lisa has always been my North Star, the fixed point I navigate by even when I'm trying to sail in the opposite direction. Especially then. So if you're fine with it, why are we still pretending? Because your parents are expecting us for Christmas dinner in 7 days, and backing out now would raise more questions than we're prepared to answer. She tears open the sugar packet and pours it directly onto the table, drawing patterns with her finger. Also because I might have developed feelings for someone else. That gets my attention. Someone else? A flush creeps up her neck, which is the first real emotion I've seen from her this morning. Remember when we went to that bookstore? The one with the grumpy owner who acted like we were personally offending him by existing. The guy who looked like he wanted to murder us for breathing too loudly near his first editions? That's the one. Her smile turns soft in a way I've never seen before. Turns out he's not actually grumpy. He's just particular. About books, and coffee, and the proper way to organize a reading nook. I lean back against the vinyl, trying to process this development. You went back there. I went back there. She's full-on smiling now, the kind of expression that transforms her whole face. His name is Daniel, and he has opinions about everything. And he makes this little wrinkle between his eyebrows when he's concentrating, and I think I might be in serious trouble. Chloe, I know. Terrible timing, right? But I couldn't help it. He started talking about first edition Dickens novels, and something just clicked. She looks up from her sugar art. So I guess we're both screwed. The French toast arrives, golden and drowning in syrup, but neither of us reaches for our forks. This conversation has taken a turn I wasn't expecting, and I'm not sure how to navigate it. What do we do? I ask finally. About which part? Your parents, my newfound bookstore owner obsession, or the fact that Lisa probably thinks she's a homewrecker? All of the above. But Chloe's right about Lisa. That's the most pressing issue. The guilt in her eyes last night when I left nearly killed me. She thinks she's done something wrong, thinks she's the other woman in some grand love triangle, when the truth is, she's the only woman who's ever mattered. Start with Lisa. Right. Chloe finally takes a bite of French toast, chewing thoughtfully. So she doesn't know about our arrangement. She knows it's fake, but not the details. And now she's probably convinced herself she's some kind of relationship destroyer. Chloe's fork pauses halfway to her mouth. You need to tell her the truth, all of it. And say what? Hey, remember how I completely messed up our relationship 3 years ago? Well, I've been pretending to date someone else to avoid dealing with my feelings. But surprise, I'm still completely gone over you? That's actually not bad. You should lead with that. I give her a look. Okay. Maybe we need to workshop the delivery. She grins. But the sentiment is solid. Lisa needs to know that our relationship is business, not personal. She needs to know you're not cheating on me or playing games or whatever nightmare scenario she's constructed in her head. The coffee tastes even worse on the second cup, but I drink it anyway. Caffeine might help me think through this mess, though at this point I'm not sure anything will. What about your parents? What about them? Ben. Chloe's voice takes on that patient tone she uses when she thinks I'm being deliberately obtuse. You can't keep this charade going indefinitely. Eventually, you're going to have to tell them the truth. She's right. But the thought of that conversation makes my stomach clench. My parents have been thrilled about Chloe, more excited about my relationship than they've been about anything I've done in years. They're already planning our wedding in their heads, already talking about grandchildren and family vacations. How do I tell them it's all been a lie? They're going to be so disappointed. In you, or in the situation? Both. Neither. Damn, I don't know. I run a hand through my hair, probably making it stick up at weird angles. They love you. They think you're perfect for me. I am perfect for you, Chloe says with a grin. As a friend, as a fake girlfriend who helps you avoid your mother's matchmaking schemes. But Ben, they're going to figure it out eventually anyway. Parents aren't stupid, and yours are sharper than most. She's right about that too. My mother has an uncanny ability to see through nonsense, especially mine. The fact that she hasn't called me out yet is probably more about wishful thinking than actual belief. So what do you suggest? We tell them the truth. Not necessarily today, but soon. Before Christmas dinner turns into some kind of elaborate proposal setup. My fork stops halfway to my mouth. What? Oh, come on. You've seen the way your mother keeps eyeing my ring finger. She's definitely planning something. Chloe takes another bite of French toast, completely unfazed by this revelation. Probably involving family heirlooms and romantic speeches about true love. Christ. I hadn't even considered that possibility, but knowing my mother, it's not just possible, it's probable. She's been dropping hints about settling down since I turned 25, and having Chloe around has only encouraged her romantic scheming. We're doomed. We're not doomed. We're temporarily complicated. Chloe reaches across the table and pats my hand like she's comforting a worried child. Here's what we're going to do. You're going to go find Lisa and have an honest conversation about what's really going on. All of it. The fake dating, your feelings, the whole mess. No more half-truths or mysterious explanations. And then? Then you're going to grovel appropriately until she forgives you for being an emotionally constipated idiot for the past 3 years. I'm not emotionally. Ben, honey, you pretended to date someone else rather than deal with your feelings for the woman you love. That's textbook emotional constipation. Point taken. What about you and Daniel? Her smile returns, soft and genuine. I'm going to see where that goes. Maybe buy a book or 12. Figure out if this thing between us is real or just me rebounding from my fake relationship. And my parents? We'll handle them together. Maybe tomorrow, maybe after Christmas. But soon. She squeezes my hand. They love you, Ben. They want you to be happy. Once they get over the initial shock, they'll understand. I want to believe her, but the knot in my stomach suggests otherwise. My parents have built their lives around traditional expectations and conventional choices. The idea of explaining that I've been lying to them for weeks, that I'm in love with someone else entirely, feels insurmountable. But Chloe's right about one thing. I can't keep this up indefinitely. The longer I wait, the worse it's going to get. Lisa first, I say finally. Lisa first, she agrees. And Ben, when you talk to her, don't hold back. She needs to know how you really feel, not just that our relationship is fake. She needs to know she's not some consolation prize or rebound or whatever story she's telling herself. The thought of laying my heart bare to Lisa again, of risking the kind of rejection that nearly destroyed me 3 years ago, makes my chest tight. But the alternative, letting her think she's done something wrong, letting her carry guilt that belongs to me, is unacceptable. What if she doesn't want to hear it? Then you keep trying until she does. Chloe's voice is firm, brooking no argument. Because Lisa Morgan is worth fighting for. And if you let her slip away again because you're too scared to be vulnerable, I will personally kick your face from here to Chicago. Despite everything, I find myself smiling. Noted. Good. She flags down the waitress for the check. Now finish your French toast and go fix this mess. I have a bookstore to visit and a grumpy owner to charm. The French toast tastes like cardboard, but I force myself to eat it anyway. I'm going to need all the energy I can get for what comes next.
Chapter 17. Lisa. The commission piece spreads across my makeshift easel, like a love letter to Lakeside Haven's natural beauty. 4 panels, each capturing a different season, with winter taking center stage, bare branches etched against pearl gray skies, frost coating the botanical garden's dormant flower beds. The lake frozen at its edges like nature's own picture frame. I step back, takeout container of pad thai balanced in one hand, chopsticks in the other, and survey the work with the critical eye that's served me well over the years. The piece has taken shape beautifully over the past few days, each brushstroke carrying the weight of observation and memory. Eleanor and Robert are going to love it. The thought of Ben's parents brings an unwelcome twist to my stomach. They've been nothing but kind to me, welcoming me into their circle like I belong there. I take another bite of noodles, savoring the perfect balance of sweet and spicy that only my favorite Thai place can achieve. The restaurant owner, Mrs. Nguyen, had pressed an extra spring roll into my takeout bag with a knowing smile. "For the artist," she'd said, like she could sense I needed the comfort food tonight. She wasn't wrong. The winter panel draws my eye again. I'd spent hours at the botanical gardens this afternoon, sketching the way snow clings to pine needles, how ice transforms familiar pathways into something magical and foreign. There's something about winter that strips everything down to its essence. No fancy foliage or vibrant blooms to hide behind, just the stark beauties of structure and form. Kind of like what happened between Ben and me. No hiding behind professional courtesy or polite small talk. Just the raw truth of how much I still want him. How easily I fall back into his orbit, despite every logical reason to stay away. I set down my chopsticks and pick up a fine detail brush, adding delicate touches to the frost patterns on the foreground plants. The repetitive motion soothes my racing thoughts, grounds me in the familiar rhythm of creation. Art has always been my sanctuary. The place where chaos transforms into something beautiful and meaningful. Even when that chaos involves sleeping with someone else's boyfriend. The brush pauses mid-stroke. God, I really am that woman now, aren't I? The other woman, the homewrecker, the one who breaks up happy couples because she can't keep her hands to herself. 3 years of building a life without Ben, of proving to myself that I'm strong and independent and complete on my own, undone by a single night of weakness. Except it didn't feel like weakness. It felt like coming home. I shake my head, forcing myself to focus on the painting. The spring panel needs more work. The cherry blossoms I'd observed during my research looked too uniform, too perfect. Real flowers have imperfections, asymmetries that make them human somehow. I switch to a smaller brush and begin adding subtle variations to the petal shapes. The pad thai grows cold as I lose myself in the work, time slipping away like water through cupped hands. This is what I love most about art, the way it demands complete presence, complete attention. When I'm painting, there's no room for regret or guilt, or the persistent ache in my chest that's been my companion since I left Ben's cottage this morning. A sharp knock at the door jolts me back to reality. I glance at the clock on the wall. Nearly 9 p.m. Too late for casual visitors. Too early for emergencies. My brush hovers over the palette, a drop of crimson paint threatening to fall onto the canvas. Another knock, more insistent this time. I set the brush down carefully and wipe my hands on the paint-stained apron I've been wearing like armor all day. Probably Mrs. Nguyen from the restaurant, checking to make sure I'm eating properly. She has a tendency to mother her regular customers, especially the ones who look like they're nursing broken hearts. The knock comes again as I reach for the door handle, and something in the rhythm makes me pause. Confident but not demanding. Familiar in a way that makes my pulse quicken. I pull the door open and there he is. Ben stands on my doorstep like something out of a winter magazine spread, all dark wool coat and navy scarf wrapped just so around his neck. Snowflakes dust his shoulders and cling to his hair, and his cheeks are flushed from the cold. He looks like he walked here through the storm, like he couldn't be bothered to wait for proper weather. Lisa, my name sounds different in his mouth than it did last night, less desperate, more determined. Ben, I'm suddenly aware of how I must look. Paint-stained apron over yesterday's clothes, hair twisted up in a messy bun, secured with what might be a paintbrush, probably smelling like turpentine and takeout. What are you doing here? We need to talk. Of course we do. I step aside to let him in, because standing in the doorway having this conversation feels too exposed, too vulnerable. He stomps his boots on the mat and shrugs out of his coat, hanging it on the hook by the door like he belongs here. My home feels smaller with him in it. He takes in the space, the easel dominating the living area, paint supplies scattered across every available surface, the abandoned takeout containers on the coffee table. You've been busy. His eyes find the commission piece, and something shifts in his expression. Wonder, maybe, or recognition. Your parents wanted something that captured the seasons here. I thought the botanical gardens would be perfect. He moves closer to the easel, studying the panels with the same intensity he once brought to spreadsheets and business plans. It's incredible, Lisa. They're going to love it. I hope so. The words come out smaller than I intended, and I clear my throat. But you didn't come here to critique my art. No. He turns to face me, and the full force of his attention hits like a physical blow. I came to explain about Chloe. My stomach drops. This is it then. The part where he tells me that night was a mistake, where he chooses the woman who makes sense, who fits into his world without complications or messy history. Ben, you don't owe me any explanations. What happened that night was not you being a homewrecker. His voice is firm, cutting through my attempt at graceful retreat. And it wasn't me cheating on my girlfriend. I blink at him, trying to process the words. But you and Chloe are fake dating. The phrase hangs in the air between us like a question mark made of smoke. Fake dating. I've heard the term before, seen it in rom-coms and ridiculous reality shows. But hearing Ben say it with complete seriousness makes my brain stutter. Fake dating. Elaborate. It's a business arrangement. Has been from the start. He runs a hand through his hair, disturbing the snow-damp strands. My parents have been trying to set me up for years. Every family dinner, every social event, another perfect woman who just happens to be single and available. Chloe offered to be my buffer for the holidays. So you're not actually together. We're not actually together. He takes a step closer, and I can smell his cologne mixed with winter air and something essentially Ben. There are no feelings between us beyond friendship. There never have been. Relief floods through me so fast it makes me dizzy. I'm not a homewrecker. I didn't destroy someone else's relationship. The guilt that's been gnawing at me since this morning begins to ease, replaced by something dangerously close to hope. But hope is a luxury I can't afford. Not with Ben. Not again. That doesn't change anything. I cross my arms, putting up whatever defenses I can manage. We still have history, Ben. Bad history. Just because you're not technically with someone else doesn't mean what? Doesn't mean this is a good idea. Doesn't mean we should complicate things. You're here for the holidays, and then you'll go back to Chicago, back to your life, and I'll be here trying to pick up the pieces again. He moves closer, close enough that I have to tilt my head back to meet his eyes. What if I don't want to go back? The question stops my protests cold. What? What if I don't want to go back to Chicago? What if I want to stay here, figure out what this could be between us? Ben. My voice sounds breathless, weak. You can't just uproot your entire life on a whim. You have a company, responsibilities. I have a company that practically runs itself, and responsibilities I can handle from anywhere with decent internet. His hand comes up to cup my cheek, thumb brushing across my skin with devastating gentleness. What I don't have is you, and I've spent 3 years pretending that was okay, pretending I could build a life that didn't include you. I can't do it anymore, Lisa. The words hit me like physical blows, each one chipping away at the careful walls I've built around my heart. This is what I wanted to hear 3 years ago, what I dreamed about during the long, lonely nights after our relationship imploded. But wanting something and believing it are two different things entirely. You hurt me. The admission comes out raw, unvarnished. You made me feel like I wasn't enough, like my background, my family, my whole world wasn't good enough for yours. I know. His other hand comes up to frame my face, holding me like I'm something precious that might shatter. I was a coward, Lisa. I was so scared of how much I felt for you, how completely you turned my world upside down, that I sabotaged us before you could leave me. I wasn't going to leave you. I know that now, but then he shakes his head. I panicked. I thought if I pushed you away first, it would hurt less when you realized you deserved better than some privileged jerk who didn't know how to love someone properly. Tears prick at my eyes, but I blink them back. I won't cry for him again. Won't let him see how deeply his words affect me. And now I know that letting you go was the biggest mistake of my life. Now I know that I'd rather spend one day being worthy of you than a lifetime settling for anything less.
He's the mysterious man I had a fling with last night, and it turns out he's my dad's new boss.
I was getting IVF, but the donor came in and wanted his stuff back. It was too late. Now we're stuck together and I'm having his baby.
Ready to dive into a world where passion meets intrigue, where love knows no bounds.
If I don't find a woman to marry in the next 24 hours, then my entire company is going to be taken from me. There's only one woman I can ask, but she hates me because I ruined her father.
Introducing the Escape Your Life with Romance Book Bundle by Amazon best-selling author Tyla Walker, a collection of 100 standalone romances that promise to sweep you off your feet.
And the best part?
Get 90% off on the whole bundle, baby.
For $99.99, you'll get over 800 hours of pure romance with strong alpha males and sassy women who don't back down.
They can pass all the tariffs they want, ladies. But you won't find this deal for 100 audiobooks for less than $1 each anywhere else.
90 cents per book for all the dirty fun I can handle? How could I say no to that?
Visit TylaWalker.com to grab this bundle today.
Get ready to escape your life
With Miss Tyla.
Chapter 18. Ben. The words hang between us like a bridge I finally found the courage to cross. Lisa's dark eyes search my face, looking for lies, for the same weakness that destroyed us before. She won't find it. Not this time. Ben. Her voice breaks on my name, and I can't wait another second. I kiss her. Her lips are soft and warm, tasting faintly of the spicy noodles she's been eating. For a heartbeat, she's still beneath my mouth, frozen in surprise or maybe fear. Then she melts into me like she's been waiting 3 years for this moment too. Her hands fist in the front of my sweater, pulling me closer, and I groan against her mouth. This is what I've been missing. Not just the physical connection, but the way she responds to me like her body remembers mine. Like we're two halves of the same whole coming back together.
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylawalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla. Chapter 19. Lisa. The finished painting sits propped against my passenger seat, wrapped in protective cloth, but still radiating the satisfaction of work well done. 3 days until Christmas Eve, and I'm finally ready to deliver the commission that's consumed weeks of my time. The landscape captures Lakeside Haven through all 4 seasons, spring's tender greens bleeding into summer's vibrant blues, autumn's fierce oranges and reds giving way to winter's crystalline whites. It's some of my best work, and I can't wait to see Eleanor and Robert's faces when they unwrap it. Once I park, I carefully extract the painting from my car, balancing it against my hip as I climb the front steps. The doorbell's chime seems to echo through the entire house, and I smooth down my sweater while I wait. I chose my outfit carefully this morning, a deep burgundy cashmere sweater that complements my skin tone, paired with dark jeans and boots. Professional but approachable. The kind of thing that says successful artist, without screaming, "I slept with your son 3 nights ago." The door swings open to reveal Eleanor Sinclair in all her patrician glory. She's exactly as I remember, silver hair styled into an elegant chignon, pearls at her throat, the kind of understated wealth that whispers rather than shouts, but something's wrong with her expression. The warm smile I expected is nowhere to be found. Lisa. Her voice is crisp, formal, the kind of tone reserved for unwelcome solicitors. Mrs. Sinclair. I heft the painting slightly, trying to inject enthusiasm into my voice. I have your commission finished. I think you're going to love how it turned out. She doesn't step aside to let me in. Instead, she glances over my shoulder like she's checking to make sure I'm alone, then fixes me with a look that could freeze Lake Michigan. I see. Well, you'd better come in then. Eleanor leads me through to the sitting room, her heels clicking against the hardwood with military precision. Robert is already there, standing by the massive stone fireplace with his hands clasped behind his back. His greeting is even chillier than his wife's. Miss Morgan. The formal address hits me like a slap. Mr. Sinclair. I set the painting down carefully, leaning it against an antique side table. I brought the landscape commission. I know you wanted it finished before Christmas, and I managed to complete it ahead of schedule. Neither of them moves to look at it. They just stand there, a united front of disapproval that makes my stomach clench with dread. We need to talk. Eleanor's voice could cut glass. Please sit. I perch on the edge of a cream-colored armchair that probably cost more than my car, my hands folded in my lap. The painting sits ignored beside me, all my hours of work reduced to an afterthought. We've been hearing things, Robert begins, his tone suggesting those things are deeply unpleasant. From people in town, about you and Benjamin. The bottom drops out of my world. Of course, word has gotten around. Lakeside Haven isn't exactly a metropolis. Someone must have seen us together at the diner, or noticed Ben's car outside my place. Maybe Mrs. Henderson spotted him leaving my home the morning after we spent the night together, his hair still mussed from my fingers. I see. I keep my voice steady, though my heart is hammering against my ribs. Do you? Eleanor's eyebrows arch with disdain. Because from where we're sitting, It looks like you've inserted yourself into a relationship that doesn't concern you. The accusation hits me like a physical blow. I'm sorry, I don't understand. Benjamin came here with Chloe. Robert's voice is flat, emotionless. They're together, Miss Morgan. And yet multiple people have seen you with our son, quite intimately from what we hear. My mouth goes dry. They think Ben and Chloe are actually dating. They don't know about the arrangement, the fake relationship designed to keep them from matchmaking, which means from their perspective, I look like the other woman, the homewrecker who seduced their son away from his girlfriend. It's not what you think, isn't it? Eleanor stands up, pacing to the window that overlooks their pristine grounds. Then she turns back to face me, her expression arctic. Chloe is a lovely girl, well-educated, well-connected. She comes from good people, the kind of family that understands what's expected in our social circle. Benjamin made his choice, Robert adds, his voice carrying the weight of patriarchal authority. He chose Chloe, and we won't stand by and watch you sabotage that relationship. My hands are shaking now, and I clench them into fists to hide the tremor. 3 years ago, I walked away from Ben because I felt like I didn't belong in his world, because every family dinner felt like a test I couldn't pass. Every charity gala a reminder that I was playing dress-up in someone else's life. Sitting here now, facing their cold judgment, all those old insecurities come flooding back. The painting, I manage, my voice smaller than I want it to be. Could you at least look at it? I worked really hard. We won't be needing it. Eleanor's dismissal is swift and brutal. Obviously, given the circumstances, we can't continue with this commission. The words make my jaw go slack. Weeks of work, weeks of pouring my heart and soul onto canvas, capturing the beauty of this place that's become so important to me. All of it dismissed without even a glance. You haven't even seen it. I stand up, anger finally overriding hurt. You commissioned a painting of Lakeside Haven through the seasons. I delivered exactly what you asked for. What we asked for, Robert says coldly, was a business arrangement with a professional artist, not a co-conspirator in breaking up our son's relationship. The unfairness of it makes me want to scream. They hired me before Ben ever showed up in town, before they had any idea we had a history, but explaining that now feels pointless. They've already made up their minds about who I am and what I represent. Eleanor moves to the front window, peering out at the driveway. I think it would be best if you left now. And in the future, perhaps you should consider whether your actions might have consequences for other people. The dismissal is final, absolute. I gather up my painting, wrapping the protective cloth around it with hands that won't quite steady. My masterpiece. Reduced to an unwanted burden, I have to cart back home. For what it's worth, I say as I reach the doorway, pride demanding I get the last word. Ben is lucky to have people who care about him so much, even if you're completely wrong about what's actually happening. Eleanor's face doesn't change. Goodbye, Miss Morgan. The front door closes behind me with a soft click that sounds like a coffin lid slamming shut. I load the painting back into my car with mechanical precision. My movements automatic while my mind reels from what just happened. They rejected my art without even looking at it. Dismissed weeks of work because they think I'm a homewrecker, because they believe I'm trying to steal their son from his perfect, suitable girlfriend. The worst part is the way they looked at me, like I was something distasteful they'd found on the bottom of their shoe. Like I was exactly the kind of person who would seduce someone else's boyfriend. It brings back every moment of inadequacy I felt 3 years ago, every time I used the wrong fork or didn't understand some cultural reference that was apparently common knowledge among the upper class. I sit in my car for a long moment, staring at their perfect house with its perfect landscaping and perfect everything. The painting lies in my passenger seat like an accusation. All that beauty and effort reduced to nothing. Because I fell in love with the wrong man. Or maybe because the wrong man fell in love with me. My hands grip the steering wheel as the full weight of what just happened settles over me. It's not just about the commission, though losing that income right before Christmas stings. It's about being judged and found wanting without even being given a chance to defend myself. It's about having my work dismissed because of who I am, not what I've created.
Chapter 20. Ben. The bakery bag crinkles in my hand as I climb Lisa's front steps, the scent of cinnamon and sugar trailing behind me like a promise. 3 boxes of her favorite pastries, the chocolate croissants, some kind of elaborate fruit tart the baker assured me was absolutely divine, and a dozen of those small vanilla cakes she mentioned loving as a kid. The clothing boxes tucked under my other arm contain a silk scarf in deep emerald and a cashmere wrap in midnight blue that I know will look stunning against her dark skin. But it's the small velvet box in my jacket pocket that weighs the most. I've been carrying it around for 2 days, ever since I drove to the jewelry store in the next town over and spent 3 hours looking at rings. Not because I was unsure. I knew the moment I saw it that it was perfect for her. A vintage emerald-cut diamond set in platinum, surrounded by smaller stones that catch the light like scattered stars. Classic but unique, just like Lisa. The delay came from the terror of what it represents, the magnitude of what I'm about to ask. But after the other night, after holding her while she slept and watching the morning light paint gold across her shoulders, I know I can't wait any longer. I love her. I've always loved her. And I'm done letting fear or family expectations or anything else keep us apart. My knock echoes through the wood, and I hear movement inside, footsteps that sound heavier than usual, less graceful than her normal dancer's stride. When the door opens, Lisa's face is a storm cloud. "What are you doing here?" No smile, no warmth. Her eyes are red-rimmed like she's been crying, and there's a tightness around her mouth that makes my stomach drop. "I brought you some things." I hold up the bakery bag, trying to inject cheerfulness into my voice. "From that bakery you mentioned liking, and I got you. I don't want anything from you." The words hit like a physical blow. She's standing in the doorway like a sentry, making it clear I'm not welcome inside. This isn't the woman who melted in my arms 3 nights ago, who whispered my name like a prayer against my skin. "Lisa, what's wrong? What happened?" "Your parents happened." Her voice is flat, emotionless. "Your lovely parents who think I'm a homewrecker trying to steal you away from perfect Chloe." My blood turns to ice. "They didn't." "Oh, they did." She steps back, but not to let me in, to put more distance between us. Rejected my painting without even looking at it. Told me I was sabotaging your relationship and needed to stay away from you. The bakery bag slips from my numb fingers, hitting the porch with a soft thud. "Lisa, I can explain." "Can you?" Her laugh is bitter, hollow. "Can you explain why your parents still think you're dating Chloe? Can you explain why they looked at me like I was something they'd scrape off their shoe?" "They don't know about the arrangement. Chloe and I never told them it was fake." "Of course you didn't." She shakes her head, and I can see years of hurt and rejection written across her features. "Because that would require you to actually stand up to them, wouldn't it? To tell them that their precious son isn't dating the approved girlfriend. That's not fair, isn't it?" Her voice rises, all that controlled composure cracking. "I spent weeks on that painting, Ben. Weeks. It was some of my best work, and they dismissed it like garbage because they think I'm the kind of person who seduces other women's boyfriends. I want to reach for her, to pull her into my arms and promise I'll fix this. But she's holding herself like glass about to shatter, and I'm afraid one wrong move will destroy everything. I'll talk to them. I'll explain about Chloe, about the whole fake dating thing. They'll understand. Will they?" Lisa's eyes flash with something dangerous. "Or will they just find another reason why I'm not good enough for their son? Because let me tell you something, Ben. This isn't about Chloe. This is about them thinking I don't belong in your world. And you know what? They're right. That's nonsense and you know it. Do I? She takes another step back, and now she's fully inside while I'm still standing on the porch like a supplicant. 3 years ago, I left because I felt like I was playing dress-up in someone else's life. Nothing's changed. You're still too afraid to really choose me over their approval. The accusation hits like a sucker punch. I'm choosing you now. Are you? Her voice drops to a whisper that somehow hurts worse than shouting. Because from where I'm standing, it looks like you're still trying to have it both ways. It's not like that. I step forward, but she holds up a hand to stop me. Lisa, please, let me come in. Let me explain properly. No. The word is final, absolute. I can't do this anymore, Ben. I can't keep pretending that love is enough when everything else is stacked against us. My heart stops. Actually stops. What are you saying? I'm saying this was a mistake. All of it. Her voice is steady now, resolved. The sex, the feelings, letting myself believe that maybe this time could be different. But it's not different. It's exactly the same, except now I'm older and should know better. The velvet box in my pocket feels like it weighs 1,000 pounds. I'd planned to get down on one knee right here on her porch, to ask her to marry me, surrounded by the Christmas lights she strung around her doorframe. Now those same lights seem to mock me, all that hope and joy turned to bitter irony. You don't mean that? I do. She starts to close the door, then pauses. Your parents were right about one thing. I should have considered the consequences of my actions. I should have known better than to get involved with someone whose family will never accept me. Screw my family. The words explode out of me, 3 years of frustration and rage finally finding their target. I don't give a damn what they think. I love you, Lisa. I've always loved you. For just a moment, her composure cracks. I see the woman who cried in my arms, who traced patterns on my chest while we planned impossible futures. But then the wall slams back down, stronger than before. Love isn't enough. Her voice is barely audible. It wasn't enough 3 years ago, and it's not enough now. So that's it? You're just giving up? I'm being realistic. She's crying now, tears streaming down her face even as her voice stays level. We're from different worlds, Ben. Your parents made that crystal clear today, and I'm tired of fighting for a place where I'll never really belong. You belong with me. Do I? Because your actions say otherwise. She wipes her cheek with the back of her hand, leaving a streak of moisture across her dark skin. You've been here for weeks, and you never once told your parents about us. Never once made it clear that Chloe was just a friend. You let them think whatever they wanted to think because it was easier than having a difficult conversation. The truth of her words is like acid in my veins. She's right. I've been a coward, taking the path of least resistance instead of fighting for what I want. For who I want. I was trying to protect yourself. The interruption is gentle but devastating. You were trying to protect yourself, and I get it, I really do. But I can't be with someone who's embarrassed by me. I'm not embarrassed by you. The denial comes out fierce, desperate. Lisa, you're the best thing that's ever happened to me. You're brilliant and talented and strong, and any man would be lucky to, but not lucky enough to defend. She's closing the door now, inch by devastating inch. Goodbye, Ben. Lisa, wait. The door closes with a soft click that sounds like the end of the world. I stand there for a long moment, staring at the painted wood where her face was just visible. The Christmas lights around the frame blink cheerfully, completely at odds with the devastation coursing through my system. The velvet box in my pocket feels like a lead weight, all those carefully planned words and promises reduced to nothing. The bakery bag lies at my feet, torn and leaking sugar across her welcome mat. Such a small thing, those pastries I'd chosen so carefully, thinking they'd make her smile. Now they're just another casualty of my spectacular failure to be the man she deserves. I pick up the bag with numb fingers, though I have no idea what I'm going to do with it now. Go back home, probably. sit in the dark and replay every word of this conversation, every moment where I could have said something different, done something better. The boxes under my arm feel ridiculous now. Expensive gifts for a woman who just told me she doesn't want anything from me. The scarf that would have brought out her eyes. The wrap that would have kept her warm on winter nights when I wasn't there to do it myself. All of it meaningless now. But it's the ring that haunts me as I walk back to my car. The ring I'd imagined sliding onto her finger while she said yes through happy tears. The ring that was supposed to be my promise that this time would be different, that this time I'd fight for us. Instead, I'd proven her right about everything.
Chapter 21. Lisa. The Christmas market buzzes around me like I'm watching it through thick glass. Maya loops her arm through mine, steering me past booths selling handmade ornaments and roasted chestnuts, but I can barely focus on anything beyond the hollow ache in my chest. "You need hot chocolate," Maya declares, pulling me toward a stand decorated with twinkling lights. The kind with enough whipped cream to drown your sorrows. I don't think there's enough whipped cream in the world for that. She orders 2 of the largest cups they have, extra marshmallows, and a shot of peppermint schnapps in each. The vendor, a cheerful woman wearing a Santa hat, hands them over with a knowing smile. "Boy trouble?" she asks, and I want to laugh at how simple she makes it sound. "Something like that," Maya answers for me, pressing the warm cup into my hands. We find a bench near the central square, where crews are setting up for the tree lighting ceremony. The massive evergreen towers above us, bare of lights for now, but already magnificent. In a few hours, the whole thing will blaze with thousands of bulbs, while families gather to sing carols and take pictures. The kind of wholesome Christmas magic that feels completely foreign to my current state of mind. "So tell me again what exactly happened," Maya says, settling beside me and wrapping her scarf tighter. Because I'm still trying to understand how Ben's parents went from sweetheart patrons to villains in the span of one conversation. I take a sip of hot chocolate, letting the warmth slide down my throat before answering. They weren't villains at the gallery. That's what makes this so much worse. The memory of that night still makes my stomach clench. They'd been warm, cultured, the kind of people who understood art not just as decoration, but as communication. When they'd expressed interest in commissioning a piece, I'd been thrilled. They seemed so genuine, I tell Maya, watching families start to gather in the square. Eleanor asked about my background, my training. She said she could see the influence of my heritage in the way I approached color and composition. It felt like recognition, not judgment. And then today happened. I take another sip, the schnapps burning just enough to distract from the ache. I showed up at their house with the painting, so excited to see their reaction. Then everything changed. Maya shifts beside me, her face darkening. Changed how? Eleanor's whole demeanor shifted. She went from warm to ice cold in seconds. Wouldn't even look at the painting. The memory makes my throat tight. She said she'd heard about my involvement with Ben and that she couldn't support someone who was actively sabotaging her son's relationship. Sabotaging what relationship? You said he's single. Well, he is, but his parents don't know that. It's a whole mess. I laugh, but there's no humor in it. Now they think I'm some kind of homewrecker trying to steal him away. Maya's quiet for a moment, processing. Around us, more families are arriving. Children running between the booths while parents chase after them with fond exasperation. The normalcy of it makes me feel even more isolated. Did you tell them the truth? That Ben isn't actually dating Chloe? I tried, but they weren't interested in hearing anything I had to say. I closed my eyes, remembering Eleanor's cold stare. And then, I remember Ben. He said he loves me, I whisper, watching a little girl in a red coat chase soap bubbles someone's blowing near the fountain. But when his parents looked at me like I was something dirty, like I was trying to destroy their family, Ben wasn't there to defend me. He wasn't there to explain. He wasn't there at all. Maya reaches over and squeezes my hand. That's on him, not you. You know that, right? I don't know anymore. I drain the rest of my hot chocolate, the sugar and alcohol doing nothing to fill the emptiness inside. Maybe this is just who we are. Maybe some people aren't meant to cross certain lines. Nonsense, Maya's voice is fierce. You're one of the most talented artists in this town. You've exhibited, sold pieces to collectors across the country. You don't need their approval to validate your worth, but I wanted it. The admission comes out small and broken. I wanted them to like me, to see what Ben sees in me. I wanted to be the kind of woman they'd be proud to welcome into their family. And they should be proud. They're lost for being too narrow-minded to see it. A group of teenagers walks past us, laughing and sharing a bag of kettle corn. Their easy joy feels like something from another planet. I watch them disappear into the crowd and wonder when I became someone who sits on the sidelines of other people's happiness. The painting was perfect, I say, more to myself than to Maya. I spent weeks on every detail. What did you do with it? Left it leaning against my front door. I laugh bitterly. Maybe I'll donate it. Someone might want it. Maya stands abruptly, her expression determined. Come on. Where are we going? To get you some actual food. And then we're going to watch this tree lighting and remember that Christmas is about more than disappointing rich people and their commitment-phobic sons. She pulls me to my feet, steering me toward a booth selling gourmet grilled cheese sandwiches. The smell of melted butter and herbs makes my stomach rumble, reminding me I haven't eaten since this morning. 2 of your specials, Maya tells the vendor, a young man with flour in his hair and paint-stained apron. Extra cheese, extra everything. While we wait, she loops her arm through mine again. You know what the real tragedy is here? My complete inability to choose men who actually want to fight for me? No, though that's concerning. She bumps my shoulder. The real tragedy is that they missed out on an incredible piece of art because they were too busy judging the artist. The vendor hands over our sandwiches, the bread golden and crispy, cheese stretching as I take my first bite. It's comfort food at its finest. And despite everything, I feel a tiny spark of warmth that has nothing to do with the temperature. Remember your first gallery showing? Maya continues, leading me back toward the square. How terrified you were that no one would come, that no one would understand what you were trying to say. And then half the city showed up, and I sold 3 pieces that night. Because your work speaks to people. Because you have something to say that matters. She takes a large bite of her sandwich, speaking around the melted cheese. Eleanor and Robert Sinclair don't get to decide your worth as an artist or as a person. Families are gathering more densely now around the base of the tree. Children sit on parents' shoulders, couples hold hands, groups of friends share thermoses of what's probably spiked cider. The scene should be heartwarming, but mostly it makes me feel like an outsider looking in. I keep thinking about what Ben said when he showed up at my door. I admit that he loves me, that he's always loved me. But if that's true, why does it feel like he's embarrassed by me? Maybe because he is. Maya's bluntness stings, but it's the kind of hurt that clears away illusions. Not embarrassed by who you are, but embarrassed by what dating you says about him to his family. That he has terrible taste in women. That he's willing to disappoint them. That he's choosing his own path instead of following their blueprint. She finishes her sandwich and crumples the wrapper. Some people spend their whole lives avoiding conflict with their parents. Ben seems like he might be one of them. The observation settles into my chest like a cold weight. Because she's right. For all of Ben's success in business, all his charm and confidence, when it comes to his family, he becomes someone else. Someone smaller, more careful, more concerned with keeping peace than standing up for what he wants. 3 years ago, I thought the problem was that he didn't love me enough, I say quietly. But maybe the problem is that he doesn't love himself enough to risk their disapproval. And that's not something you can fix for him. No, it's not. A woman with a microphone steps up to a small platform near the tree, her voice carrying across the square as she welcomes everyone to the annual lighting ceremony. Families surge forward, children pushing to the front for the best view. Maya and I stay where we are, content to watch from our bench. You know what I realized today? I ask, watching a father lift his daughter onto his shoulders so she can see better. I've been so focused on whether I'm good enough for Ben's world that I forgot to ask whether his world is good enough for me. Maya's smile is small but genuine. Now that's the Lisa I know and love. The woman on the platform begins counting down from 10, and the crowd joins in enthusiastically. Children bounce with excitement. Adults grin at each other with anticipation. For a moment, I let myself get caught up in their collective joy. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The tree explodes into light, thousands of bulbs illuminating the massive evergreen in waves of gold and white. The crowd cheers, applause echoing across the square, and as the tree stands transformed, magnificent and welcoming against the dark sky. Despite everything, despite the ache in my chest and the uncertainty of tomorrow, I find myself smiling. The lights are beautiful, the energy infectious. This moment of shared wonder doesn't erase the pain, but it reminds me that there's still magic in the world, still reasons to hope. Pretty gorgeous, Maya says, tilting her head back to take in the full height of the illuminated tree. It really is. We sit in comfortable silence for a while, watching families take pictures and children chase each other around the tree's base. Vendors start packing up their booths, the evening winding down as people begin to drift home. So what now? Maya asks eventually. I consider the question, really consider it. What comes next feels vast and uncertain, but for the first time today, not entirely hopeless. Now I go home and paint, I say finally. I've got a lot of feelings to work through, and my brushes are better listeners than most people. And Ben? Ben made his choice when he decided keeping his parents happy was more important than being honest with them. The words hurt to say, but they feel true. I can't keep fighting for someone who won't fight for himself.
Chapter 22. Ben. The silence in my parents' living room feels thick enough to cut with a knife. Chloe sits beside me on the leather sofa, her hands folded in her lap, looking like she'd rather be anywhere else. I don't blame her. This conversation has been 3 days in the making, and every time I've tried to work up the courage to have it, I've found another excuse to put it off. There's something Chloe and I need to tell you both. My voice comes out steadier than I feel, which is something at least. My father lowers his newspaper, and my mother looks up from her tablet where she's been scrolling through what I assume are more potential matches for me. The irony isn't lost on me. Of course, darling. What is it? My mother's voice carries that particular tone she uses when she thinks she's about to hear good news. Maybe an engagement announcement, or news that Chloe and I are moving back to Chicago together. I glance at Chloe, who gives me an encouraging nod. We rehearsed this conversation twice on the drive over, but now that we're here, all my carefully planned words seem to evaporate. Chloe and I aren't actually dating. The newspaper in my father's hands rustles as he sets it down completely. My mother's smile freezes in place, confusion flickering across her features. I'm sorry, what did you say? We're not together. We never have been. I run a hand through my hair, a nervous habit I've never been able to shake. We came here together as friends, pretending to be a couple because I was tired of you trying to set me up with every eligible woman you could. The silence that follows is deafening. My mother's mouth opens slightly, then closes again. My father's expression shifts from confusion to something that looks dangerously close to anger. You've been lying to us? My mother's voice is sharp, that particular tone that used to send me running to my room as a child. Yes, I admit, forcing myself to meet her gaze. We have been. It was supposed to be simple. Come here for Christmas, play the part of a happy couple, and then go back to our normal lives. But it didn't stay simple, my mother says slowly, her sharp mind already putting pieces together. Because of Lisa. The mention of her name sends a familiar ache through my chest. Yes, because of Lisa. My father leans forward in his chair, his expression serious. Benjamin, you need to explain this to us properly, from the beginning. I take a deep breath, knowing there's no going back from this point. Lisa and I dated 3 years ago. We met in Chicago, and it was... I pause, searching for words that could possibly capture what Lisa means to me. It was everything. She was everything. My mother's eyebrows raise slightly. You never mentioned dating anyone seriously. Because I messed it up. The profanity slips out before I can stop it, but I don't apologize. Some situations call for blunt honesty. I proposed to her after 1.5 years together. She said yes, and for about 5 minutes, I was the happiest man alive. What happened? Chloe asks gently, though I know she's heard parts of this story before. I panicked. The admission tastes bitter. Not about marrying her specifically, but about everything that came with it. Bringing her into this world, the pressure of living up to expectations I'd never even bothered to question before. My father's expression softens slightly. Benjamin, no, let me finish. I stand up, unable to sit still any longer. Lisa grew up in a completely different world than ours. Her parents worked blue-collar jobs. She put herself through art school. She built her career from nothing. And instead of seeing that as the incredible achievement it was, I let myself get intimidated by the differences between us. I started pulling away, making excuses not to bring her to family events, avoiding conversations about the wedding, basically acting like a coward. I turned back to face them. She tried to be patient with me, tried to understand what I was going through, but eventually she'd had enough. She broke up with you? My mother asks quietly. She gave me an ultimatum. Either commit to building a life together, or let her go so she could find someone who would. I laughed bitterly. I chose option 3. Freeze up completely and say nothing at all. The disappointment on my parents' faces is almost harder to bear than their earlier anger. My father removes his glasses and cleans them slowly, a gesture I recognize as his way of processing difficult information. So she ended the engagement, he says finally. She ended everything. Moved out, gave me back the ring, told me not to contact her unless I figured out what I actually wanted. I sit back down heavily. That was 3 years ago, and I never did contact her. Until this month when I realized she'd moved here, of all places. Chloe speaks up. That's when everything got complicated. Ben seeing Lisa again brought up all these feelings he'd never dealt with properly. And instead of being honest with us about the situation, you both continued this charade, my mother says, her voice carrying a mixture of hurt and frustration. We didn't know how to handle it, I admit. The fake relationship was supposed to last this month, and then we'd go back to Chicago and never have to explain anything. But seeing Lisa again, realizing that I never stopped loving her. You love her, my father states, and it's not a question. I've always loved her, even when I was too scared to fight for her, even when I convinced myself I was better off alone, even when I tried to pretend the last 3 years hadn't been a complete waste, because I was too proud to admit I'd made the biggest mistake of my life. My mother sets down her tablet and looks at me with an expression I can't quite read. Benjamin, when Lisa came here with that painting, we treated her terribly. The guilt hits me like a physical blow. I know. We accused her of trying to interfere with your relationship with Chloe. We made her feel unwelcome in our home. My mother's voice grows quieter. We had no idea she wasn't the interloper we assumed she was. She's not an interloper at all, I say fiercely. She's the woman I should have married 3 years ago if I hadn't been such a coward. My father stands and walks to the mantelpiece, studying the family photos displayed there. Most of them are from various business events or family vacations, formal poses and practiced smiles. Nothing that shows the real messiness of actual relationships. We owe her an apology, he says finally. A significant one. You do, I agree. But more than that, I owe her one. I owe her an explanation for why I let you treat her like that without defending her. Chloe shifts beside me. Ben's been beating himself up about this for days. He wanted to tell you the truth immediately, but he was afraid. Afraid of disappointing you, I finish. Afraid of admitting that I'd lied. Afraid of explaining why I'd let the best thing that ever happened to me walk away. My mother stands and moves to sit in the chair closer to where I'm sitting. Benjamin, look at me. I meet her eyes, seeing a combination of love and exasperation that takes me back to every serious conversation we've had throughout my life. We have never, not once, cared more about maintaining appearances than about your happiness. If you thought we would disapprove of Lisa because of her background, then you fundamentally misunderstood who we raised you to be. The words hit harder than any anger could have, because she's right. My parents have always valued character over credentials, substance over status. My fear of their disapproval was based on assumptions I'd never bothered to test. Eleanor's right, my father adds, returning to his chair. We've always told you that we wanted you to find someone who challenged you, who made you a better person. From what little we saw of Lisa, she seems to fit that description perfectly. She does, I say quietly. She makes me want to be brave enough to deserve her. Then why didn't you bring her around when you were dating? My mother asks. Why keep her separate from your family? I consider the question, really consider it, because I owe them honesty after 3 years of avoiding it. Because I was afraid you'd see through me, I admit finally. That you'd realize I wasn't good enough for her. That I was just some privileged guy who'd gotten lucky enough to catch the attention of someone extraordinary. Oh, Benjamin. My mother's voice carries a sadness that makes my chest tight. We didn't raise you to think so little of yourself. I know. This isn't about how you raised me. This is about my own insecurities, my own failure to grow up and take responsibility for what I wanted. Chloe reaches over and squeezes my hand. The important thing is that he's ready to do that now. That's why we're here, telling you the truth. My father nods slowly. We appreciate your honesty, even if it's coming later than it should have. But Benjamin, I have to ask, what exactly are you planning to do about Lisa now? The question hangs in the air between us, because that's the crux of everything, isn't it? All the confessions and apologies in the world don't mean anything if I'm not willing to fight for her this time. I don't know if she'll even speak to me after what happened with you, I say honestly. But I'm going to try. I'm going to tell her everything I should have told her 3 years ago. Which is, my mother prompts, that I love her. That I'm sorry for being too scared to choose her when it mattered. That if she's willing to give me another chance, I'll spend the rest of my life proving that I'm worth the risk.
Chapter 23. Lisa. The brush moves across the canvas in smooth, deliberate strokes, capturing the way morning light filters through frost-covered windows. I've been at this since dawn, lost in the rhythm of creation, painting a scene that's been haunting my dreams for days. It's Christmas morning, and instead of rushing around or visiting family, I'm here in my studio, surrounded by the familiar scent of oil paints and turpentine. The painting taking shape before me shows 2 figures. Ice skating on the frozen lake, their hands clasped together as they glide across the perfect surface. The woman's scarf streams behind her in a burst of crimson against the winter white, while the man's profile is turned toward her with an expression of pure joy. I know exactly what moment I'm capturing. even though I'm trying not to think about it directly. The couple in the painting could be anyone, I tell myself, as I add depth to the shadows on the ice. But the careful way I've painted the man's jawline, the specific shade of blue I've mixed for his eyes visible in profile, the gentle strength in how his hand holds hers, it's impossible to pretend this isn't about us. My brush pauses over the canvas as I study what I've created. There's something achingly hopeful about the scene, a sense of possibility and connection that makes my chest tight. This is what we could have been, in another world where I wasn't constantly bracing myself for disappointment. I set down my brush and stepped back, wiping my hands on the paint-stained apron tied around my waist. The studio feels too quiet suddenly, the kind of silence that makes thoughts echo louder than they should. Christmas Day silence, the kind that reminds you exactly how alone you are. The knock at my door comes so unexpectedly that I actually jump, leaving a smear of blue paint across my apron. Nobody should be here today. Anyone with sense is home with their families, opening presents and sharing elaborate meals. I'm not expecting company, especially not today. I glance down at myself, paint-stained apron over yesterday's clothes, hair pulled back in a messy bun that's probably accumulated its fair share of paint streaks, not exactly presentable for unexpected visitors. But whoever's disturbing my solitude will have to take me as I am. The knock comes again, more insistent this time, and I force myself to move toward the door. Through the frosted glass, I can make out a figure in a dark coat, someone tall enough to be a man, but with a softer silhouette that suggests otherwise. When I open the door, the last person I expect to see is Eleanor Sinclair, standing on my doorstep, her usually perfect composure replaced by something that looks almost like nervousness. She's dressed impeccably as always, in a wool coat that probably cost more than my rent, but there's something different about her expression, less imperious, more uncertain. Mrs. Sinclair. I don't try to hide my surprise, or the wariness that immediately follows. This is unexpected. I know. She shifts the wrapped package in her hands, and I notice she's holding what looks like a bottle of wine as well. I was hoping we could talk. May I come in? Every instinct I have tells me to make an excuse and close the door. The last time this woman was in my space, she made it abundantly clear what she thought of me and my place in her son's life. But something about her demeanor stops me. She doesn't have the same confident edge she carried when she was dismissing my painting and my presence in Ben's life. I suppose. I step back, allowing her entry into my studio. She takes in the space with genuine interest this time, her gaze lingering on the various canvases propped against the walls, the organized chaos of my work table, the large windows that flood the room with natural light, even on this overcast December day. Your studio is lovely, she says, and there's no condescension in her voice. Very authentic. I almost smile at that. Authentic is one way to put it. Can I ask what brings you here on Christmas morning? She turns to face me fully, and I see something in her expression I didn't expect. Regret. Real, genuine regret that makes her look older somehow. More human. Benjamin told us everything yesterday. About the fake relationship with Chloe, about your history together, about why you two didn't make it as a couple years ago. She pauses, her hands tightening around the item she's holding. I came to apologize. The words hang between us, and I feel something shift in my chest. Not forgiveness, not yet, but a crack in the defensive wall I've built around this entire situation. Apologize for what, specifically? I keep my voice neutral, but I need to hear her say it. For treating you terribly when you came to our home. For making assumptions about your character and your motivations without knowing anything about you. For behaving in a way that was both rude and unfair. She meets my eyes directly. You didn't deserve that treatment, regardless of what we thought we understood about the situation. I study her face, looking for signs of insincerity or obligation. But what I see appears genuine. Still, 3 years of protecting myself from this family's capacity to hurt me doesn't disappear overnight. You made it very clear what you thought of me that day, I say carefully. What's changed? We learned the truth about who you really are and who you were to Benjamin. She moves closer to my easel, studying the ice skating painting with careful attention. We learned that the woman we dismissed so callously was the same woman our son has been in love with for the past 3 years, even when he was too afraid to admit it. The casual way she mentions Ben's feelings makes my heart skip, but I force myself to stay focused. And that changes how you see me? It changes how we see everything. She turns back to me. Lisa, may I be frank with you? I gesture for her to continue, curious despite myself. When Benjamin was younger, we worried that his success and his privilege might attract people who were more interested in what he could provide than who he was as a person. It's a common concern among families like ours, and perhaps it made us overly protective and suspicious. She pauses. When you showed up that day, we reacted from that place of protectiveness. We saw a beautiful woman, and we assumed the worst. You assumed I was there to cause trouble. We assumed you were there to interfere with what we thought was a genuine relationship. We were wrong about that relationship, but more importantly, we were wrong about you. She sets the wine and package down on my work table. Benjamin told us about your background, your career, the way you've built your success through talent and determination. He told us about the kind of person you are, and how badly he treated that person 3 years ago. I feel heat rising in my chest, part anger and part something more complicated. He told you he treated me badly? He told us he was a coward who let his own insecurities destroy the best thing in his life. Her voice is quiet but firm. He told us he proposed to you and then spent months pulling away because he was afraid he wasn't worthy of you, afraid of bringing you into a world he thought you'd find judgmental and elitist. The words hit me like a physical blow. In all my analysis of why our relationship fell apart, I never considered that Ben's withdrawal might have been about his own fears rather than doubts about me. He said that. He said that and more. He told us he spent 3 years regretting letting you go, and that seeing you again made him realize he never stopped loving you. Eleanor's expression grows gentler. Lisa, I need you to understand something about my son. Benjamin has always been harder on himself than anyone else could be. He sets impossible standards and then punishes himself when he fails to meet them. I move to the window, needing space to process what she's telling me. Outside, snow is beginning to fall in lazy flakes that catch the light as they drift down. Why are you telling me this? Because I think you deserve to know the full truth about what happened between you, and because I think you still care about him, despite everything. I don't confirm or deny her assessment, but something in my silence must speak for itself. If you're willing to consider giving him another chance, I want you to know that you'll have our full support this time. Not because we owe you an apology, though we do, but because we can see how much better he is when he's fighting for something that matters to him. The vulnerability in her voice surprises me. This isn't the polished society matron who dismissed me so easily 3 weeks ago. This is a mother who loves her son and wants him to be happy. I don't know if I can trust him not to hurt me again, I admit quietly. That's understandable. But Lisa, can I offer you some advice? I turn back to face her, curious. Don't punish him for the man he was 3 years ago if he's showing you he's become someone different. Growth isn't always linear, and sometimes the people who hurt us the most are the ones who needed the lesson most desperately. She reaches for the package she brought, unwrapping it to reveal the bottle of wine I noticed earlier, an expensive vintage that probably costs more than I spend on groceries in a month. This is a small gesture, but I wanted to bring you something to acknowledge that today should be about celebration, not apologies. Thank you. I accept the bottle, touched by the gesture despite everything. You didn't have to do this. Actually, there's one more thing. She looks almost nervous again. The commission piece you brought to our house, the painting of the Four Seasons here in Lakeside Haven. Do you still have it? I feel my eyebrows rise in surprise. Yes, I still have it. You made it clear you weren't interested. We were wrong about that, too. She reaches into her purse and pulls out what looks like a check. I'd like to purchase it from you, if you're willing to sell it, for double your original asking price. I stare at her, completely taken aback. Mrs. Sinclair, you don't have to. Please call me Eleanor. And I'm not doing this out of guilt, though I have plenty of that. I'm doing it because when I really looked at that painting, really saw it, I realized it was exactly what I'd been looking for. A piece that captures the beauty of this place we've come to love, created by someone who understands what makes it special. The sincerity in her voice is unmistakable, and I find myself nodding slowly. I'll get it for you. I move to the storage area where I keep completed pieces, pulling out the canvas that caused so much trouble just a few days ago. Looking at it now, I can see what she means. The painting does capture something essential about Lakeside Haven, the way each season transforms the landscape while maintaining its essential character. When I bring it back to her, Eleanor's face lights up with genuine pleasure. It's even more beautiful than I remembered. Thank you, Lisa. This means more to me than you might realize. She hands me the check, and when I glance at the amount, I have to fight not to gasp. It's more than double what I originally asked for. Eleanor, this is too much. It's exactly what it should be. Beautiful art deserves to be valued appropriately. She carefully lifts the painting, handling it with the respect I'd hoped for originally. I should let you get back to your Christmas Day painting. That piece you're working on is lovely, by the way. I glance back at the ice skating scene. It's just something I was experimenting with. It's two people who care about each other, captured in a moment of pure joy. Her smile is knowing but not unkind. Those are the moments worth preserving, don't you think?
Chapter 24. Ben. The botanical gardens at Lakeside Haven transform into something magical in the late afternoon light, but right now all I can focus on is whether the string lights Chloe and I spent the last hour hanging will actually stay put. The gentle breeze coming off the lake keeps threatening to knock them loose from the pergola we've commandeered for this evening. "Stop fussing with those lights," Chloe calls from where she's arranging the small table we borrowed from the garden's event coordinator. "They look perfect, and you're going to electrocute yourself if you keep messing with them." I step down from the ladder, brushing my hands off on my jeans. The setup does look good, intimate but not overwhelming, romantic without being presumptuous. The string lights cast a warm glow over the small table set for two, and the greenhouse behind us provides shelter from the wind while maintaining the open feel I was going for. "You sure this isn't too much?" I run a hand through my hair, second-guessing myself for the dozenth time today. Maybe I should have just asked her to dinner at the inn restaurant like a normal person. "Ben." Chloe fixes me with the kind of look that suggests I'm being an idiot. "You're trying to win back the love of your life after 3 years of mutual stupidity. Normal went out the window a long time ago." She has a point, though hearing it put so bluntly makes my stomach clench with nerves. This whole elaborate plan suddenly feels like too much pressure, too many expectations riding on one evening. The caterer from town arrives right on schedule, saving me from spiraling further into self-doubt. I watch as they set up the portable warming station and arrange the dishes I selected. Nothing too fancy, but everything Lisa mentioned loving during our conversations over the past few weeks. Butternut squash soup, herb-crusted salmon, roasted winter vegetables, and for dessert, the chocolate torte from the bakery she always lingered in front of when we walked past. This is really sweet, Chloe says, adjusting one of the napkins. The fact that you remembered all her favorite foods. I remember everything about her. The admission comes out more raw than I intended, but Chloe doesn't seem surprised by it. I know you do. That's why this is going to work. I want to share her confidence. But the memory of Lisa's expression when she told me she wasn't sure she could trust me again keeps playing on repeat in my head. Setting up the perfect romantic dinner is easy compared to proving I've actually changed. What if she doesn't show up? The question has been nagging at me since I sent the invitation this morning. What if she decides this is all too complicated and just doesn't come? Chloe stops arranging silverware and looks at me directly. Then you'll know you tried everything you could. But Ben, she's going to show up. How can you be so sure? Because I've watched the way she looks at you when she thinks no one's paying attention. And I've watched the way you look at her too. She smiles, but there's something wistful in her expression. Trust me, she'll be here. The caterer finishes setting up and disappears with promises to return for cleanup later. The sun is starting to set, painting the sky in shades of orange and pink that reflect off the glass walls of the greenhouse. Everything is ready, which means there's nothing left to do but wait and try not to lose my nerve. Chloe. I turn to face her properly, knowing I need to say something I should have addressed days ago. I need to thank you for all of this. Not just today, but everything. The fake dating, dealing with my parents, helping me figure out how to fix things with Lisa. You didn't have to do any of it. She waves a dismissive hand. Of course I did. We're friends. No, I'm serious. I dragged you into this mess because I was too much of a coward to deal with my parents directly. You could have told me to figure it out myself, and you would have been completely justified. Chloe sits down on one of the garden benches, her expression growing more thoughtful. Can I tell you something? When you first asked me to pretend to be your girlfriend, I thought it might be my chance to actually become your girlfriend for real. The honesty in her voice makes me uncomfortable, but I owe her the courtesy of listening. I had this whole fantasy that we'd spend time together, and you'd realize we were perfect for each other, and the fake relationship would turn into something real. She laughs, but it's not bitter. Pretty stupid, right? Chloe, let me finish. It was stupid, but not for the reason you think. It was stupid because I was trying to force something that was never going to happen, instead of paying attention to what was actually happening around me. I don't follow her meaning, but something in her tone suggests this story has a better ending than I'm expecting. What do you mean? I mean that bringing me to Lakeside Haven was the best thing you could have done for me, just not in the way either of us expected. Her smile turns genuine, with a hint of something that looks like excitement. I think I might have a real boyfriend by the holidays after all. That catches me completely off guard. Wait, what? When did this happen? It's been happening gradually, but I think it really clicked yesterday. She's practically glowing now, and I realize I haven't seen her look this genuinely happy since we arrived in Lakeside Haven. Remember Daniel? The grumpy bookstore owner who acts like he hates everyone? I nod. Well, it turns out he doesn't actually hate everyone. He just has very strong opinions about proper book care and people who dog-ear pages. Her laugh is bright and genuinely delighted. Ben, he's amazing. He's read everything. He has this dry sense of humor that catches you completely off guard, and when he talks about books he loves, his whole face changes. I study her expression, seeing something I don't think I've ever noticed before. With me, Chloe always seemed to be performing slightly, being the version of herself she thought I wanted to see. Right now, talking about this Daniel guy, she's completely unguarded. So what happened yesterday? I went into the bookstore to find something to read, and we got into this argument about whether romance novels count as real literature. She rolls her eyes. He was being completely insufferable about it, so I started defending the genre. And somehow we ended up in this massive debate about narrative structure and character development. That sounds intense. It was. And right in the middle of me explaining why enemies to lovers is a valid trope that explores themes of personal growth and forgiveness, he just started laughing. Her expression softens. Not at me, but like he was genuinely delighted by the whole conversation. And then he said I was the most interesting person who'd walked into his store in years. I can't help but smile at the obvious happiness in her voice. And then what? Then he asked if I wanted to have coffee and continue the argument somewhere more comfortable. We spent 4 hours at that little cafe by the lake, talking about everything from Virginia Woolf to Terry Pratchett. She pauses, her cheeks actually turning pink. And at the end of it, he asked if I'd like to have dinner with him tonight. Tonight? I glance around at our elaborate setup. But you're supposed to be helping me. Which is why I'm telling you now. Everything here is perfect, Ben. Lisa will love it. And you don't need me hovering around making things awkward. She stands up, smoothing down her dress. Besides, I have a real date to get ready for. Chloe, are you sure about this? I mean, you barely know this guy. I know enough. I know he makes me laugh. And I know talking to him feels effortless in a way that talking to most people doesn't. She gives me a pointed look. I know what it feels like when someone sees the real me and likes what they see, instead of tolerating it. The gentle criticism in her words stings, but it's fair. I did tolerate her rather than truly appreciate her, and she deserves better than that. I'm happy for you, I tell her, and I mean it. This Daniel guy better treat you right, or he'll have to answer to me. Oh, please. You're about to be so wrapped up in your own romance you won't notice anything else for weeks. She grins. But I'll keep that threat in reserve, just in case. She starts gathering her purse and coat, then pauses and turns back to me. Ben, for what it's worth, I think you're going to be fine tonight. You're not the same person who let her go 3 years ago. How can you tell? Because 3 years ago, you wouldn't have been brave enough to set up something like this. You would have convinced yourself she was better off without you, and walked away. She gestures to the lights, the carefully arranged table, the whole romantic scene we've created. This is what fighting for someone looks like.
Chapter 25. Lisa. The note slides under my door while I'm touching up my makeup. A simple cream envelope with my name written in handwriting I don't recognize. For a moment, I consider ignoring it. I've had enough drama for 1 week, and whatever this is can probably wait until tomorrow. But curiosity wins out, and I tear open the envelope to find a single piece of paper with an invitation written in the same unfamiliar script. Would you join me for dinner at the Botanical Gardens at 7? There's something I need to show you. No signature, but my heart knows exactly who sent this before my brain catches up. The formal tone, the location choice, the careful penmanship that's definitely not Ben's usual scrawl. He got someone else to write this for him. Probably Chloe. I glance at the clock on my nightstand. 6:30. If I'm going to do this, I need to leave now. The smart thing would be to stay here, to text him that I can't make it, and suggest we talk tomorrow when I've had more time to think. The smart thing would be to avoid whatever romantic gesture he's planning and stick to my decision that this whole situation is too complicated to navigate. But I'm already reaching for my warmest coat. The drive to the Botanical Gardens gives me just enough time to rehearse what I'm going to say. This has to stop, Ben. We can't keep doing this dance where we almost figure things out and then something else gets in the way. It's not fair to either of us. The words sound reasonable in my head, mature and decisive. They're the right words, the smart words, the words that will save us both from more heartache down the line. So why does my stomach twist with disappointment at the thought of saying them? The Botanical Gardens are quieter than usual at this time of evening, most of the day visitors having headed back to their warm hotel rooms or cozy dinners elsewhere. The main paths are lit by small lanterns that cast dancing shadows on the snow-covered ground, and my breath creates little puffs of vapor in the cold air. I follow the path toward the greenhouse complex, figuring that's where Ben would choose to meet, somewhere with a bit of shelter from the December wind. But as I round the corner, near the pergola, I stop short. The entire structure is wrapped in warm white string lights that twinkle like captured stars against the darkening sky. A small table sits beneath the pergola, set for two with actual linens and what looks like proper china. Candles flicker in glass hurricane lamps, somehow managing to stay lit despite the breeze. And I can see the soft glow of heat lamps that must be keeping the space warm. It's beautiful. More than beautiful, it's magical in a way that makes my chest tight with emotions I'm not ready to name. Ben emerges from behind one of the greenhouse walls, and the sight of him steals whatever words I had planned right out of my mouth. He's dressed up, but not overdressed, in dark jeans and a charcoal sweater that brings out his eyes. His hair is slightly messed from the wind, and there's something vulnerable in his expression that makes my heart do things I wish it wouldn't. You came. He sounds genuinely surprised, like he wasn't sure I would show up. I almost didn't. The honesty slips out before I can stop it. Ben, what is all this? He gestures toward the table, his hands moving in that restless way they do when he's nervous. Dinner. I thought maybe we could talk without any interruptions this time. No parents, no fake relationships, no misunderstandings about who's dating whom. The setup is so thoughtful, so clearly planned with care, that I feel my resolve wavering already. This isn't some last-minute gesture thrown together to manipulate me into staying. This took time, effort, attention to details I didn't even know he'd noticed. The lights are beautiful, I hear myself saying, when what I should be saying is that we need to stop this before one of us gets hurt again. Chloe helped me hang them. Turns out I'm terrible at anything involving ladders and electrical equipment. His smile is tentative, testing whether I'm going to bolt or stay. She also threatened to electrocute me if I kept adjusting them. Despite everything, I laugh. She sends her regrets, by the way. She has a date tonight. That catches my attention. A date? With who? The bookstore owner, apparently. Daniel something. Ben's expression shifts to something more genuine, less nervous. She seemed really excited about it. Happy in a way I don't think I've seen her before. There's something in his tone that suggests this development means more to him than just his friend finding romance. But I don't have time to analyze it, because he's moving toward the table and pulling out a chair. Will you stay? At least long enough to eat something? He pauses, his hand resting on the back of the chair. I know you probably came here to tell me this isn't going to work. And maybe you're right. But I'd like the chance to say my piece first. The smart response is still no. The smart response is to deliver my rehearsed speech about how we're too different, how there's too much history, how I can't trust that he won't disappear again when things get complicated. But I find myself walking toward the table instead. It smells incredible, I admit, catching the scent of what must be dinner warming nearby. What did you order? Butternut squash soup, herb-crusted salmon, those roasted winter vegetables you always get at the cafe in town. He waits until I sit before taking his own seat across from me. And chocolate torte from the bakery you like to stare at through the window. My heart does that annoying fluttering thing again. You remembered all that? I remember everything about you, Lisa. That's never been the problem. A woman appears from somewhere behind the greenhouse. The caterer, I realize, and begins serving the soup without saying a word. It's clearly been arranged this way, designed to give us privacy while still providing the kind of dinner that would be impossible to manage on his own in December. The soup is perfect, rich and warm, and exactly what I need after the cold walk, but I can barely taste it because I'm too busy trying to process the fact that Ben planned all of this. Not just the dinner, but every detail. The location that's beautiful but private. The timing that ensures we won't be interrupted. The food choices that show he's been paying attention to things I didn't even realize I'd mentioned. Why? The question comes out softer than I intended. Why go to all this trouble? Ben sets down his spoon and looks at me directly, his blue eyes serious in the candlelight. Because I love you. Because I've loved you for 3 years, even when I was too much of a coward to fight for you. Because I let the best thing that ever happened to me walk away, and I can't live with myself if I don't at least try to prove that I've learned from that mistake. The words hit me like a physical force, knocking the breath out of my lungs. It's not that I didn't know. Some part of me has always known. But hearing him say it so directly, so simply, strips away all the protective barriers I've been building. Ben, let me finish, please. He reaches across the table, not quite touching my hand, but close enough that I can feel the warmth of his skin. I know I hurt you. I know I made you feel like you weren't enough, like what we had wasn't worth fighting for. But Lisa, you were everything. You still are everything. I was just too scared to believe I deserved you. The caterer returns to clear our soup bowls and serve the salmon, moving so quietly she might as well be invisible. I'm grateful for the interruption because it gives me time to process what Ben just said, to figure out how to respond to a declaration that's both exactly what I wanted to hear and exactly what I was afraid of. You can't just say things like that and expect them to fix everything, I finally manage. Words are easy, Ben. It's the actions that matter. You're right. Which is why I'm here doing this, instead of just telling you how I feel and hoping that's enough. He gestures around us, encompassing the lights and the carefully prepared dinner, and the thought that went into every detail. This is me fighting for you. This is me proving that I'm not going anywhere this time. I thought I was getting a fake marriage, but I didn't know my story was being told by Miss Tyla.
This isn't just any fake marriage now, is it?
No. You introduced me to the devil.
Come on, girl. Jacob isn't that bad.
Oh, I love Jacob. His family, on the other hand?
Beggars can't be choosers, Nyla. You should be grateful I even let Jacob Stone look your way.
I just wanted to save my granddaddy. Is that so bad? Why couldn't you let this be a normal fake marriage? Instead, you put me in a twisty story filled with money, betrayal, power, and lies.
Let's not forget love.
That's what keeps me going. But not gonna lie, Miss Tyla. This story you got me in ain't the simple fake marriage happy ending I thought it would be.
It's not. Where would be the fun in that?
Treat yourself to Say Less, I Love You. New releases every Thursday, now with longer episodes. Or skip the wait and grab the full series bundle from TylaWalker.com for up to 85% off. Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 26. Ben. The salmon is perfectly prepared, flaky and tender with herbs that complement rather than overwhelm the delicate fish. But I'm having trouble focusing on the food when Lisa's sitting across from me, her dark eyes reflecting the candlelight as she considers my words. She takes a careful bite, chewing slowly, and I can practically see her thoughts churning. This is the Lisa I remember. Thoughtful, deliberate, never rushing into anything without weighing all the angles. It's one of the things I love about her, even when it's driving me insane with anticipation. "The salmon's good," she says finally, which isn't exactly the response I was hoping for, but at least she's not telling me to go to hell. "My parents were the ones who recommended the caterer." I'm babbling now, filling the silence because I can't stand the weight of my own confession hanging between us. I wasn't sure about the outdoor thing with the weather, but the heat lamp seemed to be working. Lisa sets down her fork and looks at me directly. "You're nervous." It's not a question, and there's something almost amused in her tone that makes my chest loosen slightly. Terrified, actually. This is either the most romantic gesture of my life or a complete disaster, and I won't know which until you tell me. It's not a disaster. She reaches for her wine glass, a crisp white that pairs perfectly with the fish. But Ben, grand gestures don't erase 3 years of silence. They don't undo the fact that you let me believe I wasn't worth fighting for. The words hit exactly where they're supposed to, right in the center of my chest where all my guilt lives. You're right, and I'm not trying to erase anything. I'm trying to show you that I've changed, that I understand what I lost when I let you go. Have you changed? There's a challenge in her voice now, the same fierce edge that used to get us into the most incredible arguments and even more incredible makeup sessions. Or are you just saying what you think I want to hear? I lean back in my chair, considering the question seriously. She deserves honesty, not pretty words designed to manipulate her emotions. Both, maybe. I know I want you back, and I know I'll say whatever it takes to make that happen. But Lisa, I have changed. These past few days, seeing you again, remembering what we had, it's made me realize how much I've been sleepwalking through my life. The caterer appears again, silently clearing our plates and serving the chocolate torte. It's a work of art, dark and rich with a delicate dusting of powdered sugar and fresh berries arranged like tiny jewels. Lisa's eyes light up when she sees it, just like they used to when I'd surprise her with dessert from her favorite places. "You always did have excellent taste in chocolate," she admits, taking a small bite that makes her close her eyes in appreciation. "I had excellent taste in everything that mattered." The words come out more intense than I intended, loaded with meaning we both understand. I just didn't have the balls to hold on to it. She opens her eyes and studies my face in the flickering candlelight. What changed? Why now, after all this time? It's the question I've been dreading and hoping for in equal measure. The real answer is complicated, wrapped up in years of regret and missed opportunities, and the bone-deep realization that nothing else has ever come close to what we had. But she deserves more than abstract concepts. My parents, I say finally. Watching them this week, seeing how they still light up when they look at each other after 35 years of marriage, and then watching myself go through the motions with Chloe, pretending to be happy while knowing it was all nonsense. Lisa raises an eyebrow. "So you needed a fake girlfriend to realize you wanted your real ex-girlfriend back?" When you put it like that, it sounds pathetic. It is pathetic. But there's no venom in her words, just a kind of exasperated fondness that gives me hope. "Ben, do you have any idea what these 3 years have been like for me?" I set down my spoon, the chocolate suddenly tasteless. "Tell me." I threw myself into my work. I dated other people, good people who treated me well, and never made me question whether I was enough. Her voice is steady, matter of fact, but I can hear the pain underneath. And every single time I found myself comparing them to you, wondering if you ever thought about me, if you regretted the way things ended. The confession hits me like a physical blow. "Lisa!" I'm not finished. She holds up a hand, stopping my interruption. "I built a whole life without you. I have friends and a career and a routine that doesn't include wondering when Benjamin Sinclair is going to decide I'm worth fighting for. So you'll forgive me if I'm not ready to throw all of that away because you finally figured out what you want. Her words are a knife between my ribs, precise and devastating. But they're also fair, more than fair, and I respect her too much to argue with the truth. I know, I say quietly. I know I don't deserve another chance. I know I hurt you in ways that can't be undone with dinner and string lights. But Lisa, I'm not asking you to throw your life away. I'm asking you to let me try to earn a place in it. She finishes her tort slowly, deliberately, and I can see her weighing my words against 3 years of hurt and disappointment. The silence stretches between us, filled with the soft sound of wind through the evergreen trees and the distant hum of the heat lamps keeping us warm. The lights really are beautiful, she says eventually, looking up at the canopy of stars I spent 3 hours hanging this afternoon. And this whole thing, the location, the food, the attention to detail, it's exactly the kind of thing I used to dream you'd do. Used to. Before I learned not to dream about you anymore. She meets my eyes across the table. Self-preservation, you understand? I nod, though the words make my chest ache. Can I ask you something? Shoot. If I'd done this 3 years ago, if I'd fought for us instead of letting my own fears win, would it have made a difference? Lisa considers the question seriously, turning her wine glass between her fingers. Probably. But Ben, you can't change the past by asking hypothetical questions. You can only decide what you're going to do moving forward. Then let me be clear about what I'm going to do. I lean forward, closing the distance between us as much as the table allows. I'm going to prove to you that I've learned from my mistakes. I'm going to show you that you can trust me with your heart again, and I'm going to love you the way I should have 3 years ago, completely, without reservation, without letting my own insecurities get in the way. The words hang in the air between us, a promise and a declaration and a plea all wrapped into one. Lisa stares at me for a long moment, her expression unreadable in the candlelight. That's a big promise, she says finally. I'm a big believer in following through these days. She laughs, soft and surprised, and the sound does something to my chest that makes it hard to breathe. You always were good with words when it mattered. Is it working? Maybe. She stands up from the table, and for a moment I think she's going to leave, that I've pushed too hard too fast. But instead she looks toward the greenhouse complex, where paths wind through winter gardens and heated conservatories. Walk with me? Relief floods through me so intense it's almost dizzying. Lead the way. The botanical gardens at night are transformed into something magical, all shadow and soft light and the subtle fragrance of winter blooms. Lisa walks beside me down a path lined with small lanterns, close enough that I can catch her perfume, something warm and slightly exotic that I remember from before, but can't quite name. I used to come here sometimes, she says, as we pass a fountain that's been turned off for the winter, its basin filled with snow instead of water. It was peaceful, and I could think without anyone bothering me. Did you think about me? She glances over with a look that suggests the question is both obvious and unfair. What do you think? We walk in comfortable silence for a while, following the path as it curves through different sections of the gardens. The conservatories glow warmly from within, filled with tropical plants that seem almost mythical in the December landscape. Lisa pauses at one of the viewing windows, her breath fogging the glass as she peers inside at a collection of orchids. I painted these once, she says quietly. The purple ones with the white centers. It was part of a series about beauty in artificial environments. I'd like to see it sometime. I sold it to a collector in New York who paid more than my rent for 3 months. There's pride in her voice, the kind of satisfaction that comes from being recognized for your talent. My career really took off after we split. Funny how heartbreak can be so productive. The casual mention of our breakup as inspiration for her success should probably sting, but instead I find myself genuinely happy for her. I always knew you were going to be something special. Even when we were together, I could see how much your work meant to you. But not enough to stick around and see where it led. The observation isn't accusatory, just matter of fact, which somehow makes it worse. No, I was too caught up in my own stuff to appreciate what I had. We continue walking, moving deeper into the gardens where the paths become narrower and more intimate. Lisa's shoulder brushes against mine as we navigate around a snow-covered bench, and the brief contact sends electricity shooting through my entire nervous system. Then we stop in a small clearing where the path opens up to reveal a view of the lake in the distance. The water is dark and still, reflecting the lights from the town across the shore. Lisa turns to face me fully, and in the soft glow from the nearby lanterns, I can see the vulnerability she's trying to hide behind her calm expression. She's close enough now that I can see the conflict in her eyes, the war between self-preservation and the feelings she's been trying to bury. When she reaches up to touch my face, her fingers cold against my skin, I think my heart might actually stop. "You really hurt me," she whispers. "I know. And if you do it again, if you disappear when things get complicated or difficult, I won't forgive you. Not this time. I won't. I promise you, Lisa, I'm done running." For a moment we just stand there, her hand on my cheek, both of us breathing hard like we've been sprinting instead of walking slowly through a garden. Then she rises up on her toes and kisses me, soft and tentative at first, then with growing certainty as I pull her closer. She tastes like chocolate and wine and everything I've been missing for 3 years. Her lips are soft and warm against mine, and when she sighs into my mouth, I feel something that's been broken inside my chest finally start to heal. When we break apart, both of us breathing hard, she rests her forehead against mine. "This doesn't fix everything," she murmurs. "I know. We have a lot to figure out, a lot to work through. I know that too. But Ben," she pulls back just enough to look into my eyes, "I missed you. God help me, I missed you so much."
Chapter 27. Lisa. The drive back to my place passes in a blur of streetlights and racing thoughts. Ben follows behind me in his sleek car, his headlights steady in my rearview mirror like a promise he won't disappear again. My hand shakes slightly on the steering wheel, adrenaline from our kiss still coursing through my system. I can't believe I just did that. Can't believe I let myself fall back into his orbit so easily after everything I've built to protect myself. But the taste of him is still on my lips, and my body remembers exactly how it feels to be pressed against his chest. When I pull into my driveway, Ben parks on the street and walks up the path to where I'm fumbling with my keys. The porch light catches the sharp angles of his face, highlighting the intensity in his blue eyes as he watches me struggle with the lock. Nervous? His voice is low, amused, and far too knowing. Maybe. I finally get the door open and step inside, not looking back to see if he follows. But I hear his footsteps on my hardwood floors, the soft click of the door closing behind him. "You've been productive," he observes, stopping in front of a canvas I finished last week, an abstract piece in deep blues and purples that somehow captures the feeling of winter nights. Art therapy. I kick off my heels and immediately feel more grounded, more like myself. Turns out heartbreak is excellent inspiration. Ben turns from the painting to face me fully, and suddenly the space between us feels charged with electricity. Lisa. My name on his lips is half question, half prayer, and when he reaches up to cup my face in his hands, I don't pull away. Instead, I lean into his touch, letting my eyes drift closed as his thumbs stroke across my cheekbones. "Are you sure about this?" His voice is rough, strained with the effort of holding back. I open my eyes and look at him, really look at him, at the man who broke my heart and then spent 3 years haunting my dreams, at the only person who's ever made me feel completely, devastatingly alive. I've never been sure about anything when it comes to you. I reach up to trace the line of his jaw, feeling the slight roughness of stubble under my fingertips. but I'm tired of pretending I don't want this. That's all the permission he needs. Ben's mouth crashes against mine with a hunger that's been building since that kiss in the garden. His hands tangle in my hair, and I arch against him, desperate to eliminate every inch of space between us. "Bedroom," I gasp against his mouth, and he doesn't need to be told twice. We stumble down the hallway together, hands roaming and mouths never breaking contact for more than a few seconds. Ben pushes me gently against my bedroom door, his body pinning me there as he trails kisses down my neck that make my knees weak. And that's where we're going to put a pause on pleasure.
It looks like the rest of this chapter is just too naughty to put on the air.
As much as we love to share every little detail, we've got to stick to this platform's guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming.
They've got some rules about what we can show, and we wouldn't want to risk losing the chance to bring you more content.
As frustrating as it is to build the tension only to be interrupted, Miss Tyla always knows how to make it up to you.
You can find the full, uncut scene over at TylaWalker.com.
With an entire library of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks, Miss Tyla's collection is waiting for you.
And if you use code SAVE40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even on bundles that are already discounted.
So don't let the fun stop here. Head over to TylaWalker.com and treat yourself with Miss Tyla. "I don't want to leave," he murmurs into my hair. "Then don't." The words are out before I can consider the implications, but I don't take them back. "Stay with me tonight." Ben's arms tighten around me, and I feel him press a soft kiss to the top of my head. "Are you sure?" I am. Despite everything, the hurt, the anger, the 3 years of building walls around my heart, I'm sure, because this is Ben, and he's here, and for tonight, that's enough. "Stay," I repeat, already feeling drowsy and sated in his arms. We'll figure out the rest tomorrow.
Chapter 28. Ben. Waking up with Lisa curled against my chest feels like stepping back into a life I thought I'd lost forever. Her hair tickles my chin, and the steady rhythm of her breathing against my ribs grounds me in a way nothing has for 3 years. When she stirs and looks up at me with sleepy eyes, I can't help but smile. "Morning, beautiful." She stretches like a cat, her body pressing against mine in ways that make my blood heat instantly. "Morning yourself. Sleep well?" "Best I've slept in years." I brush a strand of hair from her face, marveling at how natural this feels, how right. "I have a confession, though." "Oh?" One eyebrow arches, and I can see the wariness creeping into her expression. "My parents are expecting us for dinner tonight. Both of us." I watch her face carefully, ready to backtrack if I see panic. "Mom hung your commission piece yesterday, and she's been dying to show it off. Plus, she may have already planned an entire Christmas feast when I mentioned we were working things out." Lisa sits up, the sheet pooling around her waist in a way that makes it very difficult to concentrate on the conversation. "She hung the painting already?" "In Dad's study, apparently, right where everyone can see it when they walk in." I reach up to trace the curve of her shoulder, still amazed that I'm allowed to touch her like this. She's incredibly proud to have an original Lisa Morgan piece. "That's..." She shakes her head, a smile tugging at her lips. "That's actually really sweet. But Ben, are you sure about this? Meeting your parents again after everything?" The uncertainty in her voice makes my chest tight. I sit up and pull her into my lap, kneading her closer. "I'm sure about you. About us. Everything else we'll figure out as we go." My hand drifts down to my pants pocket where they're draped over the chair, feeling the small velvet box that's been burning a hole there for days. Not tonight, I remind myself. Too soon. Too much pressure. But knowing it's there, knowing that when the moment is right, I'll be ready. That gives me a certainty I haven't felt in years. By evening, I'm nervous as hell. When I pick her up, She's wearing a deep emerald dress that hugs her curves and makes her skin glow. Her hair is styled in loose waves, and she's wearing the gold jewelry that always makes her look like a goddess. Damn, you look incredible. The words slip out before I can filter them, but the way she smiles makes it worth the lack of eloquence. Language, Benjamin. But she's laughing as she says it, and when I pull her close for a kiss, she melts against me like she belongs there. The drive to my parents' house is filled with comfortable conversation and Lisa's hand in mine. She's nervous. I can tell by the way she keeps smoothing her dress and checking her reflection, but she's also excited. I can see it in the spark in her eyes when she talks about the commission piece. I'm still not sure it's good enough for their walls, she admits as we pull into the circular driveway. Lisa. I park and turn to face her fully. You're a celebrated artist, and more importantly, you created something beautiful that captures a place my family loves. It's perfect. Before she can argue, I'm out of the car and opening her door, offering my hand to help her out. The familiar weight of the ring box in my jacket pocket feels both comforting and terrifying. Mom opens the door before we even reach it, her face lighting up with pure joy when she sees Lisa beside me. Lisa, oh my goodness, you look absolutely stunning. Mom pulls Lisa into a warm hug, and I watch some of the tension leave Lisa's shoulders. I'm so glad you could join us. I have so much to show you. Eleanor, it's wonderful to see you. Ben, don't just stand there gawking, Mom says, shooting me an amused look. Come give your mother a hug. I oblige, and she whispers in my ear, Don't mess this up again. Not planning on it, I whisper back. Dad appears in the foyer, his face breaking into the first genuine smile I've seen from him in months. Lisa, welcome back. Robert. Lisa steps forward and accepts his embrace, and something in my chest settles. This is how it should be. This is what I threw away like an idiot 3 years ago. Before we do anything else, Mom says, practically vibrating with excitement, you have to see your painting. Robert, show them to the study. We follow Dad down the familiar hallway, past family photos and awards and all the markers of Sinclair family history. When we reach his study, I hear Lisa's sharp intake of breath. Her painting dominates the wall behind Dad's desk, a stunning landscape that captures Lakeside Haven through all 4 seasons. Spring's fresh greens flow into summer's lush abundance, which gives way to autumn's fiery colors before settling into winter's pristine whites. It's breathtaking and alive and perfectly Lisa. Oh my God, Lisa breathes, stepping closer. It looks perfect, Dad finishes. Absolutely perfect. Everyone who's seen it has been blown away. You've captured something special here, Lisa. I watch her face as she takes in how prominently her work is displayed, how much care they've taken with the lighting and positioning. The vulnerability in her expression makes my chest tight. I can't believe you hung it already, she says softly. Are you kidding? Mom moves to stand beside her. This is going to be the centerpiece of our home for years to come. I'm so proud to have something you created on our walls. The raw emotion on Lisa's face makes me want to pull her close, but I force myself to give her this moment. She's worked so hard to establish herself as an artist, and seeing my parents' genuine appreciation means everything to her. Thank you, Lisa says, her voice thick. Both of you. This means more than you know. Nonsense, Dad says gruffly, but I can see how pleased he is. We should be thanking you. Now shall we eat? Eleanor's been cooking all day. The dining room is decorated for Christmas with garland and candles and the good china that only comes out for special occasions. The smell of roasted turkey and all the traditional sides fills the air, and I realize Mom has gone all out for this dinner. Eleanor, this is incredible, Lisa says as we take our seats. You didn't have to go to all this trouble. It's Christmas, and we're celebrating having you back where you belong, Mom replies, giving me a pointed look. Besides, I love any excuse to use the good dishes. As we start the meal, conversation flows easily. Lisa and Dad start a debate about sustainable business practices, while Mom fills us in on the latest Lakeside Haven gossip. "So tell us about your gallery showings," Mom says as she serves dessert, homemade apple pie that smells like heaven. Lisa launches into stories about her recent exhibitions, her voice animated as she describes the pieces and the reactions they've gotten. I find myself mesmerized watching her talk, the way her hands move expressively, the passion that lights up her entire face. "And the diversity initiative you started?" Dad asks. "That's gotten quite a bit of attention." "It's something I'm really passionate about," Lisa says, leaning forward. "Art should reflect all of our experiences, not just a narrow slice of society. I want to make sure emerging artists from underrepresented communities have the same opportunities I've had." The pride in Mom's face is unmistakable. "That's wonderful, dear. Making a real difference in the world." As the evening progresses, I catch Mom watching Lisa and me with satisfaction, like she's mentally planning our future. The ring box feels heavier in my pocket, but I resist the urge to reach for it. Not tonight. Tonight is about rebuilding, reconnecting, showing Lisa that she belongs here with us. "Ben tells us you two are giving things another try," Dad says during a lull in conversation, his tone carefully neutral but his eyes sharp. Lisa glances at me, and I reach over to take her hand. "We are. I know I screwed things up before, but I'm not going anywhere this time." "Good," Mom says firmly, "because Lisa is family, and family doesn't walk away from each other." The weight of those words settles over the table, and I see Lisa's eyes grow bright with unshed tears. She squeezes my hand, and I squeeze back, a silent promise that I mean what I said. "Now," Mom continues, clearly sensing the need to lighten the mood, "who wants coffee with their pie? And Lisa, you simply must see the Christmas decorations in the living room. I went a bit overboard this year." As we move to the living room for coffee and Mom's tour of holiday decorations, I catch Dad's eye. He nods once, a gesture of approval that means everything to me.
Chapter 29. Lisa. I'm curled up on my couch the next morning, still buzzing from last night's dinner when my phone starts ringing. The caller ID shows a number I don't recognize, but something tells me to answer. Lisa Morgan speaking. "Miss Morgan, this is Patricia Ashworth. I got your number from Eleanor Sinclair. She showed me the most incredible painting at their home yesterday, and I simply must commission something similar for my estate." My coffee mug freezes halfway to my lips. "I'm sorry, could you repeat that?" "Eleanor raved about your work, dear. She said you specialize in landscape pieces that capture the essence of a place. I have a vineyard in Napa that would be perfect for your style." The professional part of my brain kicks in even as I'm reeling from the unexpected call. "That sounds lovely. Could you tell me more about what you're envisioning?" As Patricia describes her vineyard and the piece she wants, a large canvas showing the property through different seasons, similar to what I created for the Sinclairs, I grab a notebook and start scribbling details. The commission she's describing would be one of my largest to date, both in scope and payment. "When would you need this completed?" I ask, mentally calculating my current workload. "I'm hosting a spring gala in April. Would that give you enough time?" "Absolutely." The word tumbles out before I can second-guess myself. "I'll send you my portfolio and we can discuss details." After we hang up, I sit staring at my phone, wondering if Eleanor really recommended me or if this is some kind of cosmic coincidence. Before I can process it fully, the phone rings again. Lisa Morgan. "Miss Morgan, this is James Hartwell. Robert Sinclair suggested I give you a call. I understand you do commission pieces." My heart starts pounding. 2 calls in 10 minutes can't be coincidence. "Yes, I do." "What did you have in mind?" "I'm renovating my downtown office building, and Robert mentioned you might be perfect for creating something for our main lobby. He showed me photos of your work. Absolutely stunning, by the way." The next hour passes in a blur of phone calls. By noon, I've spoken to 6 different potential clients, all of whom got my name from either Robert or Eleanor. The commissions range from intimate family portraits to large-scale corporate installations, and if even half of them follow through, I'll be booked solid for the next 18 months. I'm frantically updating my calendar when Ben calls. "Hey, beautiful. How's your morning going?" "Ben," I lean back against my couch cushions, overwhelmed by everything that's happening. "Did you know your parents were going to recommend me to half of their social circle?" His chuckle is warm through the phone. "I had a feeling Mom might mention your work to a few people. She was pretty excited about the painting." "Why?" "A few people?" I flip through my notebook, counting the names I've written down. "I've gotten 8 calls for commissions this morning." 8, Ben. That's more work than I typically book in 6 months. The silence on his end stretches long enough that I wonder if the call dropped. "Ben, you still there?" "Yeah, I'm here. Damn, Lisa. That's incredible. You deserve every single one of those commissions." The pride in his voice makes my chest tight with emotion. "I can't believe this is happening. Mrs. Ashworth wants a vineyard landscape. James Hartwell wants something for his corporate lobby. And there's this couple who want a piece for their anniversary that captures their first date location." "You sound overwhelmed." "I am overwhelmed." I stand up and pace to my kitchen window, looking out at the snow-covered yard. This is the kind of break artists dream about, the kind that can completely change a career trajectory. "And you're worried about something." He knows me too well, even after all this time apart. What if I can't deliver? What if they're expecting something based on one piece and I can't replicate that magic? What if... Lisa. His voice cuts through my spiraling thoughts. "Stop. You're incredibly talented. These people aren't calling because they feel sorry for you or because my parents pressured them. They're calling because they saw your work and it moved them enough to want their own piece." I lean against the counter, letting his words sink in. "When did you become so wise about the art world?" "When I fell in love with an artist who doesn't always see her own brilliance." The casual way he says "fell in love" makes my breath catch. We haven't talked about love yet, haven't defined what we're rebuilding, but hearing him say it so naturally, like it's just a fact of his existence, sends warmth flooding through me. I should probably call them all back and get proper consultations scheduled, I say, trying to focus on the practical details instead of the way my heart is racing. "Do you want company while you work? I could bring lunch and sit quietly in the corner while you make your calls." The offer is tempting, but I need to handle this myself. These are my clients, my career, my moment to step up and prove I can handle success when it comes knocking. "I think I need to do this solo today, but maybe dinner later?" "Absolutely. I'll cook for you. Celebrate your big day properly." After we hang up, I spend the afternoon returning calls and setting up consultations. Each conversation builds my confidence. These people aren't just wealthy friends doing favors. They genuinely love my work and have specific visions for what they want. By 4 o'clock, my dining room table is covered with notes, sketches, and a calendar that's filling up rapidly. Patricia Ashworth wants to fly me to Napa to see the vineyard in person. James Hartwell is talking about a piece that could be featured in architectural magazines. The anniversary couple, the Gabriels, want something intimate but grand enough for their formal living room. 3 years ago, when Ben and I broke up, I threw myself into my art with desperate intensity. I painted my heartbreak, my anger, my determination to prove I could succeed without him. That pain fueled some of my best work, pushed me to take risks and experiment with styles that ultimately define my artistic voice. But this success isn't about proving anything to Ben or his family. It's about recognition for the artist I've become through years of dedication and growth. The fact that it's coming through Eleanor and Robert's genuine appreciation for my work makes it even sweeter. My phone rings again and I glance at the caller ID before answering. Hi, Mom. Lisa, honey, I just wanted to check in. How are things going with Ben? I laugh, thinking about how much has changed since we last talked. Actually, Mom, things are going really well. With Ben and with everything else. As I tell her about the commissions and the gallery meeting, I can hear the pride and excitement in her voice. She's been my biggest supporter through every struggle and setback, and sharing this moment with her feels perfect. I'm so proud of you, sweetheart. You've worked so hard for this. Thanks, Mom. I love you. Love you too, baby girl. Now go celebrate properly.
Chapter 30. Ben. The ring box feels like it weighs 1,000 pounds in my coat pocket as I walk up Lisa's front steps. I've been carrying it around for 3 days now, waiting for the perfect moment that keeps not materializing. Every time I think about pulling it out, something stops me. A phone call, a distraction, my own goddamn nerves getting the better of me. But tonight feels different. Tonight feels right. Lisa opens the door before I can knock, and the sight of her steals whatever coherent thought I had left. She's wearing a deep red sweater that brings out the warmth in her dark eyes, and her smile is radiant enough to power the entire Christmas display downtown. Ready for that celebratory dinner? I ask, though my stomach is doing acrobatics that have nothing to do with hunger. Actually, I was thinking maybe we could take a walk first. I've been cooped up inside all day with phone calls and planning, and I could use some fresh air before we eat. Perfect. The universe is finally cooperating. That sounds great. Bundle up, it's cold out there. She grabs her coat and scarf and we head out into the crisp December evening. Lakeside Haven transforms completely after dark. Every lamppost is wrapped in twinkling lights, every storefront window glows with festive displays, and the air carries the scent of hot chocolate and cinnamon from the shops that stay open late for holiday shoppers. God, I love this place at Christmas, Lisa says, linking her arm through mine as we walk down Main Street. It's like something out of a Hallmark movie, except real. And with significantly better dialogue, I add, making her laugh. The sound of her laughter settles some of my nerves. This is Lisa, the woman I've loved for years, even when I was too stupid to admit it or too scared to fight for it. She's here, she's happy, and she loves me. The ring in my pocket isn't going to change that. It's just going to make it official. We pass the bakery where Mrs. Robertson waves at us through the window, then the bookstore with its elaborate window display featuring snow-covered books and tiny Christmas villages. Lisa stops to admire the craftsmanship, pointing out details I would have missed. Look at that tiny sledding hill they built between the romance novels, and there's a little ice skating rink by the mysteries. Her attention to detail, the way she sees beauty and artistry everywhere she looks. It's one of the things I fell in love with first. Come on, I say, tugging her gently toward the town square. I want to show you something. The centerpiece of Lakeside Haven's Christmas celebration stands in the center of the square, a massive Douglas fir decorated with thousands of lights and ornaments contributed by local families and businesses. It's surrounded by smaller trees, each themed differently, creating a winter wonderland that draws visitors from neighboring towns. But tonight, the square is relatively quiet. A few couples walk hand in hand along the paths, and some families with young children are gathered around the hot chocolate stand, but it's not the chaos of a weekend evening. It's beautiful, Lisa says softly as we approach the main tree. I've walked past it dozens of times, but I don't think I've ever really stopped to appreciate it. The tree towers above us, easily 30 feet tall, decorated in gold and silver lights that cast a warm glow over everything. Local children made paper snowflakes that hang from the lower branches, and there's something magical about the combination of professional decorating and homemade touches. Remember our first Christmas together? I ask, stopping at the base of the tree. You insisted we make ornaments instead of buying them. And you complained the entire time about how your hands were too big for intricate work. I was right. That star I made looked like it got run over by a truck. It was perfect because you made it. She turns to look at me, her expression soft in the golden light. I still have it, you know, along with all the others we made that year. My chest tightens with emotion. 3 years we've lost, 3 Christmases apart, and she kept our ornaments. She kept pieces of us even when I gave her every reason not to. Lisa. My voice comes out rougher than I intended. There's something I need to say. She must hear something in my tone because her expression changes, becomes more focused. What is it? This is it. The moment I've been rehearsing in my head for weeks, the words I've practiced until they should flow naturally. But standing here, looking into her eyes, everything I planned disappears. 3 years ago, I was a coward, I start, my heart hammering against my ribs. I convinced myself I was protecting you by walking away. But really, I was protecting myself. I was terrified of not being good enough for you, of disappointing you the way I disappointed everyone else who tried to love me. Ben, let me finish, please. I reach for her hands, grateful when she doesn't pull away. I spent these 3 years thinking I was growing, becoming someone worthy of you. But the truth is, I was just learning to live with the biggest mistake of my life. Losing you didn't make me better. It made me empty. A couple walks past us, their conversation a low murmur that fades into the background. The lights on the tree flicker slightly in the breeze, creating dancing shadows on Lisa's face. These past few weeks have shown me something I should have realized years ago. I don't need to be perfect to love you. I don't need to have all the answers or fix all my flaws. I just need to be brave enough to choose you, every day for the rest of my life. I let go of her hands and reach into my coat pocket, my fingers closing around the small velvet box. Lisa's eyes widen as I drop to one knee right there in the snow, in front of the Christmas tree that's witnessed countless proposals over the years. Lisa Morgan, I say, opening the box to reveal the ring I spent weeks choosing. A vintage-inspired piece with a center diamond surrounded by smaller stones in a setting that reminds me of the Art Deco patterns she loves. Will you marry me? The silence stretches between us for what feels like hours, but is probably only seconds. The Christmas lights blur as my eyes water slightly from the cold wind, or maybe from the intensity of this moment. Yes, she whispers, and then louder. Yes, of course, yes. I slide the ring onto her finger with hands that are surprisingly steady, considering the earthquake happening in my chest. It fits perfectly, catching the light from the tree and sparkling like it was made for this exact moment. I stand up and pull her into my arms, lifting her off the ground as she laughs and cries at the same time. When I set her down, I frame her face with my hands and kiss her deeply, pouring 3 years of regret and love and hope into the connection between us. I love you, I murmur against her lips. I'll love you until they put me in the ground. I love you too. She holds up her hand, admiring the ring. It's perfect, Ben. How did you know exactly what I'd want? I paid attention this time, to everything. Your art, your style, the way you light up when you see something beautiful. I tuck a strand of hair behind her ear. Plus, I may have asked your mom for advice. You called my mom? Last week. I wanted her blessing, and I figured she'd have insights about what you'd like. I grin at her surprised expression. She told me to make sure the setting was unique, like you. No generic solitaires for her daughter. Lisa laughs, shaking her head. I can't believe you coordinated with my mother behind my back. I coordinated with everyone. Your mom, my parents, even Marcus got involved with suggestions about photographers for the engagement photos. She kisses me again, softer this time, full of promise and joy. When we break apart, she's studying the ring again, turning her hand to catch different angles of light. It's really happening, she says, wonder in her voice. We're really doing this. Damn right we are. I wrap my arms around her waist, holding her close. Though I should probably warn you, my mother is going to lose her mind with wedding planning excitement. Let her plan whatever she wants. I don't care if we get married in a barn or a ballroom or right here under this tree. I just want to marry you. The simplicity of her words, the certainty in her voice, fills something in me that's been hollow for too long. This is what I threw away 3 years ago. Not just Lisa, but this feeling of completeness, of being exactly where I belong. You're the best Christmas gift I could ask for, I tell her, meaning every word. Hell, you're the best gift I could ask for. Period. She smiles up at me, her face glowing in the Christmas lights. Right back at you, future husband. Future husband. The words send a thrill through me that has nothing to do with the cold air and everything to do with the promise they represent. No more running, no more fear, no more letting my own insecurities sabotage the best thing that's ever happened to me. We stand there under the Christmas tree, holding each other and planning our future in excited whispers. Other couples pass by, some stopping to congratulate us when they see the ring, others smiling and giving us space for our moment. Lisa shivers against me, and I realize we've been standing in the snow for longer than I thought. Come on, I say, keeping one arm around her as we start walking. Let's go home and call everyone with the news. And then I'm going to spend the rest of the night showing you exactly how much I love my fiancé. Fiancé, she repeats, testing the word out loud. I like the sound of that. Good thing, because you're going to be hearing it a lot until I can upgrade you to wife.